arrow, you will see 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, but you miss 13. Meaning you have to go to this box and type 13. But there's another way you can do this. If you have probably you were using the default fonts, it's going to be same font or it's a level, you go to the level. You can select Control A, and then let me see if I can show you that. Okay. Look at this key here. This key here. Can you see this? This key. If you press down the control and you press that key, it will increase the font by 1 until you get to the font size you want. Let me test it here or not. You Control A and you begin to click that, you will see that it will increase the font size. And if you check here, it will be increasing also. So we want to use 13, you can just Control A and then control that close curly brackets until you get to 13, and that's fine. If you need more than be of technology chart, you get the information you need. Please now take a letter because not following formats that we want. So thank you very much. Thank you. Better? Right. Thank you, Mr. David. That beautiful presentation. Okay, I want to believe we are following. Are we following? Are we following? All right. Okay, if you have questions, or suggestions, or idea, or comments, can you package them together? As justice, we give it to our questions, suggestions, idea, or comments by directors. But before then, I want to reiterate again. The acceptable fonts in EKIRS fonts is Georgia. Please don't let us make mistakes. Why writing them? Georgia is the acceptable font. Why the font size S font is font size 13. Okay. Okay, sir. All letters, either internal baby or letter winouts. The font size is 13. The font is Georgia. Okay, we want to briefly invite Mrs. Olutoyo, possibly the head tax audit and compliance, to give us a step-down training on 2024 tax review. And we appreciate that she comes to the podium.
No, sir. Oh, the slide is in. I found the slide in.
Okay. All facilitators should please forward their slides to AYICT. AY Frank. Thank you.
Morning to everyone. Training, education, how to discuss that on the overview of 2024 tax bill, the highlight of major changes in the proposed tax bill that is signed to us. Introduction. The proposed bill aims to repeal the certain existing taxation and consolidate the more governing taxation and related matters across Nigeria, apply with the law, whether personally or on behalf of others. The primary objective of the bill is to establish a unified physical legislation that addresses critical economic challenges, including substantial fiscal deficit, increasing debt obligation, and necessity for enhanced funding. The essence of the tax is to also align Nigerian and international tax law that is trend in the global tax. To enhance this goal, the bill also closing revenue gaps, improving the efficiency of tax collection and ensuring contribution from profitable sectors. By streamlining the taxation framework, the bill seeks to create a more effective and fair tax bill that support Nigerian economic and stability. In the new the proposed bill, most of the low-income earners, they will not be support because they are going to pay less tax. Most of them will even not pay anything at all. And it will also allow the medium and the small enterprise that contribute to the highest GDP to also be able to grow. Then I'll be speaking on the major changes that affect personal income tax, withholding tax, the CGT, the company income tax, the development levy, and the VAT. The personal income tax, under the new tax, the proposed tax bill, there is exemption, complete exemption of low-income earners up to 1 million. Those that are earning about 83,000 naira on a monthly basis might not pay tax at all. And you know what that means to Ekiti State. Then paying tax exemption for other ranks and armed forces fighting insecurity. That is, the people, the armed forces, they will not pay any tax at all. Then tax exemption of compensation for loss of employment not exceeding 15 million. So if you are having more than 50 million, you will be charged to tax. Then the new tax rate, I want us to familiar ourselves with it. And so many people have been asking the particular question that the consolidated relief allowance that have been taken, that is replaced with the rent relief. if your taxpayer is someone that is living in his own residence, that means the person, you cannot automatically give the person the relief of 200,000. So for the first 800,000 is at 0%. The next 2.2 at 15%. The next 900, compared with the one that we have now, is different. Then the next 900 million is at 18%. The next 13 million is at 21%. The next 25 million is at 23%. Above 50 million at 25%. The reduced pay for tax for those earning monthly salary of about 1.7 million or less. Then the progressive tax for those that are earning the HNI that are earning above 50 million. The clarification. Clarity on taxation of benefit in kind and limit of taxable accommodation benefit to 20% of annual income. Then the bill replaced the
consolidated relief allowance with rent relief allowance. A taxable person shall be granted a rent relief of 200,000 or 20% of annual rent, whichever is higher, required to tax payer to write to the relevant tax authority before claiming a tax deduction. So the implementation of expense that I pay rent, and this is my receipt to do those grants. Impact. Under the proposed system, individual earning 5 million monthly will pay over 1.07 million in tax, reflecting the effective tax rate of 21.5% compared to the current tax of 930,267 naira with an effective rate of 18.6%. Those earning 250 million, 250,000 monthly will see their tax obligation reduced from 29,167 naira to 25,000. Those of us that were auditing schools, audit organization across the states, reflecting a lower effective tax rate of 10% compared to 11.7% under the current system. Then, as regards to withholding tax, there have been two changes in the percentage of tax that we have to charge for both corporate residents and non-corporate. That is the individual. The individual is the one that concerns the state internal revenue most, because of my time I want to take from that state and bring ourselves with the changes in the percent. Then the withholding tax, the changes all entities, including business, government agencies, and tax exempt organizations are now required to do that on applicable transactions. Small companies with annual turnover of 5 million now exempted from withholding tax. And I'm looking at most of the businesses across the states. Their turnover is up to 25 billion. On individual transactions, 2 million identification. So if the business also have the tax identification number, if that is adding to 2.5 billion or to this tax and withholding tax, if the person cannot provide the TRA, then the kind of deduction, the withholding tax must be deducted at the area of payment or settlement of one related party transaction. For the related party transaction, the deduction is required at the area of payment or liability recognition. This clarification addresses previous ambiguity regarding the timing of building deduction. So that one now requires a lot of paperwork. The remittance deadline for this one that does not really change. The federal inland revenue, that is as well, we told you that of companies
not individual, is you remit it by the 21st of the following month, and for the state internal revenue, the remittance is due by the 30th of the following month. The capital gain tax also is now the 10th day of the following month, aligned with the paid timeline. Issuance of withholding tax receipt. The responsibility to issue withholding tax receipt now lies with the deducting tax, the payers. If I'm to pay my landlord rent, it is now my obligation to deduct the withholding and give the receipt, a copy of the receipt to my landlord. Sir, I have paid and remitted. And present this receipt as evidence. To be able to ask questions. Builders can replace this receipt as evidence of withholding tax deduction, regardless of whether the taxes have been remitted. Failure to do this. Hello? One failure to remit deducted withholding will result in deducting the entity, being liable to tax, along with the applicable interest and penalty. If you fail to do the needful, that means that person will be the one to bear the bonds. Then penalty for non-compliance. Entity that fail to deduct withholding tax or pay vendor in full without deduction will face administrative penalty and interest charges. This replaces the previous practice of requiring such customer to also pay the withholding amount. You are not going to pay the withholding amount again, but you are going to pay now with interest and penalty. Exemption and adjustment. The new regulation provides exemption for certain transactions, including goods manufactured or material produced by suppliers. If I'm buying directly from the producer, we do not attract withholding tax. Now it's going to be the across-counter purchase. So over-the-counter sales, telephone charges, internet data, and airtime ticket. Winnings from game of chance or reality show promoting entrepreneur, academic, or innovation. Payment for imported goods that do not create a taxable present in Nigeria for the foreign supplier. The increased rate for specific transaction. Certain transactions now attract higher withholding tax. Director's fee. I said it the other time that we should make sure we look at that table and make sure that we understand the changes in it. The director's fee is now 15% for the Nigerian residents, and for non-residents, it's 20%. Non-resident entertainers and sport persons. That is for those people that come to Nigeria to make presentation and go back to their country, is 15%. That will be their final tax. Withholding from lotteries, gaming, and reality show, 5% for residents, 15% for non-residents. Then construction payment to non-residents increased from 2.5 to 5%. Then double withholding tax rate for non-registered vendor. Vendor without tax identification number will be subject to withholding tax as twice the standard rate, emphasizing the importance of registration for all businesses. Now in Nigeria, as NIN is compulsory for you to open an account, the tax identification number will also be made compulsory for everyone. Then on capital gain tax, the capital gain tax, the little changes is, let me just summarize this based on the step-down training. The profit of company from certain dividend. In line with Section 8, a company is expected to include dividend income in its profits, gross of any tax paid or deducted as such. Then dividend received by a Nigerian company by way of share shall not be included in its profit to charge tax. Then disposals of shares. Gains accruing to a person on disposal of share in any Nigerian company shall not be chargeable gains where the disposal proceeds in aggregate is less than 150 million. And the chargeable gain does not exceed 10 million in any 12 consecutive months. Then the shares are transferred between an approved borrower and a lender in a regulated security lending transaction. Initially, it was the Nigerian, this thing, I mean, if it is, there's this policy that if you are selling, if you are buying, is it bond or bill, you don't pay tax, but this one has also one of close to it. Indirect disposal of Nigerian share by a non-resident company. Gain accruing to any person in respect of disposal of share by a non-resident shall be chargeable gain under the Act, where the disposal results into a change in the ownership of structure or membership of the Nigeria or the ownership title or interest in any asset. Then the company income tax. The state internal revenue, we don't charge company income tax, but there's need for us to familiarize ourselves with the changes in the tax arena. Then there's this reduction in CIT, that is the company income tax rate. The company income tax rate for large corporations is set to reduce from the current 30% to 27.5% in 2025 and further 25% from 2026. An exemption for all small businesses. Initially, it is if you are having below 25 million, but now it is the turnover of below 50 million, we exempt from paying corporate income tax. They will be charged at 0%, but they are going to pay the development levy, promoting equity and economic inclusion. The introduction of global minimum tax. A global minimum tax has been introduced for multinational companies. It's not that you gain from Nigeria and you will say you are investing it in another country where they charge less tax. Companies, at least with turnover of $970.8 million, approximately 1.5 trillion, align Nigeria with international tax standard. So if you are making profit in Nigeria, you are going to be charged tax, a minimum tax. Then consolidation of levies. Initially, we charge tertiary education trust fund tax, and with all the taxes that we charge is now for development levy at 4%. Then the new tax bill also simplify most of our tax law that is a little bit cumbersome. Then the VAT. Let me check my time. About less than 2 minutes. The proposed VAT reform includes in the new tax bill. Let me just summarize that one, and the one that is of interest to most of us. There is going to be 0% VAT on essential items such as food, education, and healthcare. And for the, let me say, the essential ones, those ones that are important, you can now import at a very low cost, no VAT, at 0 VAT. Then the tax administration, the unified tax collection system, the FRS is now called the Nigerian Revenue Service under the new tax bill, and they have the sole responsibility of collecting all taxes for government, both the custom and the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulation. Then they review the revised revenue sharing formula. Under the new tax bill, suggests that VAT is going to be 10% to the federal government, 55% to states, 35% to local government. Additionally, a derivation principle is introduced, allocating 60% of VAT revenue to the state and the local government where the VAT is generated. It's not that these people they have the largest land mass and they are more populated. Let us give them the money. But now, wherever the tax is generated, they too will have 60% of the shares of their contribution to that. This marks a significant shift from the previous model, which distributed 50% equally among states, 30% based on population, and 20% on tax contribution. Thank you for listening.
Once you decided add some echo when test of this. You can know. Because if you don't have, if you want to wait to the end, you lose some of the steam. That's my own thinking on. Or what do you think? And so, what exactly is what caused anybody to let us know the reason for the damage? So that this the next landlord. Okay, what's the problem with it?
Tenants will pay for the tax, not the rent, and give the landlord.
Don't forget also that this thing is still it's not yet signed, but we are just preparing our mind for when it will be signed. And my answer to that is simple. And so when that time comes, we all see how it will operate. Thank you. Let's give her a round of applause. Are we anything? But if I ask some questions of this now, you see, principal at home. Those ones that they put percentage of it. What's the new VAT, the proposed VAT sharing formula now? And she showed it to them.
Which is the failure of both the husband and
we shall see when we do the exam after. So please be taking note. I understand Barrister Apaka is also going to talk on similar things. The whole essence is let us be prepare. I know somebody at the back said, yeah, and that's the whole essence of this, so that at least when you know, one day I'm going to over there, ẹranko tó bá léyìn olóma tètè dé òru is the kind of food that you have to use your feet to over. So if you know you don't get it and you're not the last one to get there, they would have finished the trip. So with that we know that we need a lot of money and we need our revenue not to drop. We have to start earlier than other states so that this once we know where we are going to, then we are prepared for it. And our people online, I hope they are also enjoying us. Thank you. Let's clap for this gentleman. We are singing today. Take the best advantage of people because once in a while you see me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning, everybody. I can see that today is the task force day. We've had our internal memory report. We've also had our EKIRS report. So the report must continue. So now we'll be looking at, I think I will come from another dimension because we have different things common in the presentation. So for some of us who are in the same category with me, this is the word that I can see. So I did some probably some spiritual background forms that we have had over here. So these are the outline that I'll be looking at. Introduction, concept of that reform, ethics of that reform, challenges that created that reform, evolution of that reform, the views, key changes, benefits, challenges and way forward. So from what we have, of course, we all know that this is just big grammar. What this guy is saying is that over the years, we understand that when we want to have certain things, there need for us to have to do things in a different way, for us to have a different result. So as we all know that taxation has become very important when it comes to revenue generation. So it's important for government to take it very serious, just as it is taking it very, very serious. So we will look at the concept. So we look at the concept of tax. Of course, we all know, I don't believe that anybody should be here that we don't know the concept of tax. So also reform. Reform refers to changes or improvements made in the system, process, or institution to make it more efficient, effective, or effective. Reforms can be implemented in various ways, including political, economical, social, and healthcare. But what we are basically looking at the tax reform, which is basically refers to changes of tax system to improve its efficiency, fairness, effectiveness, tax reform, which comes changing of rates, tax base, exemption, and tax administration. So by the end of this our sitting throughout today, what are we expected to, or let's say by the time they finish with this report, by the time it's attended to, what are the outcomes that we are expecting? One of this is that we must have an increasing tax revenue. I believe that we are conscious of the fact that because the tax base has been increased, you see that some persons will not pay tax any longer. We think that we won't be able to make a lot of revenue, but sometimes when we now do the other way around and see that if you make better effort, the possibility that you can even make more than you are making before. So one of the best is just to reduce taxation and avoidance instead. Also improving tax fairness and equity, encouraging economic growth and investment, and simplifying tax compliance and administration. Harmonizing tax, harmonizing of tax. So the harmonizing of tax has to do with the multiplicity of taxes that we have. I know we all know the number of taxes that we have. Legally today, we have about 65 taxes between the federal, state, and local government. And aside from that, we still have some other revenues that is being collected all over. In the words of time, we say that we have almost 200 revenues being collected in Nigeria. So basically, one of the objectives of this reform is to ensure that there's an harmonized tax system where you know the taxes not collect and you know their numbers. So challenges that is stated from one, limited awareness and education. People before now, I know even some of us that have been around for a while. You see that by the time we get to that point where how we come to evolve, we notice that this is the first time in so many years that people know that something is going on in the country because of the level of enlightenment, the level of sensitization, and the level of engagement stakeholders is ongoing. So before now, there's a limited awareness and education when it comes to tax reform and tax implementation. Complexity in tax law. Of course, we understand that because though the laws are easy, but sometimes the reading, the composition of these laws are not easily understandable. So sometimes the complexity also leads to not knowing what to implement at the right time. Inefficient tax administration. Over the years, we've had organizations, states, both federal, having to migrate from the former system of tax collection to an autonomous system where things can be done faster and easy. So this started from Lagos to LRS and learning from LRS and other applied by the group. In a place that has not level that stands for corruption and we understand that we have to make what we make to block those images for some of the Il est copy of art. Il est copy of art. What you want they have to do there. What you can do look at managing around this area. But in the end, it's not this is when it's this is and level of spirit and also the capacity of this is one of the ways even when you talk people cover that it's not right about content or things that they say about targeting and let's look at how platform as a revision platform provider. I watch come on. Give us insights into what systems we have. Though they are big at that time, how we have been able to get over the years. In that movie, was that we have them where most of it without anything to talk it. So the process of the after it formed, but it's form but that's not where it formed. And but not the system. We have to migrate from the system that we had to another system. We have to
Familiar and some could say. Grace. Grace.
The colonialist relationship with colonialists, as well as in the community at that time. So we see how we form that process by pointing and showing that they want to change that. So that was also a goal. So it went to I don't know why this thing goes to not given. We have the So after the independence and the totality form system, we had the introduction of personal contacts. It was income tax. But the way they went there to introduction of class. But at that time they were just collecting. But there was no government. So from 1999 went to 1993. We have enactment, act, without election of class, and also the closing tax on credit cards. Just an assault. We also had introduction that in 2004, we had the first national pass policy. National pass policy at that time was made to explain further some of the complexity things in the law. There's some areas that might not be as traditional as so national pass policy will come to this tradition. Okay, if you say this will happen, this is how we integrate it. Okay, come to the issue. That's the law. But the national pass policy will come. Okay, when you come out from your house, come out to get to Simulua, stop bike. If you are coming to bike, when you want to come to taxi, top tax, mount your right. You highlight at the first stage of computer. So in national policy, we explain from step to step how you are supposed to carry out those activities. So 2007, FIRS became autonomous. 2007 by enacting the FIRS Establishment Act. That was also substantial reforms as far as Nigeria is concerned. So 2011, we had a substantial reform in 2011. And we don't have anybody that can tell me one very substantial reform that happened in 2011 as regards personal income tax. There are some people who won't give me my 2011, there's a issue, no be free. No. 2011, major reform that we had in personal income tax. Give to out. Was that big out? Yeah, I don't know. It was the edge, but what you get to eradicate something, what did you get to? Okay, as at that time, we had this unique system that had to do with dependents. I think it was 2-5 per child. You have one child, 2-5. You have 2-5 each, 5,000. You have 2-5, 7-5. So there was this complexity of granting relief and other things at that time. But 2011, the introduction of CRE, consolidated relief allowance. So you have half of the half. So CRE team, as at that time, tell us that okay, the relief is now what 20% of the income and 12,000 or 1% of whatever that's higher. So it did, that was substantial reform as far as the personal income tax was concerned. So in 2017, we had an international tax policy that came to improve upon the 2004 national tax policy. And between 2019 and 2024, we have about 5 finance tax. Finance tax 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023. It makes significant changes to the status quo as to all the laws, all the tax laws that we have, both company income tax, personal income tax, stamp duty, capital gains tax, and the likes. So they came and make. So in 2024, which is the current thing in town, President inaugurated the company. But this time around, not only look at the tax alone, but to look at the surrounding circumstances, and that is the fiscal policy, not only the tax, but those things that also form part of the association of revenue mobilization and what expenditure. So that is what we are currently witnessing. We were inaugurated sometime in 2023. Started their job up to 2024. They presented their bill in the National Assembly. But the bill currently is still at National Assembly. The House of Prayer have completed their work and passed. They have to Senate for concurrence. So the bill currently at the Senate for concurrence. So let's now look at okay, what are the bills that we have now? We have 4. The last presenter has basically talked about the value. So I will not be repeating most of the things that she has said, but basically we just highlight. So we have the Nigerian tax bill. Nigerian tax bill seeks to review principal taxation legislation, amend fiscal provisions in federal legislation, and provide uniform fiscal legislation governing taxation, personal income tax, income tax, national profit tax, capital gain tax, and stamp duty tax. And we have the Nigerian tax administration bill. So the difference between these two is just very simple. Because one thing, action, even in English, there's action words and there's procedural. So the national tax bill is the action. Not like each action. Collect 5,000. Collect tax. Collect this tax. Why the second law tells you how to collect tax. So the Nigerian tax bill tells you that you are going to collect tax, while the Nigerian tax admission bill tells you the procedures that you wish to collect tax. So those are the major ones that concern virtually everybody in Nigeria. Why the third one is Nigerian Revenue Service bill. This is going to reduce the Federal Land Revenue Service establishment tax. So as soon as this law is passed, we're not getting like EKIRS. There will now be Nigerian Revenue Service, Nigerian Revenue Service, NRS, Nigerian Revenue Service. And the last one is the Joint Revenue Board. What we currently have is the Joint Tax Board. And they derive their power from personal income tax and company income tax as it stands. But what this law is coming to do is that it is coming to be an independent act of the law that gives them operational power. It's just where they get their resources from. And also based on that, like the tribunal, we all know that these to the activities of district between tax payer and tax. Why is the man people now used to have a national complaints? That's the one the thought of the government. Now we are having tax complaints. This is basically the exact that the National Complaints Commission was doing. So that's where I can still walk down to them and say, okay, I have a complaint about this tax authority. Now this amount and I cannot pay. This is what I based on my evidence. So if the government cannot resolve that issue, goes to them. If the federal cannot resolve the issue, goes to the federal. If the federal cannot resolve it, goes to court. And if the federal cannot resolve it, goes to Supreme Court. So that's what we have. So basically, this part of it, that's because it's very well. I have just elected and you that one significant changes that just for what has been done. Expansion, these are the reduction of rent bill. That's the answer. Currently, as of today, we are praying that something else happens tomorrow, but as of today, that's the answer also what reduction of company profit, gets into tax design of capital gains tax. This particular one has to do with those that sell their residential property. Okay, we have the house. What now? What do you want as of today? To sell that property today now, with this capital but the point is saying no. Because this person must have built that house on discussing their tax. Cannot be extended to 50 million. They say the part that you give above 50 million now. It's not the essence that you pay tax. That's one of the so you only pay tax for the excess of 50 million. Not anything below 50 million cannot be any tax. That's what you have to do. the old law and the new law. Look at the new law. Doesn't that make correct? Doesn't that was any doubt that what are the concepts? The new law, this price is now being bought 2,500. Person that pays 9,000 now paying for 35 and so forth. So that's how that goes. So what now because that we have an information those correctly assessment and ensure that we pay appropriately. So the estimate we have here is not benefit. And the limit started with this. Sorry, benefit that starts from and stimulus. And this was the state. And the state that concerns what we have what that is coming state. So the first thing is that from last that the VAT has increased by 5%. That's the thing that 5% tax. Yeah, not anything. Just the thing that. That's why some of that they do. So before now, they still only about those offices don't allow people to go on directly. But what the law is coming to say is that those money are what IGR. They are not IGR. That's why it's also one of the advantages of the law. So the bill of stamp is states the entire part of limited partnership. These are always been existent. Just want to put more emphasis. What is this saying? I have a partnership with Elder, the issue of credit, and also the head of road taxes. We have partnership and we have business together. So if you share our profit, what it says is that if you share our profit as partnership, so the partnership is a limited liability company. And that the limited liability company pays tax to FIRS.
Yeah, hello. Hello.
So briefly, we want to have a pattern chart for everybody. Shall be writing Mr. Wasim and Mr. Abimali to come to the podium. I want to have pattern chart for Mr. Abimali. So I don't 2, 3 hours to get
Yes, I remember.
Executive Chairman, sir, Directors, President, my colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's seriously, I have a very heavy hands to take this function that I'm asked to observe. African Elephant Lab, who have worked with there's about a year now. He has done so much. He has improved our system in his own way. But the Yoruba people said that we always have reason to part ways to meet again. So I want to really appreciate Abubakar Olalekan for all he has contributed to EKIRS. He started from the admin department, and we knew what happened there. Along the line, he came to the assessment department, and the first week changes. We have good stories. There regards. So I want you all to please help me to give him a very loud applause for all his efforts.
Ó dẹ̀ ń ṣiṣẹ́ lọ tẹ́lẹ̀ ní.
When you do good, people will follow you. If you are not done well, please, I won't be here talking about things because I don't
check the connection.
You are done well. And I pray that where he is going, God will be with you. I pray I will succeed all his future endeavors. I'm currently listening him, I'm listening to the platform. Seriously, because I know where we operate. Before I will say something, that's not what I want to say. And we work very harmoniously, and it's giving me a result. I was living. The burden is back on my head. God will see me through too.
Thank you so much, sir. I don't want to go to this about the man we actually sent for today, each to me personally and to all of us. But please join me, let us stand up. Please, let's be on our feet. Well, I don't know to that a lot of say. But what we're going to do together, let me start from one. Once we go on, change together. Mr. Please come around. Like I said, I need to be to start listening to everybody. I say start to be going to I say second one to 51. I want you to go out as the members of the next one. So I'm going to please. 1, 2, go. Give me going, second one. Give me going. I'm not laughing at you. The third one. Give me going, please. Fourth one. Give me going. All these testimonies to tell you that I don't just want to say that short. This time, they are very great positive impacts in the snap. So, and thank you so much for taking that your time to pass the numbers of the questions. Thank you. One video and 1 hour. 1 minute of no hour. Hello everyone. I can remember when this say came to our room, I was like, then when he came, I was like, who is this person? Because I know I'm a very poor person. So when he came, I was like, when he was agreeing was that so proud and brilliant. We are going to respect, correct to respect, and you say, hey, he's not thinking about it. And I think that place you are going, sir, that may continue to be more and more. We Praise the Lord. Now, Obama is one of the Alpha and sharing so much. Because I don't believe that when Alpha was going to start this, we can do one if anything, Alpha, I share Monster, when I very common. We can let across basically governance. I don't, if both of them are strong, coming to talk to my boss in the way that I stage our working and our work in the office. But with the other, just see, I have on that.
Is that why we are here? So I think like when you came and joining the managers meeting and we're having this baby fighting sort of. You know, I work with that very job. So I want to look at him and really listen to word of experience. And any other thing is doing that I'm not doing in my unit. I want to have experience from him. And now that is the describe the way it's on the tax audit in Kwara State around, they were looking to cover a lot of bad duties. Wow, admin officer, tax audit. But even if you are anybody working in tax audit, you have understanding of all the areas of the taxes. And looking at Mr. Abubakar is a very gentle person. The way he will address you, no matter your tension, wow, the young man, sorry. I know it's very brilliant. My boss also refers to me that, okay, very intelligent. Mr. Abubakar, God bless you.
Thank you very much. There is no amount of words that we can express the contribution of Mr. Abubakar to EKIRS and to PIT directorates. There is no doubt in the fact that Mr. Abubakar is a brilliant guy. Not that alone, highly matured and very, very diplomatic. He works with me at the headquarters assessment unit. There is no single DTO that reported into me for any foul play or whatsoever. So I appreciate that. And the office that we manage at the headquarters, alongside with the HOD, Mr. Basim, no taxpayer ever called me and reported Mr. Abubakar to me for anything that is not professional. So thank you for this. We appreciate you. We are missing you already, the PIT, but we cannot ask you not to go because we know that the going is necessary. At least to enhance your career and to better your loss and your loss. God will be with you as you go. Not that alone. Mr. Abubakar, I can say, is just like an errand boy to me. At a single beckon, give him any assignment, he will deliver within a short period of time. I will be calling him and Abubakar, do this for me. Do this for me, he will do it. He will deliver. And at the level of CITA, as a member of the executive of the district, honestly, he has been supporting me so seriously. We are going to listen. Yes, we are going to listen. I will not deceive you that majority of the work that we do within that organization, that society, he used to be the pain behind all those things, and he will see to the thorough execution of everything. So I thank you. As you serve us in EKIRS, and as you serve me in particular, people will serve you. In the name of Jesus. Thank you, God bless you. you will be me. But before I talk to my microphone, well, there is nothing too much to appreciate your contribution. But the little that PIT directly can afford is this little thing that we are presenting to you. Don't mind it, but just appreciate the Lord behind it. So we appreciate you. On behalf of all of us, both RF, DPO, zonal manager, head of the department, and my own self. So we present this to you.
Mr. Baka is a very wonderful person, especially to us at Engage Department. It's a great tool to us, and we're going to make that. Share the knowledge because very friendly, super supportive. I met Alaji the first day I came for interview myself. And initially I thought we're being interviewed on the same level because the way he came himself and the way he did it us, you think we are on the same level. Until I resumed, that was when I was. So I pray that this next level, you will not know shame and continue to go around. Thank you, Miss. Okay. But that will as I used to when I go out to farm. But that will as I used to pray. It's a very lovely place. Very old. Yeah, anything. Seriously, I want to go. I remember sometimes ago, maybe last month, I was reading and trying to understand something, but we I don't want to go. But I believe my sister, I don't know how you. What do you call it? Oh, people. After them, you look with father. You know, oh, yeah. So the business notion. This is for what's happening. It's a message about that all of us. So what's happening? Talk on you, please. Any problem? No problem. I work on it. So I know maybe 7 million office to buy it. We no problem, sir. Or get it to office. But that is a very nice place. I don't used to call it Mr. Baka, but that would be my sister. They are not feel like it. I'll get it to office that day. We are motivated. Gbogbo ilé ìdáná tí kò dáa ni, ahàjẹmọ wà ahàjẹmọ. Ẹ jẹ́ ká jókòó báyìí sílẹ̀. Wọ́n ní wọ́n gba 3 million lóṣù, wọ́n ní wọ́n fún nílé tó wọ́n ti 5 million. Ahàjẹmọ, àgbélé ìmọ̀, àjàmọ́ tó bá ti jábọ̀, wàhálà láìláì. Òye. Explain things fertilization for me. This is erosion. Cassava. That's why you need to go. That's why you need
Please, one last message because that of the objective group. I'm talking to the man the apostle to come and just say something.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. We just thank God that we are celebrating our brother. He has been the brother. The first time that I was moved to of the PIT, I was with the landlord that time. So people are contemplating now it's supposed to and fire going to the story of God we were defeated, it was the success. About a month ago, the chairman called me for something. And I knew inside me that actually would not be possible. But I suggested in the course of the school, where the school was. Abubakar has been a guru in all areas of his endeavor, and we cannot shy away. When he was doing this interview, there was a time me, him, and Pastor because we share idea together at that of the room with Mr. Wasif. So there was a particular topic that we were deliberating. It was pricing, transfer pricing. Transfer pricing. Do you believe that that was the first question that was asked me when we were doing the interview? So why I say this is when we are, it's not all the when we are training that we should be serious. Even in our own personal life, let's share ideas together. Abubakar, on behalf of the progressive, we have a very small progressive progressive officer for the benefit of the service. On behalf of the progressive, we wish you very good success, best in life as you are doing. In the name of Jesus. Thank you very much. Praise the Lord. Come on. Sorry.
When they told me that they wanted to have this conversation for our brother, they were in London that would come and say, why would they tire now? This is leadership. It's a very dangerous thing because sometimes people will understand you, sometimes they will misunderstand you, sometimes they will misinterpret you. So whichever one. And that's why it takes some courage to be in it. Because if you are not courageous, things will not work well. If you try to please everybody at every point, things will not work well. When he came, when I joined the issue apartment, and the role that he was engaged in, I wasn't pleased. I wasn't pleased with the performance. And so one day I said, before I sacked this guy, move him out of that place. I'm not pleased with his performance. Because you have said it all that is there to will tell you, hey, that money type there. At the time I came, you need I get it. There was fire on the team. I know the instructions I had, I know the job I got, and I knew we needed to move at a speed that was faster than normal. And so the drive was, we have to push, we have to. And at that time, I was having to push in close to 18 hours walking every day. So you can imagine the momentum and the speed. So when I announced, okay, move in somewhere, they said you wherever you like, move in there. And he moved there. And what many of you don't know is that if you say move me to somewhere, to see personal agent is on the job. Because there have been times that you expect that, oh, I don't know, I think it was HR I was explaining something during the week of a particular footballer, those of you that know football. The footballer was removed by the coach and replaced. But he was so angry because he felt he should not have been replaced. Instead of helping the person coming into it, he did in a very rude manner. Remove that blah blah blah. Long story short, the person that was just hold on. After speaking, it's very important. I want us to after the new person replaced him, within 5 minutes, the code that they have been looking for, the new person has scored it. And I met my lecturer, I said, that coach who said moving replaced must have been saying something that his player then was not saying. So leaders sometimes see something that you don't see. So when we say move somebody from this, maybe because of the corporate practice that some of us have, it does not mean that you are hated. In that new place that they are moved to, is an opportunity for you to shine. When Abu Bakar had done about 3 months there, I follow up. Once I move you from one department to another, even when you are planning, even when you don't want to, it doesn't, I will still be following up. And when I followed up, I saw the way it quickly blended with Apostle Watson, Ambassador, and the rest of them. This guy moved with I followed up what I said, okay, now, I want to give you back to where you are from. Don't. And it was more or less like you are asking a fish to be flying, or you are asking a bird to be swimming. Sometimes the person that is doing everything you just do, this person is not, or sometimes it's not as if it's not good in that area, but you know that you can do better, we can make better use of that area. And that's what happened to this gentleman. When he changed the barrier, it was as if from nothing. Because people went to the extent of saying, I hated him that because he's a Muslim. I hear all manner of things, but sometimes it's just better for you to tell to some of those bad ones. Oh, the man hated him too much, blah, blah, blah. But whether I hate him, he never, one of the things which endeared him to me, he never show offense one day. He is not the person that will not replace this man. And even when I will scold him, I will shout on him, say, I'm sorry. He does not mean tomorrow, he sees me coming here, he runs the other way. No. He maintained his decorum. And so when I now saw that, okay, this seems to be his comfort zone. Sometimes I'll go assignment. Just like the director said, anything you assign to me is as good as done. And when I was having a challenge that I was, hey, who can I now began to, I discussed with Noel. You know, sometimes I take views from, like all this one now, about forms, change your form, change your form. Director, how many of you know anything about it? No director knew about it. Because most of the letters are not coming from the directors. How many people I know? Just about 5, 6 people. Most of them didn't. One partner, he please, Olivia was there. HR, 2 of them in, 3 of them in HR. We brought somebody from legal. I just have to let you say, what do you think about it? What do you think about it? And they came up with the idea. And they said, bad it to be, bad it to be, bad. Okay, present it to the people. That's how I believe that the bureaucracy of it must be, because the time that we have President Amida, so Abubakar quickly adapted, adjusted. Once you say there's a new law, a new something, he will not say, well, I'm not in legal department. At then people said I can move into legal. Because if I need anything, it needs to work with the legal team. They have a way of, without you getting involved, you know, they have a way of linking up and getting the thing done.
I don't need to move Abubakar anywhere. Whatever you want to give to him, give it to him. He will do wherever. And I was doing that boast behind him. So on the day he came to tell me that, sir, I will have to be there. I said, I said, I just thank God. I said, I was contemplating you about 2 weeks ago. I heard of that if I move you now, we want to live out of the text. And when he told me that he was open enough to tell me was me. I said, I know your boss, the person you want to talk to. I know him very well, very intelligent lawyer. This. I said, in case there's anything, ask him to call me to speak about it. Because that's me. One other bigger thing about Abubakar, you have said he doesn't hide the knowledge. Perfect. But that's not all. Abubakar saw an opportunity for an international training that people would normally hide, keep under their attention. Because in Africa, anything, the less of us that are competing for it, the better. So let me just be myself and me. Don't let other people. Abubakar will come, chairman. There is opportunity for anybody that is interested in this international training or do this one. And he made sure that by the number of that training. Of course, we didn't get the slot, but that spoke volumes to me about selflessness. He could keep it to himself. He searched for it, he saw it, he kept quiet about it. And I think I signed up about 8 people that usually that's the kind of person you need. And the truth is that, like what you said, Ogonde, God, is going to be much more higher place. And we pray that God will be with you, be with your family member. And as we have been doing, just keep on doing it. Just keep on doing it because I've told you, some of you that are very close, the story of how somebody, let somebody 45 years earlier, I just have my name. Say, are you related to this person? Yeah. Then whatever you need, I will help you. Somebody had helped that man 45 years ago, or how they want that was. So we believe that EKIRS Training foreign, you know that it is not personal. I'm going to this level of tourism that you are still planning your face at the chairman. You all over the bill. You said? I want to check. Where I shout for you, that's where the if I now plan you to you and you I'll move on. Are we together? And of course, I want to deal with all of us. Cooperate with your bosses. You have what is Oga have said. You have what is subordinate have said. And if I'm giving opportunity, because this world is a very small one, in a still get some place, even when you get there, do you know Mr. Olapo? He will write your comments about me. And I will also be the next time I'm going to see his boss. Going to say that the one that took my colleague and that is fine. I said something yesterday on platform. People want to be consider it those that work. When Honorable Commissioner for I didn't know when I was sending initially, I didn't know it was Tony at all. I just saw that this is benefit people let their people learn. That was really mistake. I now realized that he even spoke. And now took the test to listen to his phone very well. When he was branding it up, he was saying some things. He was thanking some people.
He said, this same interview today report, he said, he is one of the few privileged ones who can remember ever apply for it. He said he's very first job. He just to go and be research assistant. And he was research assistant in this department. Dr. Salami now more happy. I can't pay you for what you are doing. Look, all one back, I can't take you. This is my God. I'm not beginning to represent. He has not. There's no one to my regard. I can't pay what we are giving you. We have to suffer. Then I will have it. So I put my all and put the chart across the document with Mr. Labo. He said, incidentally, I've been consulting for Mr. Labo. It's 20,000. Do you understand that this your guy spoke so well about that? Yeah. Before he said, "Go so many professor everything." Because I mean, it's a small world. The day the commissioner also got to know I do it, I'm like, you know, that's my opinion. That is his work. And then the Kalani told it about me. And that now that if that across that chairman. So whatever we do today is history tomorrow. The Lord will go with let him and not do for you. I think that this your team will do our work. If it doesn't, not get it. So those that are having the seats, you can continue with your mistake. I'm making it. I'm waiting for the population. You take the top military power, force, the person that you have not seen before. Who are you here to do? Completely different. Let's do that one quick. But that's not the mistake that you. Those of us who here, God knows you, and also practical. Find your mistakes. You will come back. You know, the second thing is
Ó dà pé update síbi update ni ó ń ṣiṣẹ́ lọ́dà place wá over ẹ̀ ṣe ń jẹ màá rí sẹ́yìn. Let's try it.
Let me sit down. Take it in charge back.
So I don't think I'm come on. Go to the next station. I don't think I can. Are you guys ready?
Go and sit down. Adult tutor station, please come up. Adebayo, go and sit down. Please, where's the attendance sheet? Hello, the attendance sheet, please. Who is with it? Attendance sheet. Please pass it to the front. Pass to the back. Mr. Kodalafe, please sit down. Mr. Bamshayi Samson. Mr. Kodalafe, please sit down. Mr. Alagbegi, kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀? Mrs. Williams. Mr. Adeola, please sit down. Mr. Dauda. Mr. Lawal Oluwatosin. Malik, come. Please, let's be seated, Joe. If it's not that, you know it's for the Yamo. Please, let's maintain decorum. Ejotoro Adult tutor station. If you know you are in the play act, please come to the front. Please come to the front. Don't take my... Okay, since they're not ready. Adult 3. Please, can Adult 3 come to the front for their role play? Thank you. Adult 3, please come to the front. We can't continue to waste time. Please, let's be seated now. Let's be seated, please. If you are not acting, please sit down. Please, I'm begging. Let's respect ourselves. So. God is good. Oh. Please, let's listen. Oh, this is Adult 2 presentation. Happy viewing. Jesus, I thank you. Oh. God, you are really good. Oh. Market is even really moving these days.
Mommy Chichi.
Mr. David.
Good afternoon.
It's been a long while. How are you now? How is everything? How are your children and wife?
We are doing fine. Oh.
What do you want to buy?
I want to get ready for my children at home. Man. Is it only way this one remain?
This is the only one remain. Like this morning, they supplied me like 50 loaves.
Your market don't move.
Market is really moving.
Maybe happy for you for that. Okay.
My people from Mitana Revenue.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you
doing? We are fine, no. We are here to give you
my
this
people,
year's assessment.
Please let me attend to my customer.
Okay, no problem.
Just stay outside. I will attend to you.
Let me only go for this biscuits. So maybe when you get another bread, I will come. No. Let me come later. Thank you very much. I'm very happy for you.
My people, let me get this seat to sit down. Come and sit. Come and sit.
No, we are not here for that.
Come and sit.
No, we are not here.
Let me just entertain you. I have chill coke inside freezer. Which one do you want, my sister? Which one should I give? Malt, Abi? Don't worry. Too much. Don't worry. Chill one. What of you? I know you always take the food. I have it. They are very plenty here.
Assessment for madam.
Yeah, the list is 45,000 naira.
The list is 45,000 naira. Yes. That is too much. Oh, Oh, you know me, last year I paid 5,000 naira.
Oh, that one doesn't mean.
Don't worry, I will say to you, where you are going, I will help you to package everything.
Madam, you go
Don't
set
worry,
it up
until-
well.
Don't worry.
Don't
Don't worry, just reduce my assessment. Don't worry. Assessment of 50,000. This is too much now. Oh
Maybe the
God.
amount where there on top you go pay.
It's too much.
Make you package everything for us.
Don't worry.
Yes, we are here, madam.
Èwo lẹ tún bá wá báyìí? Ló dé ẹ̀rí pé mò ń sùn ni.
Assessment
ọdún tó lè bá pa assessment wa.
Bàtí máa ń ṣe nìyẹn mà.
Ṣọ́ọ̀bù mi ní ìsìtẹ́ fẹ́ kí lẹ rí inú.
Oní ká máa fún yín assessment.
Kí lẹ rí inú ṣọ́ọ̀bù mi ní ìsìtẹ́ wá fẹ́ access o.
Àtúntò fún yín assessment.
Ẹ ṣáà rí gbogbo kọ̀m̀pútà tó wà níbà yìí ni ò ṣiṣẹ́ mọ́. Kẹ́ ẹ fọpọlọ kọ́ o.
Assessment ọdún yìí.
Oníṣẹ́
mo ti gbọ́ yín mà, but èyí tó kéré jù ni màá fún yín which is 45,000 naira. Èyí tó kéré jù nìyẹn mà, kẹ́ gbọ́ mà. Mo ti kọ́kọ́ lọ́kọ́ mà, èyí tó kéré jù nílé mà ẹ gbà, ẹni pé mo ti fi tọmọlúwàbí sí.
Kí mo gbé assessment mà. Ṣé tó o bá ní ṣọ́ọ̀bù, o lè san adúrú iye tó o san. Ó dé yìí méjèèjì kórí ẹ̀
Ṣé fẹ́ẹ́ assessment dá mi lójú ni madam?
Ṣé kí lọ gbé gbogbo ṣọ́ọ̀bù mi
Calm
kan ní?
down. Calm down, madam. Don't talk to me like that. We are revenue officers. You cannot address us like that. A whole government representative. What is your problem, madam? No. Don't talk to us like that.
Ẹ máa gbà mí lọ́wọ́ àwọn oníṣẹ́ bí yìí o. Mo mọ̀ ọdọọdún la máa ń gbà.
Oye tó ní kí n sọ, ó ní 50,000 naira.
Gbà mí lọ́wọ́ àwọn pípù yìí o.
50,000 naira ló ti ẹ̀kọ́ fún mi. Ibo mo ti fẹ́ rówó yẹn. Ẹ wo, it's too much o. 15,000 naira for that matter.
Ìyá títí.
For a whole year. What am I
50,000
selling?
naira náà fún ìwọ tó ń tà lójoojúmọ́. Ìwọ tó jẹ kọ́jẹ́ ẹ̀ ń mú lójoojúmọ́. Èmi nìyí mo lè
See what this woman is saying. What are you saying? Me that I'm sick of paying that 50,000 is too much.
You are too rude. Come to the office, madam.
Lónìí ilé mi àtọ̀gá yín jọ máa fojú kanjú. Tí wọ́n bá rán yín ṣe ẹrú, ó yẹ ká lè fi tọ́ ọmọ jẹ.
Madam ẹ wá. Ẹ máa wọrí, bó ti máa ń ṣe nìyẹn, ṣẹ gbọ́ mà. Tẹ bá ti lọ rọ̀gà tọ́gọ̀ bá ti ṣe yín dáadáa, ṣé ń gbọ́ mi mà, tọ́gọ̀ bá ti ṣe yín dáadáa, ẹ padà wá rí èmi, bọ́ tẹ máa ṣe mí dáadáa, ẹ fún mi kọ́ tí máa fi sápọ̀. Ẹ máa wọrí mà.
Kí lẹ fẹ́? Kí lẹ lẹ fẹ́? Ẹ má bàjẹ́ àwa ẹ ní sùúrù. Ẹ lọ jókòó ná, ẹ lọ jókòó. Ọ̀gá ò sí nílé, ẹ lọ jókòó. Ẹ lọ jókòó. Ẹ lọ jókòó ná, ẹ lọ jókòó. Ẹ bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ wèrè, ẹ mọ̀ pé á wèrè lẹ̀.
Ó mà ga o.
Ẹ lọ jókòó.
Kíyàn sanwó kó fẹ́ gba rìsíìtì kó di wàhálà. Bàbá wa lónìí, ẹ ní kò sí epo.
No sir, please come.
Ẹ má bá mi sọ yẹn o. Ẹ má bá mi sọ yẹn o. Ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kẹrin tí màá wá ìbà ilé safety náà ni bẹ́ẹ̀ lè ponu generator ẹni printer yín ò dáa tí ẹ fẹ́ pa mí ni. Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ gan? Mo ti sanwó, ó ti lọ bí oṣù kan sẹ́yìn báyìí mi ò rí síìtì gbà. Ẹ̀yin náà lẹ́yìn ẹni tá bá.
When is your date? Nígbà wo lẹ sanwó?
Ẹ má jẹun ọmọ yín lọ́wọ́ o. Inú ń bí mi o.
Ẹ wá ẹ̀bẹ̀ bínú ẹ̀yin náà lẹ bí ta. Do you get what I'm saying? You need to tell me when you paid, the time you paid, the minute, and the second. It's only real.
Ṣé ẹ̀gbọ́n kan tọ́mọ yín sọ?
Mr. David.
Ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́ àjọ pàdé mi. Wọ́n ti kó gbogbo wa sínú gbàgà báyìí. Ẹjọ́ ẹ lẹ wá ní.
Àyìndé, kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ ń ta yẹn? Kí ló fariwo?
Ó wà lábẹ́ ní obìnrin.
Àwọn ìpẹ̀yà yín ló wà. They are just screaming. Wọ́n mọ̀ pé ọ́fíìsì ló wà mẹ́. Ẹgbẹ́ sọ́gbọ́n ọmọlọ́gà ò sí nílé.
A máa dàrú pẹ̀lú ni o.
Bami pe wọ́n wọlé, you know, our taxpayers are our king and queen, you have to treat them very well. Bami pe wọ́n wọlé, kí n bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀. Kí n bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀.
Ẹ̀yin ẹ̀ mọ mínítì tẹ̀sánwó, ẹ̀yin ẹ wọlé, ẹ wọlé, ẹ wọlé, ẹ wọlé. Madam receptionist, ó ti lé.
Madam, ẹ káàsán. Ẹ káàsán ma, ẹ ní sùúrù, ẹ ní sùúrù. Ẹ káàsán, madam ẹ ní sùúrù. Ẹ ní sùúrù, ẹ káàsán. Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀, kí lẹ fẹ́?
Assessment, what am I sending?
You paid 5,000 last year.
Oh.
Orobo.
I can't pay. I can't pay at all.
Ìyá Chioma provisional store. Tó wà níbi junction Adébáyọ̀ ẹ̀kọ́ lẹ́ ń sọ yẹn. Ẹ̀dẹ̀ ni Orobo lẹ́ ń tà 5,000. Okay.
50,000 assessment.
No problem, madam. I will attend to you. Madam, what's the problem?
Ọ̀gá ẹ káàsán.
Ẹ káàsán ma.
Yes, sir.
Ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́.
Yes, ẹ kú iṣẹ́.
Ẹ lẹ́.
Ẹ jọ mi.
Ẹ
Ìbéèrè
pẹ̀lẹ́.
àkọ́kọ́ ni pé mo kọ́kọ́ fẹ́ béèrè pé
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
ṣé ẹ̀yin lẹ́dà àwọn ọmọ burúkú yẹn síta tó jẹ́ pé tójú wọn ò rí nìkan máa kọ́.
Madam, ẹ máa ní sùúrù.
Sọ wípé mo ní ìbéèrè.
Okay.
Nọ́mbà 2, ó ní wípé ṣé bí orí ògùn tí mo bá ṣe tí mo bá jèrè, òun ni wọ́n ti gbowó orí lọ́wọ́ mi.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Àbẹ́ ìtọ́kọ̀ mi sọkùnlẹ̀ fẹ́ gbà. Kò yé mi o, ọkọ̀ mi kan ń gbòòsẹ́ mi gan kò tó 45,000. Jésù ṣe kọ̀ǹpútà.
Ṣé lówó orí yín náà? Okay. Ẹ ṣáà ní sùúrù. Ẹ kàmúlẹ̀ ọkàn. Àyìndé. Wọ́n bá máa tẹ́yìn sí woman yìí. Assessment yìí bá mi wo nǹkan tó ṣe. Owó additional ló máa fún. Owó yẹn kéré. Owó yẹn kéré because 5,000 tẹ̀sán ní last year man. Kí mo ṣe ń wò under assessment ni. Ṣé understand? Ẹ máa gba additional. So madam, but tí o bá tẹ́yìn lọ́rùn ma, ẹ lọ mú bank statement tí wọ́n fún last year wá. January to December. So àwa ṣe pẹ̀lú new policy wa. So yẹn fún ìyá Àyìndé máa mú ọ lọ. Kọ̀ǹpútà mélòó ló ní? Ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́. Mọ́mì wa, ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́ mà. Yes ma. Wọ́n ní ẹ ní kọ̀ǹpútà 10.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mi ò ní parọ́ ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n ṣe wà yẹn ẹyọ kan péré ṣoṣo ló ń ṣiṣẹ́ níbẹ̀. Bàbá mi a máa ní ṣòwò ṣọ́ọ̀tì. Ìgbà mi lọ́sẹ̀ mú de máa rí owó mọ́tò tí fi wọ mọ́tò lọlé.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ táàkì táwọn gbà lọ́wọ́ yín máa kó ṣe táàkì ọjọ́ kan ọdún kan ní ẹ̀kan lọ́dún lẹ̀ ń sàn. Ẹ máa ṣe ọjọ́ tẹ bá tà náà ẹ̀ kì í pè wá ẹ̀ ń pé internal revenue pé mo ti ta ìwà gbowó yín. Ẹ mọ̀ tó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ mà. Màá máa fún yín ní 3 months. Ṣùgbọ́n màá discharge owó yìí. Èló lẹ́nu fún yín 45 àbí? Màá yọ 10,000 bẹ́ẹ̀ san 35. So oṣù mẹ́ta sí kẹlọ́múra kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀? Àyìndé bàbá mi mú àìkú mi kọ àtẹ́ǹdì sí wọn. 10,000 oṣù mẹ́ta mo fún yín kẹ lọ ṣe ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́ land ẹgẹ́ kí n wò. Ẹ̀yin kọ́ lẹ máa san ilé yìí. Ẹ̀yin kọ́ lẹ máa san land use sí. Landlord yóò responsible kẹ̀. Ẹ̀yin kọ́ lẹ máa san. Owó kékeré náà lè wo land use yìí. Owó kékeré ní 7,000 tẹ́ lè san 7,000. Ẹ má sunkún mọ́ ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́. Ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́ Ọlọ́run wà pẹ̀lú yín. Ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́ màdá ẹ tẹ̀lé wọn bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́. Ẹ ṣáà ní sùúrù wá dá yín lò ẹ ṣeun.
Thanks for viewing. This is the end of the playlist. Pay your tax appropriately and tax the government. Thanks for listening.
I feel you can do better. They can be appreciated better. Thank you, Adotu, for that wonderful role play. But before we continue, I feel this role play is supposed to be enjoyed and we are supposed to learn from it. So before we continue, I'll urge all staff, if you know you're a staff of internal revenue, please remain seated. Please, we don't want to see anybody outside. All staff should be in this all seated. If you know you're a staff and you're outside, please enter. Okay. So Ado 3 should be getting prepared. But before then, we want our judges to briefly comment on the role play that was just displayed. Okay, Ado 3, please, you can come on the podium. Ado 3, appreciate them now. Ado 3, where are you?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, sir, my directors, the HODs, and the panel of judges and my colleagues. My name is Fumilayo Lighton from Ado 3 Task Station. We are here to present a play titled The Relationship Between Taxpayer and Tax Collector. Happy viewing.
Yes, sir. Yes, Oga, we are going to have the for assessment now. We are 2 in number.
How many of you are going?
We are 2 numbers, sir.
You and who, please?
Me and Mr. Kaude.
What about Mr. Korede?
Mr. Kaude said you join on later.
Please call it for me, please.
All right. Mr. Kaude, Oga, calling.
Mr. Korede.
Wait on, sir.
I just told them Mr. Gumola to go out and look at them with you guys. They
Yes.
said you told that you are not going with them. What is the issue?
Yes, sir. I think I will join them later, sir.
Why later? This should be a teamwork. We should all team together to make this work more faster and more easier for everybody. Do you understand, please?
No problem, sir.
All right, thank you.
Teamwork is one of the core values of EKIRS. When they teamwork, it ensures effective delivery of results.
Hello, madam.
Kí ló dé?
Ṣé ẹ ta mà?
Mo ti kọ́kọ́ ń wá ID card níbo lẹ ti wá.
From Ekiti, ṣé ń ta náà rẹ̀ dé?
Ẹ tún ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ àbí? Ẹ tún ti dé àbí? Má jẹ́ kí n fún ẹ lépè wo. Tí bá dé ìgbà tí ẹ bá kọ̀wé orí burúkú kan fún mi. Tí ẹ bá kọ̀wé oṣù tí ẹ bá kọ̀wé fún mi o.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ mà. Ṣáájẹ́ wá mà. Láti Èkìtì State Type. Ó dà mà, kí lorúkọ yín mà?
Ìbá yẹ́ ìjẹ́ ìmọ̀ bàbá ọkọ lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ bí ọdún lọ́kọ̀.
Nǹkan tá a kọ síbi kò lè ju agbára yín mà.
Ṣé mo jẹ́ ìyá lọ́la?
Ẹ máa bọ̀ mà. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mà. We can see the compliance of a taxpayer and the deterrence and the reluctance of the other.
Ọmọkùnrin ìjàmbá o. Yan kankan pẹ̀lú ọ̀rọ̀ ní rẹ̀fẹ̀ ní ọ̀rọ̀ ní ọ̀kadà ẹ̀jẹ̀ ni olóòlò. Ikú lé o.
Ẹ ra iye.
Ṣọ́ọ̀lá ní ṣe o.
Ẹ máa káàbọ̀, ẹ jókòó.
Ìjọ́jẹ́ ní ọ́fíìsì ní mẹ́rin.
Títí náà lẹ wà, màdám, ẹ jókòó.
Kọ́ ni mo fẹ́ bí o.
Èmi náà lẹ ń bá sọ̀rọ̀, màdám. Ẹ jókòó.
Ṣeun.
Kí la lè ṣe fún yín, màdám?
Iṣẹ́ mi ò búbi alánà. Ẹgbẹ̀rún méje ni mo sọ lọ́dún kan lọ o. Ẹyẹ ní sọ kọjá ẹgbẹ̀rún méje o.
Màdám, ẹ ní sùúrù.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni ẹgbẹ̀rún méje.
Ẹ ní sùúrù, màdám. Ẹ ní sùúrù. Ẹ ní sùúrù. Ẹ ní sùúrù. Mr. Chukwemeka.
Good morning, my brother. How are you?
You welcome, Mr. Chukwemeka.
How are you?
How is everything? How is business?
Fine, no guest time.
Madam, ẹ jọ̀ọ́, ẹ máa ṣe nǹkan kan fún mi. Ẹ fún mi ṣe jí.
Ẹ jẹ́
ẹ má bínú, ẹ má bínú, ẹ má bínú. Ṣé ti gbọ́, ẹ má bínú, madam.
Unequal treatment of taxpayers brings about resentment.
I'm fine. How is business?
Fine. Your people were with me yesterday.
Okay.
So, as usual,
this should not be something new to you. This is
course.
our usual business that we do every year. So we'll be giving you an assessment of 85,000 naira.
Yes.
So how much do you think you can pay on this bill?
What do you think? The money is too much.
No, it's never too much. It's never too much.
Let me pay 70,000.
Just put 5,000 at the development level.
Of country.
I understand, but that is the amount you can pay. Do you understand?
Okay.
So just add 5,000 to make it development level.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Where I go pay?
Go to Mr. Jumola and make payment to her. Madam, ẹ má bínú, madam. Ẹ má bínú, ẹ jókòó, madam. Ẹ má bínú, madam. Ẹ má bínú. So, madam, lórí assessment ìtàkùn yìí, àtúntò assessment 32,000 naira. Kí ló dé, madam? Ẹ dìde, madam, ẹ dìde. Ẹ jókòó, madam. Ẹ jókòó, madam. Kí ni nǹkan tẹ́lẹ̀ ká ṣe báyìí, madam?
Ìṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wípé tẹ̀lé mi lọ sí ṣọ́ọ̀bù kájà wọ.
Tá a bá ti lọ wo ṣọ́ọ̀bù yín, tí ó ti tán, kò sí wàhálà, ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ wo ṣọ́ọ̀bù yín gbà yẹn. Kò sí wàhálà, madam. Ẹ ní sùúrù, kò lè tó yẹn. Ẹ ní sùúrù. Ẹ jẹ́ ká padà sí ọ́fíìsì, madam. Ẹ jẹ́ ká padà sí ọ́fíìsì, kò lè. Ẹ ní sùúrù. Madam, ẹ má bínú, madam, ẹ ní sùúrù, ẹ jọ̀ọ́.
Ọ̀gá, ọmọ Ibo tó ṣe jáde lọ́kọ̀ yẹn 70,000 ló sọ sa. Kò sọ fún Ibo ní àwọn ṣọ́ọ̀bù míì ni. Ó ní ṣọ́ọ̀bù mẹ́ta, ó ní Kọ́sájí ló sùn, ó ní sí Ẹgbẹ̀wá, ó ní sí Èkúté, ó dẹ̀ tún ní warehouse. Okay, sir.
So, madam, lórí ìwé takun yín, àpò ìwé ta 2,000 naira. Àti pẹ̀lú nǹkan tí mo ti rí, àti mọ̀ báyìí wípé
every application must always look out for the assessment of taxpayers for fair and progressive taxing.
So, madam, nǹkan ta fún yín bá ti rí pé ó ti kọjá iye tí ó yẹ ká fún yín lọ. Bóyá mistake ni wọ́n ti tọ́ fún yín. Rárá, kò lè tó yẹn, madam, ẹ ní sùúrù. Nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ni pé pẹ̀lú àlàyé tẹ́ ti ṣe wípé ẹ̀yin nìkan lẹ́ ń gbọ́ bùkátà ilé. Wọ́n máa ṣe jẹ bí ilé á ṣe rí, ẹ̀yin nìkan lẹ́ ń gbọ́ bùkátà yẹn. Sí wàhálà, madam. Ṣé mo kọ́ tó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ báyìí? 7,000 tẹ̀sán láti ẹ̀yẹ ẹ lọ tún owó yẹn san. Ẹ ti gbọ́. Kò lè tó yẹn, madam. Ẹ dìde. Àmì ẹ ṣé gan, madam. Ẹ ṣé gan. Ẹ lọ́dọ̀ mi sójú. Rárá o, madam. Transfer lẹ máa ṣe. Straight to government account lẹ máa send owó yẹn sí.
We can all see the way the DTO showed empathy to the woman. When you show empathy, it brings about confidence in what we do.
Ìyá, níbi mẹ́rin àgbọn, ó rẹ̀ mí, ló dàbí kí mi bọ́ṣọ mi òru mú. Ṣìyá, ló dàbí kí mi bọ́ṣọ mi. Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀? Mo lọ rí ìyàwó rẹ̀ ní ìwọ̀n ni mo ti bọ̀ lọ́dọ̀ rí. Ìjọba rẹ̀ bẹ̀ ní. Ṣùgbọ́n onílọ́rí o. Ọlọ́run jọ pa ọ́ dànù. Ó jẹ́ pa mí onílọ́rí. Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kó pa ọ́ dànù. Torí rẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni lọ ṣe mí lókè kára rẹ̀ balẹ̀. Àánú rẹ̀ ṣe mí. Ṣé o ti wá lọ sanwó wọn ni? Ṣé ẹgbẹ̀rún méje kọ́lé ni mo san? 7,000. Ayé àdá. Etí ẹ ò ní di 7,000 lọ san. Èmi náà lọ san tèmi ó ṣe.
Taxpayers always chit-chat and gossip. So when you do assessment, you have to ensure fair and transparent assessment.
Good afternoon, yeah. Good afternoon, ma. Ẹ káàsán sà. Ẹ ra sà. Ẹ káàsán sà. Ọ̀gá tá a ṣe pẹ̀lẹ́ sà. Dára mi ò lè jókòó, pátí ni mò ń lọ. Mi ò lè jókòó, mo sáré wá san 7,000 tèmi. Ìyá aṣáájú ti san títí ẹ̀. Ẹ gbá 7,000 tèmi. Pátí ni mò ń lọ. Ìbátan ní lọ́dọ̀ ní gbèsè wo lélẹ̀ báyìí.
Ṣé ilé àkọ́kọ́ àti ń gba cash?
Ìyá aṣáájú sọ
Ọkọ
fún mi.
nìyẹn àti ń gba cash. Ìkejì ni pé ìwé ta fún yín gbà yẹn tẹ́ fẹ́ sanwó yẹn, ìwé yẹn dàńbó ló wà.
Wọ́n fún mi níwèé sàn.
Rárá o.
Fún mi níwèé.
Kí lorúkọ àdúgbò yín?
Mi ò ń parọ́. Ẹgbẹ̀wá road 7. Ẹgbẹ̀wá road 7 wọ́n fún mi níwèé. Rárá.
Madam, ṣètẹ́ yìí lọ́kùn níwèé tẹ̀yàwó lọ́jọ́ yẹn.
Mi ò mọ̀ gbà yẹn.
Ṣé ti rí fóònù
Mi
ọ̀bà
ò mọ̀ gbà yẹn. Ṣé ká pọ̀ lórí ẹ̀bẹ̀ yẹn yín ti rí? Ẹ ti rí bẹ́yẹn kí la wá fẹ́ ṣe báyìí.
So, madam, àti ní assessment 95,000 naira.
Record keeping and documentation is very fundamental to every tax station.
Calm down. Please, taxpayer like him, you just have to treat them as king.
You can see the unprofessionalism of a tax collector. Now, the professionalism of the people accept to create an environment for the resolution of the matter.
Please, sọ yẹ kọ pẹ̀lú owó tí neighbor yẹn sọ ní pé kì í ṣe ọjà tó kọ́ lẹ́ńkà ṣọ́ọ̀bù yóò rí bákan bákan náà.
Lóòótọ́ ni ó ṣèṣì ní mò ń tà. Ó ṣèṣì ní mò ń tà.
So báyìí àti fún yín náà assessment $95,000. Ẹ ò lẹ́bi pẹ̀lú kan lórí.
Wọ́n máa san $40,000. Wọ́n ti pè mí ní pàtí.
$5,000 madam. Ó jẹ́ development.
Ó dáa kò sí wàhálà. Ẹ jẹ́ ń lọ sún ẹ ṣé.
Ẹ ṣé gan.
Ẹ má bínú. Àǹtí ẹ má bínú ẹ̀kan.
Kí ló fà yín bẹ́ẹ̀? Fóònù ọba yín? Ṣé ẹ gba rìsíìtì yín?
Lójú ẹsẹ̀. Ẹ ṣé. Ẹ ṣé.
Oga Tas. Oga Tas. Oga Tas. You won't kill me?
Have your seat. Have
what
your
is
seat.
going to happen again?
Have your seat.
I don't pay.
No problem. Have your seat.
Give me.
Have your seat. No problem.
Assessment. Ṣé torí pé ọmọ òkè sọmọ Yorùbá? Ṣé ìwọ fẹ́ ti sọ padà ṣáná bìrà ni?
No problem. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. The reason why we be giving you a general assessment is because. What is happening there? Madam, you just have to be calm. And I need to be madam. And I need to do. If what I said, you see, the first thing you should do is you should come to the office. You should come to the office. We give you. What we are going to do is you come to the office at 1st of January to 31st of March to file your returns. Then after that, we issue out. Hey, madam. Oh, do me tate ba ti son. O le ma bi get tax land.
Education of taxpayers is very important. It keeps them more informed on the importance of paying taxes. And then it lessens the overload on what we do. And, you know, it kind of like creates confidence, trust, and expands our tax base. Thank you for viewing. You have to be appreciated the better. Please clap for them. And if you know you are enjoying yourself, please appreciate yourselves again. Adofo, where are you? Adofo, tax station, Emma Bowadu.
Good day, everyone. This is Adofo Tax Station. We want to present a role play titled Enhancing a Blessed Relationship Between Taxpayers and Tax Authority. Please sit back and enjoy yourself. Thank you.
Ó ga ọ, iṣẹ́ yín tedious gan, ó ti pọ̀ jù.
In fact,
ó mọ bàbá olórí funfun tó máa ń disturb wa every year. Òun ló tún wà ń bẹ̀ náà lé ní again.
Ó ti ẹ̀ ti rẹ̀ mí.
Ká tó kúrò yẹn, ó ti mobilize àwọn èèyàn complex yẹn kó ń bọ̀ wá bá àjà lọ́fíìsì.
Ṣáàjẹ́ tó bá ti dé jẹ́ kí n mọ̀ kí n fèsì wọn.
Mo trust ẹ.
Èyí ló máa mọ̀ wípé ó pọ̀ jura lọ lọ́pọlọ.
Máa ṣe díẹ̀díẹ̀, máa ṣe díẹ̀díẹ̀, máa ṣe díẹ̀díẹ̀.
But do you know that? Tí màá ṣe pé kí ló ń jẹ́ ìwẹ̀ kí ni water dispenser wa tí ò ṣiṣẹ́ báyìí ṣe bóyá ká bomi tútù.
Ṣé àpótí náà máa gbé fún wa tó ń pè water dispenser ẹ̀?
Kọ́mẹ́mọ̀ àti kọ́mẹ́mọ̀ wọn ò dẹ̀ tí change water dispenser wa.
Ní ọ̀tún nǹkan kí Rónkẹ́ dàkú wá bá a gẹ̀ẹ́tì omi.
Tí Rónkẹ́ bá ti dé àlọ́ bá wa rà but èyí ló máa mọ̀.
Àwọn ará bíi máa burú o. Ìwọ rọ̀bọ̀ ni mẹ́ta ẹyọ kan rà án.
$120,000 for multiply 150,000. Wetin I dey sell? Ṣèjọba ló fún mi lọ́wọ́ tí mo fi rajà sí ṣọ́ọ̀bù ní àbẹ̀wò lórí burúkú gan ni. Èwo lórí burúkú? Iṣẹ́ wèrè wo ló ń ṣe gan? Bàbá tẹ̀rọ ọmọ níṣẹ́ ẹrú. Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀? Iṣẹ́ ẹrú wèrè wo lẹ́ ń ṣe? Àwọn ará ilé ẹ̀ ti dé. Jẹ́ ká lọ. Let's go.
Ẹja lọ sọ fún wọn bẹ́ẹ̀ ọ̀gá ọlọ́kọ̀ọ́rọ́ ló ṣàní àwísí ọlọ́run tó jẹ́jẹ́. Onímọ̀ ajé mọ̀ àwọn ọmọ jẹ́.
Good afternoon. You're welcome. Auntie, ẹ wo assessment fún mi yìí now. Somebody not to What is it do now? What is it self? Please. Ẹ wo tẹ́ bá ti
Kò kí ni ẹ̀yà dúró rọrọ̀ gọ̀dọ̀ kì í fẹ́ kọ̀ ní.
Ọkọ̀ ẹ wo ọmọ mi jù yín lọ o.
Èmi.
Àti ilé ìjókòó ẹ máa lọ, ẹ máa padà wá sí ọ̀dọ̀ yín, ẹ wá máa sunkún bí o.
Ẹ kú iṣẹ́ o, ẹ kú iṣẹ́ o. Ìyá, báwo ni ẹ kú ọjọ́ mẹ́ta? Ìwé tẹ fún mi ni mo wá. Ìtìpẹ̀ lójú ṣáájú lẹ́yìn lọ.
Bàbá ẹ̀jẹ̀ kò ṣe wa.
Ojú ṣáájú ẹ sọjú ṣáájú ìjọba àrùn o.
Bàbá.
Nítorí pàtẹ káàkó sọ̀rọ̀ ọjọ́ lóye.
Ẹ máa padà yín.
Ọjọ́ lóye lẹ́mí láyé ara mi.
Ẹ máa padà ní blood pressure o. Ẹ máa padà ní blood pressure o.
Ẹ sọjú ṣáájú ìjọba àrùn o.
Èèyàn ló wọlé o, èrò lẹ́yìn o. Èèyàn ló wọlé, ẹ jẹ́ ká fún wọn níyì.
Àtúrò yín lọ́dún yẹn pẹ̀lẹ́. Owó yín ò tẹ̀ wá pọ̀ lọ́dún yìí rárá.
120,000 lẹ fún mi.
120 la fún yín. Ẹ ti jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ́lọ́run ti kẹ́ yín. Jù bẹ́ẹ̀ Ọlọ́run ti kẹ́ yín jù bẹ́ẹ̀.
Mi ò lówó tí mo lè san.
55,000 lẹ́sàn last year. Ẹ dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé progressive tax là ń practice.
55 sí 120 yẹn ti pọ̀ jù.
Ṣé mo kán? Ẹ jẹ́ ká fi ṣe 85,000. Ẹ mọ̀ pé 5,000 development levy yín ìyẹn ò dẹ̀ ṣe é gé sẹ́yìn mọ́. 80,000, 5,000 sà. So kẹ́lẹ̀ bá wa lọ sí next office níbẹ̀ yẹn. So that àwọn máa lè bá yín àwọn details ní ọba yín.
Kò sọ́jà nílùú. Kò sọ́jà nílùú.
Ṣé dáadáa sí yín kò sí nǹkan mi tó fẹ́ ṣe mọ́. Ẹ wọ ọ́fíìsì wa lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́
ẹ ṣe ọmọ gidi tiẹ̀ ní. Bàbá lóye.
Kí ló kàn yín? Kí ló kàn yín? Kí ló kàn yín? Ẹgbọ́ ti yín, ẹgbọ́ ti yín, ẹgbọ́ ti yín. Madam, ọ̀gá yín kan fẹ́ bá yín sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ sà. Hello, sir. Sir? Okay, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, sir. All right, sir.
Irú àṣàkóso kan tẹ́ ni.
Ìdí mo jókòó látẹ̀ nǹkan, wọ́n ti ẹ̀dá mi lóhùn. Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ gan? Ṣé torí ìbò níbí ni? Ṣé torí ìbò níbí? Ẹ máa sanwó láwọn èèyàn. Ẹ wò ó. Kí ló ṣe nǹkan wájú yín lọ? Ìṣòro tó ń ṣe ọ̀yà pọ̀. Let me tell you something. I am a graduate. It's because I did not see work to do. Let me tell you. Ṣé kí n sọ̀kan fún yín? He's one of my boss that called me. Ìkan náà ọ̀gá mi lọ́pẹ̀ mi.
Bọ́ọ̀sì kan sá ẹ̀. Bọ́ọ̀sì. Ìyá kan mọ lọ́rùn, a mọ lọ́rùn.
Láti lè ní sùúrù.
Bọ́ọ̀sì.
Ẹ máa lọ, ẹ padà wá sí ọ̀dọ̀ yín, ẹ padà sùn wá bí.
Ìbọ̀lẹ̀ ni, ẹ ṣe bọ́ọ̀sì ìbọ̀lẹ̀ ni.
Ẹ lọ ní ká sọ.
Ẹ jọ di kékeré lọ́dọ̀ mi.
Owó yín ò tiẹ̀ pọ̀. Owó yín ò pọ̀. Bọ̀ torí pé ọ̀gá wa ti nísìnyí madam ẹ ti mọ̀ yàn ọ̀gá wa ti pè yín ọ̀gá wa ti pè wá. Nǹkan ó ṣe ẹ̀ ni pé owó 26 náà fún yín ò ló kéré jù ní owó wa bọ̀ ẹ lọ san 12.
Gbogbo tó wà lákàntì.
Madam.
Ẹ lè check balance ní báyìí. Gbogbo tó wà lákàntì ní ojú 7,000.
7,000 naira. Ó yá ẹ fi tírìsì ẹ lọ sán. Àti ìríṣẹ́ ilé epo ọ̀gá ti pè wá. Ẹ gbà. Ẹ lọ pín pa ẹgbà wéyìn.
Ẹgbà wéyìn kẹ lọ sọ iye tẹ́yìn bá tiẹ̀ ní la máa gbà torí ẹ ti mọ̀ ọ̀gá. Ẹ jọ o. Na the same thing I go pay o. Na the same thing I go pay o. Same thing 12,000 na that woman pay. Na wetin me sef I wan pay be that. 12,000.
Madam, una no dey say the same thing. Ẹjọ́ ta nǹkankan ẹ̀yin tí ẹ mú ìwé tí wá ẹja tí ẹ̀yin kẹ́yìn máa bá ti yín lọ.
Na ìjọba buy market for my shop ni. I go pay local government. I go pay setback. I go even pay. In fact, you know say no be my landlord dey pay that with auditors. He dey pay am. Na my landlord go pursue me comot for shop. If I comot that with auditors for him money. Mo be the kilo. You too talk. If you know that you cannot calm down and let us address, then go back to your shop. You will soon come and lock it. What's the problem now?
Ìyá ìsọmọbìnrin ẹjọ́ kí a tẹ̀sí ẹ máa bọ̀ ẹ wọ ọ́fíìsì tó wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ yẹn ẹ lè san less than 17 ẹ lọ san oyin bẹ́ẹ̀ kẹ́ máa lọ pẹ̀lẹ́ ìyá ìbò. Màmá
nǹkan tó ṣe yìí létí yìí iṣẹ́ mi o mo ti rò pé ọdún yìí ni mo máa mú o.
Iṣẹ́ ìjọba lélẹ̀ má fi kọ́ a kúrò lọ́fíìsì àtúpàdé wọn ta. Ìyá.
Ìtàsí mẹ́jọ ni gbélé mi lórí.
Ewu àti ewo màmá.
Àkókò bá òkò mú wọlé ìkàwé ní mú wọlé. Ẹ ní ọlọ́ra o.
Kí wàá ní kí ni kí ẹ ṣe fún yín báyìí?
Ìṣàlàyé. Ìṣàlàyé káàtì fún mi. Ọ́fíìsì jẹ́ ìhòòdìn. Ìtumọ̀ òòdìn.
Ìhòòdìn. Sẹ́yìn lẹ sọ ẹ̀yin fún ayẹyẹ kọ́ complex yín àbẹ̀ rent ẹ̀.
Ibẹ̀ ni.
Láńlọ́ọ̀dù yín ló máa sàn. Láńlọ́ọ̀dù yín ni ẹ̀yin kọ́.
Ọtí kankan yín láǹṣàjà. Láì jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ láǹṣàjà.
Oh, land use charge.
Ṣé náà ní ẹgbẹ́?
Màmá, ó ga. Ṣé ní land use charge yẹn? Ìpele mẹ́ta ló wà lábẹ́. A ní kan tá à ń pè ní tenement rate. Owó ògiri nìyẹn. Ìjọba ìbílẹ̀ ló máa ń gbà. Ṣùgbọ́n báyìí EKIRS ló wá ń gbà fún wọn. Àwa fún wọn, bàbá ti bá wọn gbà. Ìkan tún wà ń bẹ̀ tá à ń pè ní grant rent. Òun ìyẹn ló sọ pé bóyá ẹ ra lẹ̀ o àti ilẹ̀ fẹ́ rà àti gbogbo ẹ̀. Ìjọba ló ìlákòóso lórí gbogbo ẹ̀. Ìyẹn náà ń pè ní neighborhood development. Ìyẹn ló wà fún pé a fẹ́ ṣojú àgbàrá yín, a fẹ́ ṣọ̀nà àdúgbò yín, a fẹ́ fún yín ní good health care. Ìyẹn náà máa fi ṣe. Ìjọba ń gbowó yín lásán.
Ìjọba ṣàlàyé dáadáa kò mí ọmọkùnrin ọkọ rẹ̀ wà.
O ṣeun iye mi. Mo ti máa rìn. Ẹ ṣe gbọ́n mà. Ẹ ṣe mà. Ṣé o ṣe setback lẹ́ sọ ẹ màmá?
Ọmọ níkẹ́.
Ó ní iye gbèǹdéke ti dìbò náà.
Bọ̀ ó ti ẹ̀ jáde àwọn tóbi àti píkà ní kì í ṣe jù.
Ara group kan òkè dáńdá.
Nígbà máa bèrè gbogbo nǹkan kẹ́ máa lọ.
Nípa mi mo ní kó gbé yìí, mo ní kó gbèsè mi ní fún ẹ. Òun ló bá mi gbé dé ní wọn. Ló wá ní àròkè torí kò fẹ́ jọ lọ́wọ́ mo ṣáà gbé.
Lórí ìwé yín báyìí.
Ìyá wọn ni mí lè ní sẹ́ ọmọ mi ìjọba mi máì tí ì fi lóúnjẹ gbé kúrò lọ́dọ̀. Ẹ̀wọ̀n. Àti mọ́ mi.
Ó ṣeun yé mi, ó ṣeun yé mi.
Àti mọ̀ ní òde dà o. Ó yẹ kí n ti wà sálẹ̀.
Ẹ lọ sanwó yín bẹ́ẹ̀ kẹ́ máa lọ. Ẹ lọ san 26 bẹ́ẹ̀.
Hello, grace of God. Alpha. Bó o ní Ṣálásẹ yẹn ti dé? Tó ti dé dé káyọ̀.
Oníjìbìtì lọ́mọbìnrin yìí o.
Mo ló lò wá.
Ẹ máa bá owó yín.
Ókè, gbogbo bá wa rà. Nílò Alpha tí o ti rẹ́dù tó pa ní ẹ̀dùn wálé àwọn tí ní ṣe lè jẹ́ ókè, mò ń bọ̀, àwa náà ń bọ̀, à ń bọ̀, àtọwọ́sọ.
Bàbá bẹ́ẹ̀.
Iṣẹ́ ìjọba ò sọ mí dọ̀dẹ̀ o. Iṣẹ́ ìjọba ò sọ mí dọ̀dẹ̀ mi ìgbà nọ́ọ̀sẹ̀sì mi ìgbàgbọ́ o. Wọ́n lò sí. Sọ fún àwọn onímẹ̀kọ àwọn onímẹ̀kọ àwọn onídẹ̀kọ́rẹ́sàn yẹn kàn jọ kó máa fi nǹkan táàkì ẹ̀ lára.
Bàbá olóríire ni yín. Olóríire ni olóríire ló sanwó yín. Bàbá ìmọ̀lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ tẹ́gùn mi ẹ̀jẹ̀ ń bá yín sọ̀rọ̀.
Iṣu yẹn kan tiẹ̀ tó bí mẹ́ta mọ́ lára kan dẹ̀.
Ká fún yín kò ju nǹkan tẹ̀ ń sàn. Kò pọ̀ rárá. Kò pọ̀.
Bàbá ṣe bí àbúrò lásán ni ẹ dúró dìgbà tá a máa wá tì í. Wọ́n ní ká ẹ dúró dìgbà tá a wá tilẹ̀kùn yín tó bá jẹ́ àbúrò lásán.
Bàbá
ṣàṣe.
Ṣé mo kẹ́ mo mọ sọ yín lẹ́yìn? Ibi tẹ́ ń kó àgbà ọ̀ẹ̀lì yín sí.
Tọ́má bíṣọ̀bù mi sí ẹ̀lú rẹ̀.
Bàbá mo ṣe ń ṣe sí yín tó ṣé mo jọ̀rọ̀ tó lè jẹ́ epo yín.
Mo tún wá ra ìjàmbá.
Okay, bàbá ẹ má wọrí.
Ọyá àti wá.
Jacket. Nígbà mo ti
bá dà sí.
Àwa ti bẹ̀ ni.
Níbẹ̀ lè
fẹ́ tí ṣọ́ọ̀bù bàbá ẹ̀.
Èyí máa bá ọkọ yín lọ sí bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
Kí ni ọtọ́ wá ní kí dárúkọ yín wọ́n kọ́?
Bí wàá ní pé bá dárúkọ kan yín ṣé ìbálẹ̀ dárúkọ ID. Ṣé ọkọ yín sọ̀rọ̀ ID?
Ó ní tírélà, ó ní kíní.
Bàbá wẹ̀ mẹ́dì láyé àbú.
Bàbá ẹ máa bọ̀. Kò sí jà mọ́.
Tó gbowó wọlé, mo ní kó wọn fún ọ lákàtúntì ògbówó sí i. Èrò tí tó gbowó
oníjà ká gbowó lọ́wọ́ yín níbi ìṣòro ti bí. Kíjọba tún máa ní lára ní sọ́ọ̀mù yín àti ilé epo yín ní kọ́tà ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ báyìí. Ẹ bá wa fún gbogbo tí lè ṣe yín wà. Ẹ bá wa fún dáadáa. Kọ́tù fẹ́ ká ṣe ní pé mi ò fẹ́ ká gbowó ilé ìbí.
Ọmọ tẹ̀sí bóyá kó fún wọn lẹ́yọ̀ kan yìí.
Ẹ fi mọ ọlọ́mọ lẹ́ẹ̀mọ́ mo ṣe pàwọ́ ṣẹlẹ̀ bára pọ́jọ́ọ̀tì.
Ó yá wá mi jọ. kó bá ń bá àwọn tó ń
àwọn tó ṣe pé ẹ náà
jà
ní.
lọ.
àwọn akọ́kọ́jú kan gbogbo ẹ̀ lẹ́wà ẹ bá ti wá rí bẹ́ẹ̀ tẹ bá ti sọ láwà nítòun ẹ ní sọ ilé mọ́ àkàngbà ẹ̀
ṣé mo mi kọ́ fi ṣe o.
Alo ẹ̀ dín rẹ̀.
ẹ ṣe bàbá.
Bí wọ́n ti tóbi ní kíláàsì. Ok, ó ní sùn.
ẹ ṣeun ẹ bá jókòó bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ bá ṣe bàbá.
Máa sábà ní ìfẹ́ òbí tí a kọ̀ ní ìyá
Before any rule,
go first join. I can be better. Won't join.
An honor that they are. Thank you very much.
I was thinking I should show.
As we continue today's training session, I want to use this medium to invite a legal advisor to the State Department of Revenue Service, Mr. Bayo Fati, for his presentation. Please appreciate
it. Ní mọ́mí ẹ̀ka ọ̀rọ̀ máa kó lè ní. Wọ́n ní wọn mọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ yìí. Àwa ní àti ìpínlẹ̀wà ní yẹ́jọ́ ọkọ̀ mọ́mí yẹ́jọ́ ìpínlẹ̀.
Àbí yẹ́yọ̀ ọkọ̀ náà.
Ní ìkẹ́ òní wá láti ní kọ̀ọ̀kan láì kó tó. Bọ́lá àwọn tí ì ṣe ètò tó bá dé.
Mi lẹ́bàá wọn ti ṣe ń kọ́ ẹ̀.
Sísàlà àti náà ìdáyìn lòdì sí. Ẹ jẹ́ káwá yọ ọjà fọ́tò ká lọ wọṣọ ká máa lọ.
Ọ̀gbẹ́ kan ti dé bẹ́ẹ̀.
Pé wọ́n ti fẹ́ ṣe tán. Wọ́n ti fẹ́ ṣe tán wọ́n ti máa bọ̀.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, the chairman, the directors. Permit me to skip all the protocol to stand on existing protocol. Now, my topic is we're delivering the topic guidelines issued by Federal Revenue Service on the timelines for implementation of recent tax reform. Today is all about tax reforms, but my own is about the reforms that have already not the reform that we have in Now, when there is empowered on implementation and the provision of such law. And the most recent tax reform now is the deduction of tax withholding regulations 2024, which all of the speakers today have talked about. So I'll be a bit practical. I'll quickly use the slide so as not to repeat what we have been taught today. And the regulation has an effective date of 30th September 2024. That was when the regulation was signed. But the implementation date is 1st January 2025. Now, let me go straight to the FRS guidelines on the implementation of deduction of tax at source withholding regulation. Like I said before, FRS is empowered under paragraph 11 of that regulation itself to, from time to time, issue guidelines on the effective implementation of that regulation. And on 24th February 2025, FRS, in exercise of that power, issued these guidelines. Now, let us look at the scope of application of the circular. Now, under the deduction of tax at source withholding, I'll just be calling it regulation. When I say under the regulation, you know what I mean. Now, under the regulation, we are aware that certain corporate bodies, partnerships, public institutions, they are obligated to deduct withholding tax at source. Now, we all know that there are existing laws which have established withholding tax. Basically, we have 4 laws governing income tax. When you talk about personal income tax, you talk of PITA, you talk about company income tax, you talk of SITA, you talk of capital gains tax, you talk of Capital Gains Tax Act. And when you talk of petroleum profit income, you talk of Petroleum Profit Income Tax Act. Now, all these laws already, they have provisions governing withholding tax. They have mandated the corporate bodies, unincorporated bodies, to deduct tax at source. Now, the purpose of this regulation is to complement those provisions and make additional provisions on the existing withholding tax regulation. So, in other words, the provision of all those laws are still applicable. The regulation is only applicable to the extent at which it does not contradict those provisions. When we look at the eligible transactions, you see that we have made reference to the parent laws that actually establish those withholding tax. Now, I need to add something from the onset. The whole essence of this regulation, in my own opinion, is to capture more people within the tax net and place the burden on some persons that are not revenue authority to collect on behalf of the relevant tax authority. Now, what do I mean by capturing more people in the tax net? When we go to some provisions, you see that when a small company engages in a transaction and the transaction is 2 million or less, and the supplier has a team, they said the small company is not mandated to deduct. Now, look at the team there. The reason is this: it is presumed that if that person has a team, he has been captured already in the tax net. But if he does not have a team, even if the transaction is 500,000, if it is 200,000, you must deduct. Because in the process of deducting, there are informations you collect. In the process of filing the returns of deduction, you submit those information, and by so doing, you have given the relevant tax authority the opportunity to capture that supplier into the tax net. Now, we need to also know that tax deducted from a payment is not an additional tax or an extra cost. It is just an advance payment of personal income tax or capital or company income tax. I'll be using what is applicable to us mostly. So when I talk on the regulation and I say personal income tax, it includes the company income tax, the petroleum, the one that is applicable to us is the one I'll be using mostly. We are not working with SRS, so we have to be practical as much as possible. Now, when we say it is not an additional tax, what we are saying is, instead of waiting till the end of the year, when you now have to do a direct assessment, look at the records of the person, look at the transactions, calculate his income tax, and ask him to pay. The authority authorized to deduct has already collected that tax in advance on behalf of that supplier or the person who renders the service, as the case may be. And in the case of non-resident beneficiaries, the tax deducted at source is a final tax subject to the provisions of the first schedule to the regulation. Most times, it is difficult to go after non-resident persons to get personal income tax, whether through direct assessment. It is impossible. And that is why when we also look at the applicable rates, you see that in most cases, because it's a final tax, the tax payable or deductible from a non-resident supplier you see that most times it is higher than that of the resident person, because that person's own serves as the final tax. We are not expected, we cannot get anything from that person again. But for the person who is resident, you still go after the person. There are other transactions. Let me be using recipients. And when I say recipients, I mean the person from whose money that tax is deducted. So when I say recipients, what I mean is that person from whose money, the person who supplied the food, or the person who rendered the services, from whose money that tax is deducted. So when I said recipients, that's what I mean. So I'll not be using the long clause to explain that person. Now, persons obligated to deduct tax are so. We have also looked at this, but I will still want us to look at it. Body corporate or body unincorporate, other than an individual. There's only an exception as to when a body corporate is not expected to deduct tax, which I have explained along the line, that a small company, within the definition of Company Income Tax Act, that's a company whose gross turnover for the year is less than 25 million. Such companies are not expected to deduct tax at source. But there's a caveat to that. There's an exception. There's a proviso, rather. The supplier must have, the recipients now, must have a valid thing, and the value of that transaction must not be more than 2 million. Once it is more than 2 million, the obligation is on that small company to deduct. And once the person, or if the person has no thing, those provisions are, you read it, the and there is conjunctive. The two must be present. If one is missing, you must deduct. If he has nothing and the transaction is less than 2 million, you deduct. If the transaction is less than 2 million, if he has a thing and the transaction is more than 2 million, you still deduct. Now, when we talk about doing a calendar month, let's say I supply goods to you now, and you have to pay me 3 million. We have done that transaction this month. And you pay me 2 million this month, with the promise to balance me 1 million next month, just because you want to hide under an exception. Do you think the small company that you have supplied that good will be obligated to deduct? If I'm paying 2 million, you supply me goods, and I want the good is for 3 million naira, and I want to pay you 2 million this month and pay you 1 million next month. Will it be correct to say that that transaction is less than 2 million? Anybody? Anybody? Yes, Mr. Malik. Okay, thank you so much. His position is that the transaction does not fall within that particular month. Any contrary opinion? Any contrary opinion? Okay, now that is not completely correct. And that takes us
we need to ask him, why does he think the transaction is not completed? Or when do we exactly take it that the transaction is completed? Before you talk, because I did some, I'm already noting some of the quiz questions that we're going to ask. You can see some are not taking notes, some are not concentrating. So maybe can anybody tell us when a transaction is completed? And why what Malik said is not completely correct? Anybody?
My understanding, when you say a transaction is not completed, is when they pay the principal and the balance. Maybe there's the transaction is for 5 million, and then the person is being reimbursed with like maybe 4 million. So for that particular time, the transaction, to my understanding, is not complete until the full fee of 5 million is paid.
accountants in the house. Is that correct? Huh? Nobody have thrown silence into the environment. Gura.
Hello, yeah. So she got it well, but in context, the transaction is actually completed where the goods is either supplied or the services are fully rendered.
I just want us to correct something in accounting. The fact that I have gone to your, let's say, e-operation school, I will have to be interjecting like this so that I want to make sure that we get all the blessings of these people. Let's say it was e-operation school, and then I send the child to that school. Term 1 is completed. I've only paid half of the bill. Is the transaction completed or not? Huh? Many of you are saying if not. The transaction is completed because he has fully, listen. He has completely rendered service. I have fully enjoyed the service. The fact that I have not fully paid does not mean the transaction is not complete. Is that clear? Because under the law, I have sent my child to school. His teachers have taught the child. They've done the exam, they have done everything. Money, well, the transaction is not completed. Because you as a taxman, you need to know some of these tricks. If I don't want to pay the taxes I should pay, I will only hide the payments and tell you that out of 100 rupees in this pool, only 20 is some. And so the transaction is not complete. A warning in the next 5 years when all of them would have paid. Tẹ́báwá máa sọ fún pé àwọn Chukwudi tí mo gbà sí school wọ́n ti relocate wọ́n ti jápa so mi ò rí owó òun gbà. So what do you then mean? What do you do? Transaction is completed when goods and services have been the reward of the service you have enjoyed it. That's when the service is completed. Payment is a different thing. In accounting, for example, at the end of the year, we talked about what we call accrual concept. If at the end of the year, you know you are owing your auditors money, you have not paid them. You have not received electricity bill, so you have not paid. And you now say transaction is completed because since you have not paid. That money, when you want to pay it next year, is for this year's transaction. So you will estimate something. That's why we say we make provision. And all this little understanding, HRI will still want to plead. We need to go to the nitty-gritty because some of these things, we are speaking above the heads of many of our audiences. If they don't go, I've said it before, I'm saying it again, we may need to now begin to, we need to decentralize. I think that's the right word. Decentralize the class. Some of us don't have anything accounting or taxation background. So what you are saying is, let's separate that class so that we will teach that class ABC. I don't even mind to be one of the lecturers. Teach them the ABC so that they even understand what we are doing. Because you are going to collect money from somebody, you don't understand accounting, you don't understand what the business is all about. At the end of the day, it's not, I don't know. There are quite a number of faces that I'm not seeing here. And so the attendance sheet, please let me have it now so that at least let me see those faces that I'm not seeing. Let me see who signed for them. HR. So please, I hope you get what I'm saying so that you understand what
the lecturer is talking about. The fact that payment has not been made does not mean that transaction is not complete. Do you understand me now? If, for example, you want to board a vehicle, taxi, stop. Where are you going? I'm going to Ajebandele. And then the taxi now gets to maybe Okeoriomi. You now say, stop. I want to drop and see my friend Okeoriomi. The taxi man now says, give me the 100 naira we agree. The transaction is not completed now. Under the law, you will be guilty. Because you have made him, maybe you wanted to go to Adebayo. You made him face Ajebandele. You now said you now want to be to him. That's none of it. Pay him what is due to him. All these little things are some of the reasons why we fight taxpayers and why they fight us, because we cannot explain adequately to them. So HR, the next lesson that we want to have, let's have a lesson, a class. Maybe a Saturday like this. How many of us, you don't have accounting, tax, background, or you are not writing CITN? Please raise up your hand. It's not a sin now. You read Yoruba like I did? Or you read music like I did? Raise up your hand. Okay, stand up. It's not a crime now. I just want to know the population. So HR, when you look at this population, we have like 50% of the class. So please, can we please sit down, God bless you. Can we organize a class, a Saturday? We will give them breakfast. We'll give them lunch. Hello? We give them proper breakfast, proper lunch, and then they go home. Me ò promise dinner o, torí báwọn kan sọ pé mo promise double salary ìgbà tá a wọ 2 billion nígbà mo promise they could not give me the evidence. So we give them breakfast, we give them lunch, they will come, maybe we will start early and explain every rudiment to them. If it is tax and accounting, introduction to accounting, blah, 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 we engage them and they understand all those fundamentals. Then we can now graduate it. I don't know whether you love what I'm saying or not. Otherwise, we will just be speaking above their heads and they won't understand it. And that also will now enable them to even be prepared. If they now want to write CITN exam or ICANN or anyone, they won't be coming across some terms for the first time. You know? All those small things, please. Thank you. Continue.
Thank you, my chairman. Now, let me relate what chairman has said to the question now. The implication is this. It is not the time of payment that determines whether that transaction exceeds 2 million or not. It is the time of supply. So if it's paying 2 million, that's a goods. I think the withholding tax percentage is 2%. The implication is that the company will deduct, the company or the unincorporated body, as the case may be, will deduct 2% of that 2 million and remit it to the appropriate tax authority. When it pays the balance of 1 million, even if it's in 2 months' time or 3 months' time, it will now remit the balance, the 2% of 1 million again. So that's that. Then we have government ministry, MDAs, statutory body, public authority, any other institution, organization, establishment, or enterprise, then a payment agent representing any person listed above. Now, except for this last paragraph that says a payment agent representing any person listed above, The implication of this category of persons is that an individual, it is only an individual that is not authorized to deduct source. That is the implication. I've said for the category of other persons apart from individual, and I have not said that is not covered by this provision. So apart from an individual, every other enterprise, corporate bodies, institutions, they have that obligation to deduct at source. Now, when I talked about the last paragraph, a payment agent, and you now ask yourself, under what circumstances can you have a payment agent become an agent of deduction? Let me use the Bet company as an example. You have Bet Niger company, which is the corporate body. You now have someone in Ekiti who is, I don't know what they call them, like an agent to Bet Niger in Ekiti. Merchant, thank you, man. Thank you, sir. It might not be a registered business name, sometimes individual, and they are working for Bet Niger. Now, the implication is every bet won through his own platform is expected to deduct the withholding tax before crediting the winner. That's the implication. So if you want to enforce the regulation on him, and it says he doesn't belong to any category here, he's an individual. That is the paragraph under which we can enforce such person to be a collection agent on our behalf. Now, eligible transactions and the applicable rates payable by resident non-corporate recipients. Let me tell you why I've narrowed this or lay emphasis on resident non-corporate recipients. As far as we are concerned, in EKIRS, that table that has 4 columns. It is only the 2 last columns that is applicable to us. That is for non-corporate bodies, non-corporate recipients, rather. For the first part, FRS is their money. That place deals with corporate recipients. And I choose resident because most of the persons in Ekiti that fall under that category, they are resident recipients. We will have only maybe few non-resident recipients. So let us focus on the rates for these resident non-corporate recipients. Well, later we can now start knowing the one that concerns FRS, and later we can know the one that concerns the non-resident, non-corporate recipient. Now, when I say non-corporate recipient, I'm talking about the unregistered associations, business names, partnership, all those persons that we are entitled to collect personal income tax from them. So whenever deduction is made in respect of their transactions, the deductions are also coming to us. Now, dividend and interest at 10%, royalty at 5%, rent, lease, or hire at 10%. That one has the parent law, which is Peter. Commission, consultancy, technical management, and professional fee, 5%, and 10% for non-resident. Then supply of goods is now 2%, was reduced from 5% to 2% to address the issue of low margin. Then we have co-location and telecommunication tower services at 2%. It's also reduced to 5% for residents only to reflect low industry margin. Who knows what is the meaning of co-location? Anybody? Co-location.
It has to do with telecommunication masts. When you have one mast that is having different network on it.
Now, Glo has a mast in Opeimi. I run an internet service company and I don't have the money to erect the mast. And I pay to Glo. Please give me a space on your mast. I mount my own whatever antenna or satellite there. Then like that. Now, on each of those transactions, Glo is supposed to deduct a particular percentage, which is 2% from what they are paying to Glo to mount those things. Now, what is the implication? Have we not been going only after the owners of the mast? Have we asked them the evidence of deductions made on those other people that are using the mast? So let's think about that. The withholding tax department. Then we have a supply of goods or materials other than by the manufacturer or producer. Also at 2%. Okay, I've done that. Construction of road, bridges, building, and power plants, 2%. Then any other form of construction at 5%, brokerage fee at 5%, director's fee 15%, compensation for loss of employment 10%, entertainers and sports persons 15%, applicable to only non-resident. In my opinion, this is a lacuna in this law, because the use of the word entertainers and sports persons. Entertainers are making so much money. So I don't understand why their fees should not be subject to deduction. I mean the resident entertainer. Okay, very good. Now, the implication is that they cannot hide under this provision to say they will not pay personal income tax under direct assessment. Most of these influencers, artists on the social media, they are making so much money and they are not paying close to the tax they are supposed to be paying. Then winnings from lottery, gaming, reality shows, 5% and 15% for non-residents with effect from 1st January 2025. And I put there a topic for another day. And why? I know a couple of persons who play bets. And since the beginning of 1st January, I know some people that have won bets. And they have been credited with their total money. So it means it's either the FRS has not done enough sensitization or they just choose not to comply. And we all know the implication on the penalty. It will be difficult to go after some of these people when they are enforcing this regulation next year. Because FRS will be waiting till January next year. So I don't know. And there's another issue on that, which we need to start thinking of brainstorming on. How do we capture those who have won their bets from it? Audit. Okay, that's the central audit in their head office. Or here. Okay, let me ask my question this way. How do you confirm all the payments they've made to persons who played in it? You will get it. Very good. Because so many people are winning millions, no deduction will be made now. And that is one part where I believe almost all the winnings are coming to us, because individuals are the one playing bets. People don't register company and be using the company to play bets. So all the deductions they are supposed to be making from winnings on those bets are coming to EKIRS. So we need to start thinking of how to work on that. Now, supply or rendering of services other than those specifically listed in the schedule are 2% for residents, 5% for non-residents. Now, I will not talk on the exempted transactions. We can look at paragraph 10 of the regulation to look at the list of the exempted transactions. Now, what is the obligations of persons authorized to deduct tax at source? Number one, timely deduction of tax at source at the applicable rate and at the point of making payment, or when the transaction amount due is settled in any other way, through debt swap, barter or exchange, stock or equity transfer. Now, let me ask this question. How do you determine the amount deductible? If you have supplied me, let's say you have supplied a company as an individual, you supplied a company goods worth 5 million, and the company is in exchange is not paying you, but they are giving you one generator. How do you determine? I've even answered the question. I've answered the question by saying I'll supply good words. So you have to determine the words of what they are giving back, or the worth of the service, to determine what they are going to pay. So they won't say because they are not paying in tax, there's nothing to deduct. No, they have to, on their own, now pay to the relevant tax authority the 2% of the value of what they are given in exchange for that service. Now, here you also have the penalty. What is the penalty for failure to deduct? The fine of 10% or 5,000, 10% of 5,000, or 10% of the amount of the tax not deducted, whichever is higher. That is for us. Then for FRS, administrative penalty of 10% of the tax not deducted. Now, do you know why the person who has the obligation here is not mandated to pay that money? Do you know why? That is because we can still get that money through our direct assessment because they fail to deduct. So they are only penalized for not deducting. When you get to deduction and not remittance, that is when the penalty includes payment of the money deducted with additional penalty. Now, timely remittance of tax deducted to the relevant tax authority within the stipulated time. For IRS, we have no later than 10th day of the succeeding month of deduction or payment for capital gains tax and payee. And 30th of the following month for other deductions. For FRS, it's only 21st of the following month for all deductions. Now, what happens for failure to remit? When you have deducted and you fail to remit, you are liable to a fine of 10% of 5,000 or 10% of the amount of tax not deducted, whichever is higher. The implication is that most times it is 10% of the amount of tax not deducted that will be applicable. 10% of 5,000. It means for only transactions that are 5,000 or below. So for any transaction above 5,000, it will be the 10% of the amount of the tax not deducted. Now, this one is with interest. With interest at the prevailing commercial rates for IRS. Then for FRS, the interest at the prevailing Central Bank of Nigeria with discount rates. Now, what are the obligations of persons? Okay, this continue. Obligations of persons continue. We have looked at timely remittance, timely deduction. Now, you must maintain proper record and submit return to, I would say, EKIRS. So when you have deducted, you are obligated to file a return of that deduction. And how do you file the returns without keeping record? It means you have to keep the records of the recipient, his TIN number, his RC number, the value of that transaction, the date of the transaction, and the amount deducted. You have to keep all those records and you now file the EKIRS. As you are filing, you are notifying us that you have deducted tax from someone and you have remitted. and you are now filing returns to show the details of the transaction. Now, finally, the persons who deduct tax must issue a receipt and statement to the recipient upon the remittance. So after you have remitted, you are expected to issue a receipt and a statement to the recipient. The person who you have deducted his money, it is that receipt and that statement that the person will use to come back to us and say, I have an advance payment of my personal income tax deducted by XYZ and remitted to you on so date. All those information will be on the receipt and the statement. Now, let's go to practical issues before I end my presentation. How many unincorporated bodies, how many business names, how many associations have you enlightened on this regulation as a tax expert in the states who want the revenue to grow? Because some of these things, when we as professionals, we are not completely aware of this provision, how much more the taxpayer. People, you give jobs to people, people supply you with goods, people render services. How many people are, how many persons who are allowed to deduct at source are deducting from those transactions? Some of them are not aware at all. They are not aware. So we need to work on this. DTOs, head of departments, when we have the opportunity to enlighten or to visit the taxpayers, we should remind them of these obligations to deduct tax at source. Then we need to always follow up on the guidelines issued by FRA after tax reform. All these tax bills, Nigerian Tax Administration Bill, Nigerian Tax Bill, when they are passed into law, FRS will issue a guideline. As tax experts, we need to always follow up with this guideline for us to understand how to implement those provisions practically. This law was made, this regulation was made September 30th, came into effect in January 1. In February this year, they issued this circular, the guideline on the implementation of that regulation. And we can all that has been posted to some of our groups before, or I don't know how many of us have read it. That, I mean the FRS circular, because it will give us a deeper understanding of the provisions of the regulation. And on a final note, I don't need this is necessary again because the tax audit department are capable of handling this. So we should start brainstorming on how to enforce withholding tax on gaming, winnings, and lottery. And that is because I see it as a business sector where 99% of the deductions there are coming to the state internal revenue service. So we need to start working on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, legal advisor, for your very wonderful presentation. Please, can we appreciate him again? So right now, I'll invite Mr. Wasil Mohammed for his presentation. Mr. Wasil is the head of Direct Assessment Department. Please, can we appreciate him? Good afternoon, my chairman, directors,
I'll be talking about tax reform again. This time around, we'll be talking about the practical implications of Nigeria tax reform bill. And we've been talking about this thing since morning. So it's something that's going to be new to us, but the dimensions might be a little bit different. What we are going to look at here is the implication to individuals and businesses. These are the people that we are dealing with as revenue officers. So we need to understand how this thing is going to affect them. Alongside that, we are thinking how the reform is going to affect us, so we can blend the two together. So, Nigeria tax reform bill typically, it has been introduced. We talk about what the bill is talking about, how many bills are we there. But here, the reform bill can have wide-ranging implications for businesses, individuals, and government. So let's take a look into it. Practical implications. That's the point. The first one is changing in tax rates. And how does this affect us or affect the individuals? The first thing is that the tax band has been adjusted. The higher income earners will now have to pay more. The low income earners will either pay less or are not going to pay at all. Example of that is the reduced payee tax for those earning a monthly salary of 1.7 million or less. So people that are going to get a reduced payee tax is from people that are earning 1.5 million naira salary monthly and less. But when you get to 800,000, you're not paying at all. Complete exemption of low-income earners up to 1 million per annum. The 1 million per annum is this issue of the 200,000 for rent. And you see, ordinarily we cannot say, okay, everybody will have that the 200,000. Like Madam Oluboyo has said that people that own their own houses will not pay, will not get that relief. But the incidents that has happened before is still telling us that everybody will still get it. Remember the time we were before 2011, when we have children allowance, dependent relative allowance, for convenience purpose, for all the revenue authorities, they just grant to everybody. Because as at that time, the stress of asking somebody how many children do you have, is your mother alive? Is your daddy still alive? Are you paid? So all these things, we just say, okay, everybody, how much was the relief? 14,000 naira. 4 children at 2,500. 2 dependents at 2,000 naira. 14,000. So they just close eyes. So in this case now, if care is not taken, we will still end up granting that 200,000 to everybody. So we need to take notes. The corporate bodies too, they have their own reduced taxes from 30%, that is company income tax, to 27.5%, 2025, and 25% subsequently. Unfortunately, the bill is not passed. This is 2025, and I'm not sure we are going to implement it in this year. So that clause is going to be adjusted eventually. Small businesses with an annual turnover of 50 million to pay company income tax. Other things that affect the taxpayers or individuals and businesses are incentives, deductions, and credits. When we say incentives are those kind of gesture that government give to taxpayers on certain criteria and stuff like that. So example of that is that in this tax reform bill, expenses incurred by startup companies within 6 years of pre-commencement of business to be tax deductible. That's an incentive. If you are starting, you want to commence a business, and you are spending some money before you commence, you are spending the money before you commence. By the time you eventually commence the business, those expenses that are documented, you now be tax deductible, you now be deducting it gradually. There is going to be a way that is going to be done. Then there's a zero VAT on food items, healthcare, education, baby products, sanitary towels, CNG, rent, web, all of them, 0 VAT. This is just to encourage businesses. New or modified allowable deductions are proposed to reduce taxable income for individuals and businesses. Tax credits are proposed for certain investments, such as investment in renewable energy, investment in job creation, investment in research and development, manufacturing, agriculture, or technology. These are going to, is a positive effect onto them as a business that is coming up. Compliance and reporting. Businesses may need to adjust their accounting practice to comply with these new regulations. Already we know the tax table is there. We know how we are computing it. We know even in the accounting records how we are going to plan our taxes is there. But because a new thing is coming up, the businesses need to adjust their financial practice to comply. More complex reporting requirements could increase administrative burden. You see, let's say, for instance, the 800,000 naira per year that is exempted. We have a tax table currently that we are using. Tax audit will bear me witness. We have a tax table that we are using. And we don't have anyone that is not paying at all, except for people that are earning less than 30,000 naira. So this now we mean that we have to go back to the drawing board to go and adjust ourselves so that we can be able to accommodate this new reform. I don't want to waste because I know we are tired, so I'm trying to rush this thing, but if I'm too fast, please call me back. Economic behavior. The reform may influence savings, spending, and investment behavior among individuals and businesses. In this case now, let's look at this one practically. A reform. Some of us are earning what you are earning now. By the time the new tax regime comes, some people are earning like 70,000. I'm not saying, I'm sure none of us here is earning 70,000. But such a person that is earning 70,000, they are taking his taxes. Now the new reform now comes and is no longer going to pay anything again from 83,000 naira downward. They are not paying anything again. So if you have business sense, you can start saving that tax that they have been deducting before, that they are no longer deducting. So it's going to encourage you to have some little savings for the wise one anyway. Certain sectors may benefit disproportionately, leading to a shift in economic activities. When you look at the incentives, when you look at those incentives that are being given, you now see that somebody that is engaging in production of baby products has incentives, and you are producing wood. You know, why don't I go into this business so that I can have this incentive and make more profit? These are the shifts that we are talking about. Taxpayer protection. The new law is going to protect the taxpayers. Introduction of the Office of Ombudsman to protect taxpayers against arbitrary tax assessment. Abubakar has explained what ombudsman means. It's just like a complaint, public complaint unit where you can go and seek redress when you are not being treated fairly. When you look at those kind of the drama that was being performed here, the way and manner some of the tax officers in that place were behaving to those people. You give assessment, you didn't even listen to the person did not make money. You saw somebody sleeping and you are giving the person 75,000 naira. How now? He will go to ombudsman for you. The tax disputes affecting business to be resolved within 14 days by the tax ombudsman. This one will not take time. Ombudsman will look at it critically within 14 days and will resolve it. Then At law, cash payments and physical roadblock imposing burden on business. At law, the law is going to outlaw cash payments. Thank God we are moving away from cash payments, so I don't have any fear. Impact on governments. Here, now, let's talk about the impact it has on us. EKIRS, as a state internal revenue service, and when you look at the tables that have been presented to us all the while, you see that our tax is going to get reduced, isn't it? But we need to work towards getting a better, a better way of getting our things done. If the low-income earners are not going to be paying, or they are going to pay lower, the high-income earners are going to pay higher, isn't it? Why don't we identify the high-income earners in our society and make sure that we assess them accordingly? The era of somebody coming to tell you that, do you know who I am, is no longer available here now, because if you don't do the right thing, we will not get the right thing. Our revenue must not go down. Nobody will understand with us that it's because a tax reform now come, our revenue has now dropped. Government will not listen to us in that regard. So we need to work inwardly and see how we can do. And that's the only way that we know we can get this thing done, is by focusing more on the high net worth individuals. So there are challenges that will happen to the government. I've just summarized it. Potential budget reallocation may be necessary. When you are expecting more and you now get less, you now have to adjust your budget. The action points now. What individuals and business need to do to comply with the new regulations. The first thing, you need to stay focused, stay informed. Business and individuals, they need to get familiar with the rules, the regulations, the things that are coming up in the tax reform, so that they will now be prepared for whatever that is going to come in the area of PIT, in the area of CIT, VAT, and all of them. Then you need to register for tax identification number. It is now compulsory. Before now, if you don't register, nobody is going to. But now it becomes an offense that you are going to get penalized for not registering for TIN. So the businesses and individuals, we need to take that into consideration too. Then they will need to stay updated. They will need to relate with tax authorities to get updated, because this thing are evolving now, because today you hear another one, tomorrow, but the professionals that are in the system, they know how the thing is moving. But you that you are outside, you are not aware. So you need to get close to the revenue authorities to get updated. And that will now mean that we, the revenue authority, we need to get abreast with the changes so that we can able to advise our taxpayer accordingly. Educate employees. Companies need to educate their employees on a way to comply with the new regulations. Otherwise, the employee will put the company into trouble. It's just as simple as that. So that is very key. Then tax planning. You need to plan their taxes. And how do you plan your tax? You don't know anything about tax. You are just a businessman. You are buying and selling. That's all you know. So you need to engage professionals. You need to engage professionals to now help you to look at how the changes will affect you. What are the things you are going to do to avoid a negative impact? Then business may need to evaluate how reform impacts the cash flow and profitability, then make adjustments. It's definitely going to affect cash flow. It's going to affect profitability. It can be negative or positive, as the case may be, but definitely there's going to be an effect. Then they have to adjust financial strategies. We mentioned this in before. You update your financial system to accommodate and align with the new regulation. Then you consider potential restructuring of investments based on changes in tax liabilities. I've mentioned that before, because of these incentives here and credits there and all sorts. So you can decide to think as, okay, let me go different way and see if it's going to be better for me. Utilize new deductions and credits. Identify new incentive, deduction, and credit that may be applicable and ensure they are properly documented and claimed. If you don't document these things, you are not likely to to claim it. It's something that you need to work towards. Incentive is not going to be given to you just like that. Credit is not going to be given to you just like that. You need to prepare for it and give document that will back it up. Budget adjustments. I've mentioned that one. We need to adjust our budget to accommodate the changes. In conclusion, the implication of tax reform can be extensive, affecting individual tax burden, business strategies, government funding. Staying proactive in understanding and adapting to these changes is crucial for maximizing benefits and minimizing negative impact. Thank you very much. I thought you said you know gold now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Adosis, are you ready? We want to continue the role play. Okay, we want to recognize the presence of our mother, the Director of New Growth and Other Taxes, Mrs. Ramola Ashade. You're welcome. Adosis, you can come up to the podium.
No, ladies and gentlemen, this is Adosis. Please enjoy the play role.
Oh.
Good morning. Aroma. I'm fine. Yes. Yes. So let's have our assessment. Thank you. Williams, sorry, ma tó wà lọ́kàn yẹn, ó rude sí mi. He was very rude last week. That Igbo man there now. Tí màá bá rude sí ẹ. So let's give him high assessment. Kò dá wọn ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀. Tó wá ní ká fún ní high assessment. Professionalism. Jẹ́ ní sùúrù. Kò dá má yẹ ká ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀, má ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀. You have to treat your taxpayer equally. You know, if you know, you will say that. I want to kind of appear assessment. So let's do this place. Let's go. Ẹjọ́ tàn lọ yẹn shop daddy mi ló wà ń bẹ̀. Wọ́n nílò assessment. Ẹjọ́ ara ilé ni wọ́n. Ṣáà tún lè help ara ilé wa ni. No problem. Ara ilé ò ti ní tax. Lẹ́yìn kankan fún yín. Tó bá pẹ́ ló ní Williams lára. Nígbà tó ló ní ara ilé. Tó ní kó fún nílò assessment. Ẹ̀yin èèyàn. Torí pé èèyàn rúbi sí wọn. Oníkan fún ní high assessment. It shouldn't be so. Ṣé rí èmi ò sì níṣẹ́ sílé epo o. Ṣé níṣẹ́ internal revenue tí mo ní? Mo rọra ń ṣe ni. Torí èèyàn má tún ẹ̀ para ilé ẹ̀. Mi ò ní mo fẹ́ sọ fún o. A ti mọ̀ pé wà lólófòfó láàrin wa lọ sọ fún. Tẹ́wọ̀n pé olóòfó ni mí. Tí ọlá nìrọ̀ bá gbọ́. Ọdẹ lọ sọ fún director. Tó lọ fáyà mi tó ní kí n máa lọ lé. Mi ò fẹ́ ní problem o. Ẹ ṣé o.
Gbogbo tá a jí lọ tì láàárọ̀ ìbáyìí, àwọn taxpayer wèrè yẹn fẹ́ dé. Wọ́n máa pariwo orí burúkú.
Ó ga ọ́, nínú ìkíkíṣe, kẹ́ẹ̀tù wọnú inú, kò sínà kò sọ́nà, ó ga ọ́. Ẹ káàárọ̀.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ mọ̀.
Ẹ jọ, wọ́n ti ṣọ́ọ̀bù láàárọ̀ yìí.
Tí ì sanwó ni.
Question mi kò tẹ̀ ní pé ta ló lọ ti ibibẹ̀ yẹn ná? At least ẹni tó lọ ti ibibẹ̀ yẹn, á ṣàrí bíbẹ̀ ṣe rí. Ó rí pé wọ́n ṣẹ̀ tún bẹ̀ yẹn ṣe ni. Who does that? Kò dá náà. Ó yẹ kó tẹ̀ kẹ́ ní sí pátí fáwọn ènìyàn. Òjò tó ń rọ̀ lọ́jọ́ kìíní àná ìjì, owó ṣọ́ọ̀bù mi, owó lápò, owó onírú, owó gbọ́múlé látà, òun ni mo lò tí mo fi ṣe ṣọ́ọ̀bù yẹn. Mo ò tí bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní tajà ń bẹ̀ báyìí. Wọ́n dẹ̀ mú bẹ̀ wọ́n kó dáná, ó yẹ kẹ́ máa ní sí pátí fáwọn èèyàn. Mo ti ṣe ìbímọ tí mo sì bímọ ọgbọ́n báyìí kò tí pọ́sẹ̀ méjì. Abẹ́ mi ò jí náà náà, ó yẹ kẹ́ máa rò ó. Ó yẹ kẹ́ máa rò ó, ó yẹ kẹ́ àlìsẹ́ ẹnìyẹn ó yẹ kó lè kẹ́ni ẹ lè lọ́pọ̀ lọ.
Madam,
mo gbọ́ yín.
ẹ lábẹ́ yín ò jìnnà. Kí ni tiwa?
Kí ni òkò ní at least part of sympathy.
Kí ni tiwa?
Sympathy ni ó yẹ kẹ́ lè ó yẹ kẹ́ máa fojú àánú wò wá kó dá.
Madam.
Ṣé orúkọ tó ń pè yín lẹ fẹ́ máa jẹ́ ni agbowó pa? Ṣé òun lẹ fẹ́ máa jẹ́?
Madam, ẹ calm down. Ẹ jẹ́ ìsọ̀rọ̀ ẹ bàjẹ́ gan-an.
Mo bàjẹ́. Dádì yín nínú.
Ẹ kàn débi ìbàdàn dẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí rán. Wọ́n ń pariwo ń bíbá yìí náà. Tẹ bá fẹ́ sanwó kẹlẹ́ fẹ́ sanwó, tẹ bá dẹ̀ fẹ́ sanwó ẹ jókòó síbẹ̀ ẹ̀dọ̀ ọ̀gá mi fẹ́ dé.
Kí n tẹ̀ tó lè jókòó dọ̀gá yín ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ lè fún mi lómi.
Ẹ mọ̀ pé torí yín náà ṣe pọ́n síbẹ̀.
Ẹ tún lè fún wa lómi.
Ẹ jókòó.
Kò sí wàhálà.
Mi kò sì rírú erí. Kọ́ni tó san ọkọ̀ mọ́ ti fún mi ní rìsíìtì. Àwọn wíbẹ̀ wo lè lẹ́yìn àwọn ti gbé omi hàn fún mi ní rìsíìtì ní káàárọ̀ bọ́dà.
Ẹ káàárọ̀.
Mo sọ ohun tó yá ti ṣọ́ọ̀bù ní sẹ́yìn tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ méjì lọ́fíìsì rí ni.
Ẹ ti sanwó.
Mo ti san o.
Kí ló dé tẹ̀lé rìsíìtì?
Omi.
Wọ́n fún yín.
Wọ́n ti lẹ́ka mi kújọ kó sí dé.
Ìgbé ayé wo lè ń gbé ná? Irúgbé ayé wo lè máa ń gbé ná? Ṣáyìn lè sanwó sùkúù ọmọ yín kẹ́ má gba rìsíìtì.
Mi mo san omi kò mí.
Ẹ̀yin lè máa gbà ń bíbá yìí náà.
Bóyá gbà wákàtí mẹ́ta ni mo jòkó kí n mú rìsíìtì kò mí.
Ẹ lè.
Ìyá ó lè àti wá tọ́gá rẹ̀ ó lè níyà.
Ẹ lè sanwó kẹ́ má gba rìsíìtì. Kí lorúkọ yín?
Olúwa tó sì lẹ́sìn.
Ẹ sanwó ẹ gba rìsíìtì. Ẹ ní nǹkan ṣe. Ẹ tí ẹ mọ wúlò rìsíìtì ọ̀hún gan.
Ṣé ó wúlò ni? Ṣé ó wúlò ni? Mi ṣe ni bí ó rárá. Ṣé ó wúlò ni?
Tọ́mọ yín bá fẹ́ travel báyìí, abẹ́yìn gan fẹ́ travel. Abẹ́kọ̀ need the clearance. Tax clearance. À ń pè ní tax clearance. Foundation ní rìsíìtì wọ̀nyí tẹ́ ìgbà yìí.
Ó wúlò débẹ̀.
Rìsíìtì yín kẹ́ kúrò ń bíbá ẹ.
Ìmọ̀ gbá ó lè ní àmọ́ gbá. Na good afternoon. Sorry, you people no go kill me. Na morning we dey. Oga, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
How I get to talk now? My guy give me this assessment where you
make I see. The
rubbish where you write for here, no be for me.
This is 270.
270, what did they say? Ordinary drink, what did they say?
This is a low assessment.
Low assessment. For ordinary drink.
Considering the strength of your business, man.
Not because I be Igbo. You want to send me back to my village?
Other things not involved, though. Considering just the strength of your business.
My village? Madam. Yeah.
This assessment is very low.
It is not low. I paid 15,000.
We have your...
See,
Madam, calm down now.
Yeah, you can't give me 270 this year. Is it good?
By your information that we have,
okay.
We have a department, data intelligence department, that reveals to us your financial capability.
You know that they check my life.
Madam, this assessment to me is even very low.
Oh.
And I think we are going to give you addition. And madam, you have 2 children in Abuja.
So?
I can see the car you brought here. Madam, go and sit down. My boss is calling me. He will attend to you. Just get her.
Now, nínú ilé mi, ìmọ̀ orí kan lẹ̀wé mọ́ géètì mi. wọ́n ṣe lè mọ́gẹ̀tì mọ́ ìlànà ìta ìjìkan wẹ́jẹ́ ní lágbé kíbárì kí wọ́n ti jogún ilé kìmọ̀ níyì wọ́n ti jogún rẹ̀ wọ́n ti ṣe sí ọ̀pọ̀ wọ́n ti ṣe gbogbo rẹ̀ internal revenue ẹjọba tínú kọ́kàn bíbí nínú internal revenue ní ìgbà kí gómìnà kó akó ọ̀nìyàn á ẹ̀ sì kó ọmọ Èkìtì o ìyọ̀ fọ́rínà ọ̀pọ̀kọ̀ gbọ́kọ̀ ọwọ́ obìnrin gan kẹgbà láti yù sí ọwọ́ ìlú òyìnbó náà ti gbé á ọwọ́ ọ̀gá ẹran pátápátá gan ọwọ́ ọmọ Ìjẹ̀bú ọwọ́ ọmọ Èkó ni internal revenue ni a gbà lónìí mẹ́lọ́bẹ̀. ìgbàlẹ̀ níbẹ̀ ni o.
Good morning, ma.
Èmi ló sọ òyìnbó sí. Èmi ló sọ òyìnbó sí.
What do you want, ma? What can I do for you, ma?
Ṣọmọ lẹ́kọ̀ọ́. Ọba lágbà sílé. Mo mọ̀ nìyàn mo lóògùn. Èmi àti gómìnà. Àjọ sùn àjọ jí ni. Fọ́nìyàn bá wọn àṣẹ mi máa ṣọ́ rẹ̀. Nígbà tí mo jí, ilẹ̀ àti ilé kí wọ́n ti kọ́ kábàá àbámi tó kú.
Madam Kilefe, what do you want?
I got me some land use.
Let me see. Let me have a look, ma. Let me have a look.
Pastor Ibosi, I couldn't look at you.
Ejeki. Mama, this is land use charge bill.
Okay. Listen,
oh, you are highly cerebral. Okay. Ejeki.
Kọ́lọ́ ṣe mí. Ilé wọn ti sanwó sí tipẹ́tipẹ́. Ó kẹ́mi tútù ọ̀sán sí. Ní àgbà fún ọ.
Mama, calm down now. You're just ranting like land use charge, ma'am, is a property tax imposed by government.
Ṣé ọgbà Yorùbá gbé kìsì?
Calm down, mama. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n orientate yín.
Mẹ̀gbọ́n rẹ̀.
It is imposed by government on land occupiers, or if you like, landowners. Ti ṣe sí ọ̀fọ̀, right? Bẹ́ẹ̀ni ṣe rí i pé sí ọ̀fọ̀ yẹn, certificate of occupancy ló ní. Ìjọba ló ní ilẹ̀kílẹ̀. Ilẹ̀ tẹ́ ra yẹn, àwọn indigenous occupiers ló tà fún yín. Ẹ̀yin wá di property occupier. Láti legitimate ẹ máa ní láti máa san owó yìí annually just once in a year. Ṣóyè yín ẹ̀tọ́ ìjọba ni òfin dẹ̀ ni.
Ṣáàkàwé ṣáàbà Èkìtì lóore àbọ̀ máa lè lóore.
Èyí mi kọkàn wọ́n rẹ̀ balẹ̀.
Ṣáàbà Èkìtì mọ̀ ní ìlú kọ́lọ́ba kọ́ ní tòkè.
Ọkàn ìké.
Ọkàn mi ti balẹ̀ ní sùúrù.
Owí foreigner lọ̀gá.
Ṣebí ìgbà tí mo jí làárọ̀ ṣùgbọ́n jí mo rí pé ọ́fíìsì ní lọ́túnmọ̀dọ̀ mi kọ́kọ́ orúkọ ọ́fíìsì ní tẹ́lẹ̀. Adébáyọ̀ òun mo ṣe abẹ́.
Agbọ́ mi ọ̀gára kò wí ní Èkìtì ni òkè mẹ́sì létí á. Ìkẹrẹ gan lèmi gan.
Ṣojú kọ̀ọ̀kan bí olóògùn ni. Ṣọ́kẹ̀ mẹ́sì ni.
Okay, merci ni. So, ibi kò sanwó sí. Wọ́n lọ sí Mùsùà. Wọ́n lọ sí Mùsùà. Head office ra. Ẹlífàjú yìí. Ibẹ̀ lọ tí a sanwó èyí. Èyí ṣìbé. Ìgbàhùn rẹ̀ kó a lọ.
Ó ti gbọ́, ṣé olùkọ́ kan mi fi balẹ̀ wí? Ọkọ̀ alátòkè mẹ̀sí, kọjọ́ mi Èkìtì. Mùsùà ni mẹ́ lọ. Mùsùà yá.
Alo, ó dàbọ̀.
Ṣàyà, mo sá lọ bẹ̀.
Ọ̀gá ẹ káàárọ̀ sir. Ẹ káàárọ̀ sir. Good morning sir. Fine, thank you sir. Fine sir. Wọ́n lọ pín assessment sir. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sir.
Oh, taxpayers are here. Why you not giving water now? What's going on?
Omi wà níbí sir.
Abba now, it's nothing now. Àwọn lára fún náà, ọ̀gá ò gbọ́dọ̀ gbọ́ ẹ̀pẹ̀lẹ̀ gbà, ẹ̀nà ẹ̀gbà.
Ọ̀gá wọn lábẹ́ ẹ̀tàwọn ò tí ì jiná ní tiwọn.
Ẹ ṣe bí ọmọ
wọn láwọn ṣẹ̀ bímọ.
Congratulations. Ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ̀gbọ́n wa ọmọ revenue.
Ọ̀gá aláyé ni wúmà yìí o.
Àmúpọ̀ lọ́dọ̀ wọn.
Ọmọ méjì ló lọ abọ́ àgbẹ̀.
Bọ̀ Ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́ ya bébì. Ẹ gbọ́ mọ́ wa wá. Ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́. Kí ló tún ṣẹlẹ̀? Kí ló tún ṣẹlẹ̀? Get yourself in. I'm very sorry about that. Ẹ má bínú. Ẹ má bínú. Ẹ dẹ̀ máa wo meeting mo ti bọ́ sí o. Tàìtọ́ fún gbogbo àwọn tí ìjìgbé sọ̀bọ̀n lọ ká korúkọ wọn lẹ̀. Káwá fún wọn. There is something for them from the government.
Kémi ò wá ní wá sọ wọ́n ní bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn.
Ẹ mọ̀ kọ́ta máa ṣe fún yín mà. Ẹ mọ̀ kọ́ta máa ṣe fún yín. Wípé ìjìgbé ṣọ̀bù ń lọ ẹ̀dẹ̀ ṣe bí ọmọ. Let me write our name down. Mo bọ́ ọ̀tí wọn. Màmá ṣẹlẹ̀ wá fún yín nílò. Are you sure? Check in gbàyìn gbọ́. Ṣe sure. Ẹ bá mi kọ́ orúkọ wọn lẹ̀. Madam please.
Ìjà ti tán o. Ìjà ti tán.
Igbokwenu. Lord. Igwe is taking care of you. See how you are shining. You are shining. Let me see your assessment. Village.
Go.
No be go.
Oh, but you now won't send us.
Madam, it's not too much now.
Too much.
Big madam now.
So.
Madam.
You there for our boy. Are you giving me money? Can I your papa give me money?
I've seen the car outside.
You see my car?
You know what will happen now?
Waiting.
I'll give you this letter.
Okay.
Under the law, you have 30 days to come out of the check amount given to you. Okay. You have to come back here. Okay. But before that time, I will come to your shop myself to patronize you.
Okay, thank you.
Then I will attend to myself.
They sweet my belly.
Don't worry.
I go pay. Don't worry.
Pay for me.
Don't
worry. Officer, come. Let me see you. Officer, come. Let me see you. Please. All these are taxpayers. They are the queens and kings of this place. If they are not here, we won't be here. We are feeding on them. Please, just take it easy on them. Like that woman now, she just gave her. And the rainstorm that happened recently destroyed her business. Please, just take it easy on them. Please, and even I heard from outside. Bello called me. She said those are outside distributing assessment. They were arguing, fighting on the main road, which is not to be so. Where is the teamwork in this place? Please now, let the director hear that I don't see. You guys are working. Please, ladies and gentlemen, may I please be come to the end of our show. I don't see.
Please, can we appreciate them again? Mologu. All right, the next task session is Ado 1. Ado 1.
Good day, everyone. Our amiable chairman, our directors, HODs, DTOs, and my colleagues. We are from Ado 1 Tax Station, and we are here to give a bit of comic relief and to educate you on what we go through on the field on daily basis. Please do enjoy our presentation. Thank you.
N bá jí lòwúrọ̀ tí mo bá ń rè bí iṣẹ́ mi. Bàbá sì mí lọ sì mí bọ̀ kẹ̀ máa jẹ́ ń ké léṣu lọ́nà. Wá ṣe aláàbò gbogbo wa, wá ṣe aláàbò gbogbo wa. Aláàbò ni bàbá, wá ṣe aláàbò gbogbo wa. Bàbá wá ṣe aláàbò gbogbo wa.
Ẹ ǹlẹ́ o, ẹ̀yin ẹlẹ́rìí jì. Ẹni ẹyẹ wa Báìbù máa dàbí ẹni tó fi ṣe. Ṣé tún fẹ́ tọrọ owó ni aṣàlọ́ṣọ̀ṣì lánàá? Bẹ́ẹ̀ la sì gbọ́ wàásù. Ṣé kì í sun yín ni láàárọ̀ kùtùkùtù Monday? Ẹ ṣe ìyọnu.
Yes, ma.
Èwo la rí gbọ́nbolẹ̀ ti wá.
Àwọn Èkìtì State Internal Revenue ni ò tá à ń pè ní
Internal rẹ̀kẹ̀rú.
Internal
Internal
revenue.
rẹ̀kẹ̀rú. Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ̀ ń gbowó orí tẹ̀sí ti ṣọ́ọ̀bù. Ṣé ò sí o? Ṣé bẹ́ẹ̀ rí mi báyìí? Ṣé bẹ́ẹ̀ wo ṣọ́ọ̀bù mi báyìí? Bójú ṣe ká lọ. Gbogbo ọjà mi pátá lòjò báyìí. Kí ni nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ̀ fowó gan ṣe gan? Ṣé iṣẹ́ ti bá òwúrọ̀ yín? Ìyẹn ni kí lẹ̀ fowó ṣe? Kí ni kí lẹ̀ bá kà? Ẹ sún sẹ́yìn fún mi jọ. Gbálẹ̀ sí yín lára o. Ẹ yàgò. Ẹ yàgò. Ẹ yàgò. Ẹ yàgò.
This nonsense mouth sleeping on somebody. Màmá ṣe wà okay ṣá.
Ìyẹn èmi náà.
Pátá dúró bá ẹ̀dẹ̀ tún gbálẹ̀ sí wa lára.
Ìyẹn èmi náà.
Ṣé wà okay?
Ìyẹn èmi náà.
Ṣé wà okay? Wà burúkú yín náà ló jẹ́ kí ṣọ́ọ̀bù
yín
yín
wó. Ìwọ sí ni.
Kí ṣọ́ọ̀bù yín tó wó dànù.
Ẹ gbà mí. Níbo ni ilé ìsìnkáwá tí ò lọ́kùn lọ́rùn? Ẹ̀dẹ̀ wò ó. Má ṣàtúnṣe ọwọ́ mi o. Má ṣàtúnṣe ọwọ́ mi.
Ẹ lọ́jà rẹ̀. Ṣọ́ọ̀bù yín tó wó dànù.
Ẹ jáde ṣọ́ọ̀bù ni. Àwọn tó bá mi ṣiṣẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ rí wọn lórí pàdù báyìí. Òjò ká gbogbo ọjà mi lọ.
It's okay, it's okay. Officer, it's okay, it's okay. It's okay.
Mr. Kenny.
Yes.
Mr. Kenny.
Yes.
Mr. Kenny.
Yes, 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 yes.
Èló lẹ fi pé ṣọ́ọ̀bù yìí what? Ẹ fún wọn ní 150 kẹjẹ ká lọ jàre. She's very good. Ẹ jẹ́ ayọ̀.
Mọ́mì, mo ní kẹ́ ní ìṣúra ẹ wá rí ọ̀gá wa lọ́fíìsì. Ẹ ṣàgbá ẹ wá rí ọ̀gá wa lọ́fíìsì. Mọ́mì ẹ gbà á. Ẹ gbà á ẹ wá rí ọ̀gá wa lọ́fíìsì. Gbogbo ẹ máa níyànjú tẹ bá dé ọ́fíìsì wa. Tẹ bá dé ọ́fíìsì wa gbogbo ẹ máa níyànjú. Mọ́mì, àníkẹ́ ní sùúrù gbogbo ẹ máa níyànjú ẹ ní sùúrù. Ẹ ṣàwárí ọ̀gá wa ní ọ́fíìsì. Ẹ gbà á ẹ má bínú ẹ gbà á ẹ wá. Ó ti tó yín kì í ṣe bó ṣe kọ́ wa nìyẹn. Ó ti tó yín, ó ti tó yín.
Bó ṣe ń bá wa sọ̀rọ̀. Kí ló ń gbọ́rù yìí gan-an?
Ẹ ṣàgbá ẹ wá rí ọ̀gá wa ní ọ́fíìsì. Mọ́mì ẹ wá rí ọ̀gá wa lọ́fíìsì. Gbogbo ẹ̀ yóò yanjú pátápátá. Ẹ ní sùúrù mọ́mì. Ẹ ní sùúrù. Ìyá ẹ ní sùúrù. Mo ní kẹ́ ẹ ní sùúrù.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ sà.
Ogun ara o.
Ṣáájú wa sà.
Ṣàlàfíà ni ara.
Pé ká wá kí yín náà ṣe.
Ìjọ láti bo ni o, ṣé ìsìn kankan ká lè ṣe fún yín.
Of internal revenue ni o.
Internal revenue.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni sà.
Òkú ọdún mẹ́ta lọ́rọ̀ yẹn ìṣàjòjì sáré. Mo mọ̀ yín dáadáa. Internal revenue ojú ilé rẹ̀ ìṣàìmọ̀ bọ́lọ́kọ.
Adékáwá kí yín náà ní sà.
Ọmọdé bá mi bá ga kí n jókòó àbí.
Kò ní ìdìkọ̀ ẹ má ṣe yọnu, ẹ má ṣe yọnu, ẹ má ṣe yọnu.
Ọ̀dẹ alùpẹ̀ ṣé kí mo lè ṣe fún yín bẹ́ẹ̀?
Adékáwá kí yín náà ní sà. Adékáwá béèrè lọ́wọ́ yín bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe sanwó orí yín sí ni sà.
Èyí ò rí.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni sà.
Èyí ló kéré jù. Èyí mo sọ ní ọdún ta. Mo sọ lórí ọdún kò kọjá. Tọdún ibẹ̀ ni méjì rí. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ọ̀nà ìdìbò yá fún mi. Èyí yé mi ò mẹ́mọ́.
Afẹ́wá fún yín ní ti sí ọdún yìí náà ni sà.
Tọdún yìí.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni sà.
Ọ̀dà ǹjẹ́ mi ò bó ṣe rí. Mo ojú pọ̀ ju o.
Ó ní pọ̀ jù.
Mo ojú pọ̀ ju o.
Ó ní pọ̀ jù. Ó ní ẹ sà. Ẹ fún ọ ní màá.
Kí mo mú ṣe yí?
Ẹ fi kankan ṣe wá.
Mo ti gbúrò ariwo yẹn níbẹ̀ ni mo ti fẹ́ yá báyìí pé kí ni bọ̀ mi ọ̀rọ̀ kan wá tí mo kàn bẹ́ẹ̀ tí mo yọjú sí. Kéè wọlé 100,000 kẹ́ lókè yìí. Wọlé 20,000 kò dé nísàlẹ̀. Kẹ́ẹ̀kì jẹ́.
Direct assessment ní 100,000 yẹn 20,000 yẹn ní ìdìbò lẹ́bi yìí.
Wàhálà yẹn gan ti pọ̀ jù káàmù ṣe ilé Èkìtì. Ìjọ ọjà mọ̀ kọ́ṣáká yẹn ọgùn mi mo ti yáwó rẹ̀. Ìtaka yẹn àṣìá ni. Mo ti fẹ́ sọ ọkàn tí lọ́la méjì mọ́ kíní. Àbó ilé pè mí gan bẹ́ẹ̀. Ẹ ló máa fẹ́ padà yẹn dáná bẹ́ẹ̀ ní lọ́dọ̀ mi máa ẹ olùkúrú rẹ mọ́ wọ́rì. Yóò ẹ̀ àrùn kan bẹ́ẹ̀. Ẹ bá ń kìlọ̀ kọ́mọdé yìí o.
Business wa o.
Ọmọdé gbúdọ̀ rí mi sí o.
Èdè burúkú tẹ̀tẹ̀ sọ lọ tẹ máa sọ èdè mọ́. Ẹ ń gbowó gúrúmẹ̀ ń gbowó
Èmi lọ sí ibi.
How's that a business?
Mo ti dúró rẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n nídànù.
Business.
Mo ti dúró rẹ̀ yàgbẹ́ dànù.
Bàbá ẹ lọ jókòó járe, wọ́n sanwó wa kíá.
Ọmọdé sọ̀rọ̀ sí mi bẹ́ẹ̀.
Wọ́n sanwó wa bẹ́ẹ̀ sàn, wọ́n máa ti ṣọ́ọ̀bù yìí.
Màmá jẹ́ rẹ̀ sàn gáà.
Wọ́n máa ti kò sí kan tẹ́ máa ṣe sí.
Ọmọdé rí mi fi hàn.
Lórí yìí fi ló bàjẹ́, ẹ má sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́. Ẹ má sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́ jọ.
Àbígbẹ̀yìn mi. Àbígbẹ̀yìn mi. Ẹni bá ti.
Ìpìlẹ̀ o, bàbá alábìgbẹ̀yìn.
Ọ̀dà.
Ìpínlẹ̀ ìkọ́ṣàlẹ̀ bí mi.
Ṣé ẹ̀yin gbọ́ mi lọ́nà? Ẹ̀yin gbọ́ mi. Ẹ wá dà mí. Ìjọba dá mi lóko. Ọ̀dà.
Ẹ bá bínú sí.
Ìpàdé káyà rí ní ọ́fíìsì.
Ẹ wá rí wa.
Abáyé tí wa.
Kọ́mọ̀ kọ́ sí ọmọdé burúkú iṣọ́ dẹ́.
Ẹ bá bínú, ẹ bá bínú, ẹ bá bínú. Ẹ bá bínú, ẹ bá bínú bàbá.
Mbà kí mi pè yín pé wọn bá ìbá kan ní kí mi sọ́kò yín.
Rárá, àfọwọ́ gbowó, àfọwọ́ gbowó.
Ẹran kan ti yà ní kọjá mòtìkẹ́ òkun lórí tébù mi níbẹ̀ kan fún mi ní
ìsìn. Kì í ṣe látọ̀dọ̀ wa o, kì í ṣe látọ̀dọ̀ wa.
Ẹ ṣí.
Kì í ṣàwàkọ́.
Ọmọdé rí mi fí o.
Ẹ bá bínú bàbá.
Ọmọdé rí mi fí o.
Ẹ bá bínú, ẹ bá bínú, ẹ bá bínú.
Wọ́n kan rí ọ, èyí, mo rí ọbẹ̀ ènìyàn gidi. Torí orí bá ti á jẹ ọ̀gọ̀dọ̀ àìgbósùn. Wọ́n pín yàn rẹ̀ sókè àjà. Èkúté láwọn ṣẹ̀rẹ̀ dànù o.
Bàbá ẹ má bínú. Bàbá ẹ má bínú.
Màá mú bárú fún o.
Bàbá ẹ má bínú. Ẹ má bínú.
Ọ̀dà àyàbá yẹn lọ́dún ìyàwó.
Máa retí ní sà. Gbàmí lọ́wọ́ àwọn ìtẹ́nà rẹ̀ kẹrù.
Èló lọ fún ẹ?
250.
250. Gbẹrù rẹ.
Èmi mọ́ ni.
Àyàbá lọ́dún.
Ẹnu wọn kan wọ́n ti fẹ́ nu wọ́kúta ẹ lẹ́ bí.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ sà, ẹ káàárọ̀ mọ̀.
Oníṣẹ́ ìyàtọ̀ jẹ́ ìgboro.
Ìjọba ló rọ̀wọ̀, kì í ṣe àwọn kan ló rọ̀wọ̀.
Gbogbo páànù ṣọ́ọ̀bù mi lọ. Yóò rí ibi kọjá sí gbogbo ọjà mi pátá lòjó bàjẹ́. Kí lẹ̀ ń fowó nǹkan ṣe? Ẹ̀yin lẹ̀ ń gba kọ́másì, ẹ̀yin lẹ̀ ń gba láńsùsì, ẹ̀yin lẹ̀ ń gba setback. Kí lẹ̀ ń fowó nǹkan ṣe? Iṣẹ́ wo lẹ fi ń ṣe? Kí ni owó tá à ń sọ fún yín? Kí ló dà fún yín gan? Kí ló ìwọ ọmọ yìí?
Mọ́mì, ẹ ní sùúrù.
Ìwọ ọmọ yìí.
Àwọn owó tá à ń pa àwọn yìí, oníjọba ń lò tó fi ń ṣe àwọn amenities tó wà nígboro. Òun ló fi ń ṣiṣẹ́, ó fi ṣe sólà sígboro. Ẹ ká má ba rìn nínú òkùnkùn. Mọ́mì, ilé
onídìwọ̀n mo nílò ẹlẹ́jọ́. Dídíwọ̀n.
Ẹ wá jòkó náà.
Ṣèbọ́jú yín ló ti bú mi. Ṣèbọ́jú yín ló ti bú mi.
Wọ́n ti ń pa wọ̀nyí. Ẹ má bínú. Gbogbo owó tá à ń pa wọ̀nyí. Òun ni àwọn ìjọba bí ń tú ìgboro ṣe tó fi lù ṣe. Ẹ wo ọ̀nà, ẹ wo gàràjì yẹn ọjà sí. Mọ́mì, mo ní kẹ́ ṣe sùúrù ẹ̀gbọ́n mi. Ẹ̀gbọ́n mi ó máa dọ́dọ̀ yín. Ẹ wo àwọn owó tá à ń pa wọ̀nyí, wọn ló fi ṣe sólà sígboro. Tó jẹ́ kó ń taná lóru tẹ́ bá lọ sọ́jà ṣèbẹ̀ máa rí sólà tó tàn lásán.
Jáde lóru ni màá jáde lóru.
Ó ti tún lọ àwọn street to street. Ṣe náà owó yìí tẹ́ bá gba rìsíìtì yín ẹ lè lọ health center ní òkè yìnmí wọ́n gba free health níbẹ̀ fún àwọn ọmọ ọdún kan ọmọ ọjọ́ kan bí ọdún márùn-ún bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni tẹ́ bá fẹ́ ṣe tax clearance bóyá ẹ fẹ́ travel out of the country àwọn rìsíìtì yẹn máa pa ọdún méjì papọ̀ ẹ mú wá sọ́dọ̀ wa bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n dìdọ́tì ẹ̀ kúrò ní àwọn owó tí ẹ bá fẹ́ san
ṣó wúlò
ìrọ̀rùn wa ó wúlò dáadáa mọ́mì ni so ẹ má bínú ẹ wá jòkó kí ọ̀gá wa lè attend sí yín.
Má tún bú mi o. Má tún bú mi.
Hello ma.
Níbalẹ̀.
Ìyá ẹ fún mi ní fọ́ọ̀mù yín.
Ṣé o bá ń fẹ́ láńtà lórúkọ mi?
Ok, ẹ̀yin ni Mrs. Ṣeun.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ẹ bá mi wá file 304. Owó tó fún yín náà ò pọ̀ náà.
250.
Ò pọ̀ náà ìyá.
Ìlọ́kọ̀. Èmi ni mò ń dọ́mọ dọ́sì tó wà láyà mi yìí. Èmi ni mò ń tọ́ wọn. Ọmọ 12 ni mo bí. Mi ì sí ìrànwọ́ tọ́ wọn bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
Ẹ bá bínú, àwò ṣe fún yín. Mọ́mì ẹ ṣe sùúrù, olóríire ló máa ń san tax. Ẹ ní sùúrù mọ́mì, ọ̀gá wa àwò ṣe fún yín. Ẹ wo kan tí mo bá yín ìjúṣẹ̀ sí.
Ọ̀gá, ẹ máa ṣe lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀, ẹ máa ṣe ara mi dẹ̀ balẹ̀ wọ̀ bí ọbẹ̀ páànù. Ẹ ṣe o.
Ẹ rí bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ohun tí mo sọ fún yín náà nìyẹn. Tó ẹ má bínú payment.
Màá sanwó mi báyìí.
Ọ̀gá rárá yín gan o.
Ẹ má bínú sá, ẹ má bínú.
Ṣé ẹ̀sìn lẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀sìn àbẹ́gbà lẹ́tẹ̀gbà? Látàrọ̀ mo ti débé yìí.
Ẹ má bínú.
Mo ti lọ wákàtí mẹ́ta.
Ẹ má bínú.
Ẹ sọ ní dá sí mi. Nídẹ̀ yóò mi.
Wọ́n débi ṣáájú yín, ẹ jẹ́ kí n attend sí wọn.
Ẹ dá o.
Ẹ fún mi ní.
Ìjọ wo ni fẹ́ change gan?
Ẹ má bínú.
Wí ìgbà tọmọdé. Kí n dìrọ̀ ọmọdé ẹlẹ́rìn bẹ́ẹ̀ ó ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ lónìí o.
It's okay. Don't talk to tax
me. Mẹ́ta o.
Officer.
Ọmọdé rí mi fi o.
Ẹ má bínú.
Mọ́mọ́ mo lè ṣe o.
Ẹ fún mi ní fọ́ọ̀mù yín.
Má tí ṣòkòtò fún àmọ́. Bẹ́ẹ̀ tí ṣòkòtò fún ni o.
Ẹ fún mi ní.
Má tí ṣòkòtò fún ẹ. ìkìlọ̀ fún o. ẹ jẹ́ kí àtẹ́ẹ̀dì sí yín sà. ẹ gbà. ṣé yìí máa san lé bẹ́ẹ̀. orí tẹ́ máa san nìyẹn sà. rìsíìtì mi ọdún kẹta sí kan. ok. àti ti ọdún kan kọjá. máa gbá omi o. ok. Ògún Bólúdé Tìjání. ok. ìkìlọ̀ tọmọdé yìí o. màá tún jòkòtò fún o. ẹ bá bínú sà. ok. ẹ fún mi ní file 702 file 702. ẹ gbà mọ. ìjọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ọ́fíìsì mo dà bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣé mi ké wá kí mi sanwó mi àbí kí a ṣe. ẹ lè sanwó yín sí. ok tọ́jà tán kẹ́ ni àpàkáǹtì sí mi ni àbí. ẹ máa pèsè yín sí. wọ́n kàn án sán. ṣùgbọ́n torí mo fẹ́ kéèkì Èkìtì náà dá ìlú òyìnbó ọ̀dẹ́ká ìbùlẹ̀sán táàsì níbẹ̀ wọn kàn gbogbo ìpinnu àwọn bẹ́ẹ̀ ọgbọ́n àṣẹ ìmọ̀gbọ́n àṣẹ. ẹ bá bínú sà bó ti ṣe ọ̀yá 934 276 98. oye ní ti lọ mo ti sẹ́ni tí o ti rí. tí o ti rí. mo ti rí. ọ̀yá ní pẹ̀kẹ́jì ìṣèbéjì ni ọ̀nà méjì ni ọ̀yá pẹ̀kẹ́jì. 947 211. ok. èlé náà ti lọ mo ti sẹ́ni rẹ o. ọ̀yá kó síìtì máa wá síìtì mi lọ mo fẹ́ gba síìtì mi tó wá lọ. ẹ dúró bẹ́ẹ̀ máa print ẹ̀ fún yín sí agbára síìtì kẹ́ tó lọ. kíákíá. ajẹ́ pé ti yàtọ̀ lóòótọ́. mo orí ìjọ yín kì í fún mi síìtì mi. mo kúrò ọ̀gá lórí rédíò lé ọ̀sẹ̀ tó kọjá ọ̀gá yín sọ̀rọ̀ lé kíkọ́ lórí rédíò. dúró parí síìtì rẹ o. ẹ má ìkìlọ̀ ọmọdé mọ́tò mi fi mọ́ o. orí ìjọ ọmọdé ìjọ rẹ o. màá mú bánu fún o.
Thank you, everyone. Hope you enjoyed our educative presentation. Thank you.
Olóríire ló ń sanwó orí.
Ado 5. Okay, can we appreciate them for their presentation? Please, we want to take 1 minute to tidy up our environment. If you know there's a desk beside you, kindly pick it up. Please tidy up your environment. If you know there's a desk beside you, kindly pick it up. Thank you. Okay, please listen. Hello. Please, if you know you are here and you've not registered your name, please kindly signify, or before you come to the front, come and register your name. If you know you've not written your name in the attendance sheet, please come outside or you signify. Okay, thank you. Ado 5, please come up to the podium to present your role play.
Àǹtí ti ṣọ́ọ̀bù rẹ̀, àǹtí ti ṣọ́ọ̀bù rẹ̀, àǹtí ti ṣọ́ọ̀bù rẹ̀. Ìyá ìlú kú. Ìyàwó sẹ́yìn ni ọ̀gá lọ́sì ló ṣẹlẹ̀. Kí ló ṣe ti ṣọ́ọ̀bù mi? Kí ló ti ṣọ́ọ̀bù mi? Mo ti di à. Mo ti di à. Kẹ́hìn. Mo ti sọ rí. Bí mo ti sọ ọkọ̀ ìjàre níbẹ̀ ni. Wọ́n ti gbé bẹ̀ lọ́nà oníṣọ́jà rẹ̀ níbẹ̀ ni. Ṣé èsì bẹ̀ ni? Bí mo ti sọ jàre. Bí mo ti sọ rí. Ibo sáfìsì ni à. Ibo. Ilé ìṣàkà ẹ̀gbọ́n. Ọkọ̀ mọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Ǹjẹ́ àlọ́?
Iyo nǹkan ìyá mú kò mí.
Mo máa bu wọn lónìí. Màmá ọkẹ́ ẹ̀ bá. Màmá ọkẹ́ ń gbà. Ọlọ́mọdé ń ṣe ó gbà. Ọ̀gá rìn ni mèwá líbẹ̀ èèyàn rà o. Ọ̀gá rìn ni mèwá. Iye ọkàn ya mú kò mí. Kí mẹ́ta. Bá mi mú wẹ̀ mi. Èmi ti bọ̀. Ọlọ́dún. Sọ́rí ẹ̀ máa ń sọ ọ́. Ti ní sùúrù. Èmi 3,000 ni mo san lọ́dún kan lọ. Ọ̀rì àmú 30,000 kò mí kí lè ta.
Ṣáyé ní tẹ̀síwájú.
Ayé mi tẹ̀síwájú. Ṣùgbọ́n ọmọ mẹ́ta ni mo ní yunifásítì kò ti ṣe tí. Ọ̀rùṣẹ́. Ọmọ mẹ́ta kì mo ní ọ̀rùṣẹ́. Ilẹ̀ ọ̀sùn ìkádì.
Kì í ṣe ibà rí.
Irọ́ mi yọ̀ sán o. Èyí kì í mú kò mí mi yọ̀ sán ọ̀gá irin ni mẹ̀yà rí. Ọ̀gá irin mẹ̀yà rí. Torí ọ̀gá irin mi ó kò mí mò mí ṣe o. Irin mẹ̀yà lápò mẹ̀yà gúrú mi mò mí ṣe o. Ọ̀gá irin ni mẹ̀wá. Ọ̀gá irin ni mẹ̀yà o. Ìyàbọ̀ ọ̀gá irin.
Ọ̀gá ni bẹ́ẹ̀ o.
Owó tí mo san láṣẹ wọn fún mi rí fi.
Oko ọ̀gá. Ọ̀gá. Ebe ṣe wọ́n yá gbé lọ ní ṣọ́ọ̀bù. Gbogbo tó ẹ̀ tí a. Mímọ́ ni. Bí ọ̀gá ni ọ̀gá kì í ṣe bí ṣe wá. Ẹnì kan kì í ṣe bí ṣe wá mi. Mo ní kí ó ṣe wọ́n. Mo ní kí ó ṣe ògòtò á. Mo ní kí ó ṣe àdúgbò ògòtò á. Mo ní kí ó ṣe ọ̀dọ̀ wá. Kò fẹ́ ṣe. Kò fẹ́ ṣe kò mí. Ṣé bí
Joseph Ọlọ́run fẹ́ mi lórúkọ mi.
Ṣé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mẹ̀yà gbé
Joseph Ọlọ́run fẹ́.
kí mi yá ké sí ọmọ mi. Ọ̀gá rin ni mo fẹ́ yá rí o. Ọ̀gá rin ni mẹ̀yà rí líbẹ̀ o. Ìké sí ọkọ̀ mi ìké sí ọ o.
Mo ṣe lè sanwó tọdún yìí ní báyìí. Mo ṣe lè sanwó tọdún yìí.
Ìwé tó kún yín kọ́. Àti James ṣàlàyé pọ̀. Bí ọ̀gá ọwọ́ bá mi ṣọ́ọ̀bù. Kì í ṣe ọ́fíìsì mi sí bọ́ọ̀lù mi. Ṣé bí ọ̀nà mi ṣọjá ọ̀nà lẹ́sọ̀wọ́ sí? Kì í ṣe ọ́fíìsì wa ló wà bẹ́ẹ̀ ìdẹ́gbẹ́ lọ́fíìsì wa wà. Ṣé ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ o? Ọ̀gá ni mo rí. Ó pọ̀. Wọ́n ti ọ̀ṣọ́ òkò tó wà àjọ kí tẹ̀sán lọ́dún ìkọ̀ fún omi. Ìwé ta fún yín kọ́. Lórí ìwé o.
Ọ̀gá rin ni mo fẹ́ rí sẹ́ẹ̀. Ǹjẹ́ mi rọ̀gá rin? Ǹjẹ́ mi rọ̀gá rin?
Wọ́n ní bí sísá ìjọpọ̀ lọ́jọ́.
Ọ̀rá ọ̀gá o. Olóríire lọ ẹ̀yà. Wàá ṣuṣẹ́ débi èrè. Iṣẹ́ rẹ̀ á pé ọ. Wàá mọ́ rẹ̀ wàá mú pẹ̀tọ́ ara rẹ̀. Iye òǹkè ọmọ rẹ̀ yá mú kò mí. Ọ̀gá rin mú mi fún mi ló mò mí ṣe o. Ìní mẹ̀ ẹ̀yá lápò mẹ̀ ẹ̀yá gúrú mi. Ọmọ mẹ́ta ni mo ní ní fásitì èsì síbi kan rí bí gba. Ìkèkè kíkan ilé epo kíkan ilé Abuja kìkẹ́ tó ránṣà sá lọ. Kọ̀ọ̀kan ṣáàyà wọn kàn án jẹ́ ilẹ̀ ọ̀ṣù. Iye òǹkè ọ̀yá mú kò mí.
Ẹ ní sùúrù ẹ jókòó.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ kan jòkó mẹ́jòkó o. Mí jòkó sẹ́ẹ̀.
Àgbàlagbà
ní
ní
jòkó.
ẹ lè dúró.
Kí ìbá mi yóò bí sí yóò san ju 5,000 nínú ẹ o.
Màmá ṣe fẹ́ ká yanjú ọ̀rọ̀ yìí.
Ìyanjú rẹ̀ kí á ti fẹ́ yanjú rẹ̀ ìgbà.
Owó tó fún yín ó ti kọjá ọjọ́ tó yẹ ẹ wá.
Máa mú ìwé kíkà.
Tó bá ti fún yín nínú ìwé yìí látọjọ́ tó ti fún yín sí ọgbọ̀n ọjọ́ ẹ wá sọ́fíìsì wa nǹkan tẹ́ bá ní sọ lórí ẹ̀ ìwé lè bá ó ti kọjá ọgbọ̀n ọjọ́ ẹ bá ló wá bá yín báwo lẹ ṣe wá.
Ògùnkùn ẹ kí mi lò.
Màmá ṣé mọ nǹkan tẹ́ máa ṣe èló lẹ́lẹ́sọ ní ọdún tó kọjá 3,000. Ṣé mọ nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ màmá? Ọ̀rọ̀ owó orí ó ti yàtọ̀ sí ti tẹ́lẹ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀ ló ti létò papọ̀ síbi ó yẹ ká gba gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ yín nítorí pé wá nígbà tó yẹ kẹ́ wá ṣùgbọ́n nǹkan tí màá ṣe nísìnyí ni pé ẹ lọ kọ̀wé wá ṣẹ́gbọ́ ọmọ yín tó bá yín kà á yẹn ọmọ tó ń kọjá ẹ padà pé nǹkan tẹ́ máa ṣe ẹ wáyàn ládùúgbò tó mọ̀wé kọ tó mọ̀wé kà ó yé wa màmá ó yé wa gbogbo ẹ̀ ló yé wa tẹ wá wá ọmọ yẹn á bá yín kọ̀wé gbogbo bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń rajà gbogbo bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń tajà wọ́n á bá yín kọ gbogbo ẹ̀ ṣe ti gbọ́.
People
So
who
ẹ lè mú wá, ẹ là á lè fi ṣiṣẹ́. Ṣé gbọ́?
different now.
Ẹ má ṣe yọnu màmá gbogbo ẹ̀ ló máa níyànjú. Ṣé gbọ́? Fọ màmá lọ́jọ́ mi tó bá ti mú ìwé wá. Ẹ má jẹ́ kó kọjá ọgbọ̀n ọjọ́. Tẹ́ fi máa wá. Tẹ́ wá ṣàlàyé. Ṣé gbọ́?
People woman? Is it because I be people woman? No. Allah,
my young God, hold on. What happen now? Make I pay my money first.
I want to see your guy.
Kí lẹ́ni yìí sọ báyìí? Màá wá láti Ògùn. Màá yá tajà náà dé wà wí 30,000 kéré. Ẹ kéré o.
See your guy.
We are not selling the same thing, madam.
For what? No.
Let me see your guy first.
See your guy.
Madam ẹ káàbọ̀, a máa rí yín, ẹ ra mà, ẹ ṣàlàáfíà lẹ ṣe. Madam, ṣe sọ fún yín lẹ́ẹ̀kan, ẹ lọ kọ̀wé wá, a lè ṣiṣẹ́ lórí ẹ̀. Ṣé gbọ́? Wáyàn tá a bá yín kọ́, wáyàn tá a bá yín kọ́, gbogbo àwọn tó lè kọ̀wé wọ́n wà ń ta, a bá wọn kọ́. Ọ̀kẹ́ pe ọmọ yín. Ẹ pe ọmọ yín níbi tán wà, ẹ ṣàlàyé fún wọn. Nǹkan bá báyìí náà mú wá o, ẹ bá mi kọ́ o. Ẹ má wọ ìmàmá, ẹ gbà kẹ́ fọmọ yín. Màdámù ẹ jókòó. Ẹ kújọ́ mẹ́ta mọ̀. A máa rí yín. Ó ti kó ògùn já. Ọ́fíìsì wa náà láti issue tax guarantee. Ṣùgbọ́n nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní madam níbẹ̀rẹ̀ ọdún lóòótọ́ ni pé a rí pé ẹ máa ń comply pẹ̀lú tax law tẹ̀ fáìlì return sí. náà tẹ̀ fáìlì ní January òun la fi àwọn wo ló ń pariwo mẹ́ẹ̀. òun la fi issue tax guarantee issue ṣe ń gbọ́ mi madam. òun la fi issue tax guarantee issue. So according to the personal income tax law 2011 as amended, òfin fún wa lágbára láti fún yín ní additional assessment.
Ṣé bẹ́ẹ̀mi kan náà èmi ni mò ń kíní èmi ni mò ń ta abọ́ ní ìdẹ̀mọ́ orúkọ kan náà ni kí ló wá tún ń ṣe.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ni pé a rí pé ìgbà tẹ́ fà return yín business oríṣiríṣi wà láti discover so lọ́ọ̀dẹ̀ empower wa láti fún yín ní additional assessment. Ẹ lè rí àwọn èèyàn mi.
Ilé ọ̀hún mọ̀rẹ̀ lágbára o. Ilé ọ̀hún lágbára o. Ó dáa.
Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ mú gbárùwó ń bí?
Ọ̀gá owó ìwé mi ni mo wá fún o.
Ta ní fowó ṣe sọ wá kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀? Wọ́n náà sanwó wọn fún ọ ní receipt. Ṣé ti wo rẹ́kọ̀dù yín? Madam ẹ lọ bá wọn kẹ́sẹ̀ tù ara yín. Madam, you are going to resolve it, madam.
Thank you, Ado5, for that beautiful presentation. Please, can we appreciate them again? Land use charge department, are you ready? Land use charge, are you ready? Please come on. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Okumo Oluwasesan, representing the Department of Land Use Charge. We are here to present a role play on clarification on land use charge. It is necessary to give us your rapt attention as land use charge will soon become the cash cow of EKIRS. Follow us as we go. Thank you.
Good morning. Where are we going today?
We're going to Bashiri area of the other side. That's where we are walking today.
Oh, that place is far. Now. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Yeah. From the State Internal Revenue Service, Land Use Charge Department. We are here to enumerate this property, sir. So are you the owner of this property?
Of course, I'm the owner of the property. Yeah, we had a meeting with the governor some times ago and with the executive chairman of internal revenue. So we made it clear for every one of us that land use is a property tax and we have to cooperate with the government.
Thank you, sir. Please, I'll need your name and your phone number, sir. Thank you, sir. Your phone number, sir. Okay, sir. So I will not be dealing from outside, sir. Good morning.
Àbákẹ́ṣẹlẹ̀ kí n wá o láti Èkìtì State Internal Revenue ni màá káàárọ̀ máa. Ibi iṣẹ́ ìjọba àkẹ́ṣẹlẹ̀ ó kún wọn mọ̀ mí.
Àjọ kì í pé ọlẹ́sà ìjọba lábẹ́nú ni èyí.
Kò ní ìkẹ́kọ̀ọ́ mi pẹ̀lú àtọ́kùn pé ọlẹ́sà kò jọba àkẹ́ṣẹlẹ̀.
Ulé la fẹ́ àkà ìyè.
Ìyá ká akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ mi níbẹ̀.
Ìjà rẹ̀ yé sí.
Ìjọba olè mi bá. Ìjọba mo ti rúlé mẹ́rin rà sí mẹ́rù kọ̀kẹ́ sí kọ̀kọ̀ kí mú yín lọ sílé mi kí ìwẹ́.
Èyí ìjọ kí.
Kọ̀kọ̀ kí wẹ́ ká.
Ìjọba yóò pèrò àti dá sí náà ni.
Ìkàkà líbẹ̀. Etí rírí mo rí láti dá mo ti rí lé ká. Arúgbó ni mẹ́ ẹ sọ́ni tẹ̀ bọ́ mẹ́ẹ̀dẹ̀lú kankan. Ìyá kàlẹ́ ká ìyàgúrẹ́ sí asúlẹ̀ mi. Ìyá ká ètò kankan mi níbẹ̀ o.
Ìjàre yé màá béèrè orúkọ rẹ̀ àti fóònù nọ́mbà.
Ìdárúkọ máa lọ́rúkọ ní fóònù nọ́mbà máa lùgọ́ mi bá ní sọ̀rọ̀. Ọjọ́ pèsè kọ́lé bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ti ké sábà dókò gbọ́ láṣẹ ní tẹ̀lé pọ̀ ní ètò kankan mi níbẹ̀ o. Tún máa ṣe sí o. Mọ̀rẹ̀ lágbára tètè olúlírì lé. Mẹ́rán ni kọ̀rẹ̀ bá ń dá sọ̀rọ̀.
Hello, my sister.
Kí mi lọ
All night.
sí irú rà.
Bíta lọ lálẹ́ ẹ̀ ní agbára.
Tètè ń kọ̀rì fún mi.
Sáàdìbò là ń lọ léni. Òkè àlà. Òkè Bashiri side. Jẹ́ kí n navigate débẹ̀ yẹn. I need àti serve bill I need 200 bill. So I need àti serve ẹ̀ kíákíá kójú èyí tó dé. Ọ̀pẹ táìmù òjò láwa yìí. Má dà lóhùn, jẹ́ ká fèsì iṣẹ́ wa. Hello, sir. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Báwo night yín sir?
Fine, not bad. And you?
Láti Èkìtì State Internal Revenue ni.
Okay, I'm aware. I'm aware.
Okay, so we are distributing B for the land use charge. So that's why we are here. So my sister, so give them, there's your bill.
Hold on.
Okay, sir. Sir, I will need to write the geocode on your wall, sir. Oh, okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
The picture of my house is there.
Yes, that's your building.
10,000 naira.
Yes, sir. That's it.
The governor said the price is going to be amnesty rate. Now.
Yes, that's amnesty rate, sir.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, sir.
Can I pay to you now?
Yeah, no. You can pay through our online. We have online the website that you can pay to.
And you can pay in our office as well. We don't collect cash. Sir.
No problem.
All right, thank you, sir. Have a wonderful day, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, so, okay, I think this is the building. Wait. Women, sir. Ah. Dájú ẹ káàárọ̀ sà. Ẹ káàárọ̀ sà. Ilé ẹni pé píṣọ ilé yín ni ìjọba ò ta lé yín. Ìjọba yà ní ká lè pé a lè fi ṣe ìdánimọ̀ ilé yín. Ṣé mọ̀ pé ara àwọn tó wá sáàbù bíi tó wá yan ilé yín ó lè má jẹ́ àwọn láwá sáàbù bíi. So àdírẹ́sì wà ń bẹ̀. Ìdí nìyẹn. Ilé yín ni.
Ìmọ̀tàn ló ti bá kó tó fi.
Lóògùn bàbá.
Mo kó tó gbé màá gbé.
Ẹ ṣe gan sà.
Ṣíṣe lọ́mọ kékeré yìí kan wọ́n lè tàn mí jẹ. Lágbàlagbà mi bá ní mẹ́wú lórí àfi gáàsì tán kí gáàsì mú kó lò ṣẹ́jú méjì. Ẹ káàárọ̀ máa. Ìṣòro ìkẹ́kọ̀ọ́ lè fún mi gbàlejò ẹ̀ kálẹ̀ máa lọ. Wàrè ìjàgbọ̀n mi rè mí ẹ̀bẹ̀rẹ̀ mi wàrè ń lọ.
Good morning.
Níbẹ̀ yẹn kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ lè ṣẹlẹ̀.
Ọmọ ìkárọ̀.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ kẹ́ ṣẹlẹ̀.
Yes. Iléeṣẹ́ ìjọba kẹ̀kẹ́ wọlé fún Èkìtì.
Iléeṣẹ́ ìjọba kéèké mi máa ti ṣẹ́ iléeṣẹ́ ìjọba kéèké mi àti iléeṣẹ́ ìjọba. Ìwé ilé wo ni kò mí yẹn ní kékeré.
Ìwé alẹ̀ lílò. Ìwé alẹ̀ lílò.
Alẹ̀ lílò máa lọ lẹ̀. Kúndé ọkọ̀ mi kan ti kọ́ alẹ̀ ká ti rà láti dọ́gbọ́n. Kí mo fẹ́ ṣe ti ìkẹ́rẹ́ ẹni o. Ìkẹ́rẹ́ ẹni mẹ́lulẹ̀. Kí ìfẹ́ ní ṣe bá kẹ́rì ṣẹlẹ̀.
Màmá wa pín bíìlì láti iléeṣẹ́ ìjọba tó ń pawó wọlé abẹ́nú fún ìjọba ni.
Àpò mi àpò ẹ̀hún sí kò hàn kì í yá ìjọba mílíọ̀nù ní kẹtẹ ọgbà. Ìmọ̀tẹ́ ìkẹ́rẹ́ ni o. Àbọ̀ òjò. Tàpẹ̀rẹ̀ àbọ̀ òjò máa ń sí. Ìrọ́síbẹ̀ àṣẹ náà gbọ́ iná ọ̀rọ̀. Àbọ̀ òjò òun kò sí kọ̀. Kí ṣe ṣe náà ìfẹ́ túlé ẹ̀ mẹ́rin mọ̀. Àbọ̀ òjò o.
Lórí gbogbo ìpàgbé ìwòrìṣà mi. Òrìṣà ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Èkìtì ní sọ́kùnrin náà. Ẹ ṣàyẹ̀yọ̀ Sàlátọ̀nà nílẹ̀ nínú
kàrẹ́ tó sọ̀rọ̀. Ọmọ náà nà ẹ̀yà. Èyí náà ní bí ọ. Etí náà ní di.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ bàbá.
Ká ṣẹlẹ̀.
Bọ́rúbọ̀ yìí bọ́jẹ́. Àbọ̀jì kẹ́kẹ́jẹ́. Bọ́rúbọ̀ yìí bọ́jẹ́.
Ṣẹlẹ̀.
Àbá. Bàbá. Inú àbá. Iṣẹ́ ìlú náà ni fún wa ká ṣe. Gbẹ̀gbọ́n. Òun náà la ṣe ní pé ọwọ́ sọ́dọ̀ yín. Ìjọba ò tálẹ̀ yín bàbá. Mọ wọn bá túnlẹ̀ mi. Ìjọba ò lè tálẹ̀ yín. Ìjọba bá túnlẹ̀ mi. Ìbàbá. Ẹ wọ ọ̀nà ẹlẹ́yìn. Ara náà. Ọ̀nà sálọ kọ́tọ̀kọ́tọ̀. Tọ́lù tí pàtàkì. Èwo ni ìjọba mú jọ̀nà yìí? Ọdún kan lọ kìí mẹ́rin sọdún ògùn mi kìí mẹ́rin fọ ọ̀rẹ́ sàmì. Èmi fúnra mi ni mo gbé kẹ̀kẹ́. Bàbá Ìjẹ̀bùrẹ́. Àwọn olùgbàbẹ̀. Ìjẹ̀bùrẹ́ àbá. Àwọn olùgbàbẹ̀ lẹ́gbọ́. Fún wa ní nọ́mbà chairman púpọ̀ yìí. Àwọn bá ń ṣe ìpàdé. Ẹ̀bùrú jẹ́.
Wọ́n ti gbá lọ́bẹ̀.
Ẹ ṣeun bàbá o. Ẹ ṣeun o.
Lọ fún ọ. Ẹ mọ̀ bàbá yẹn ká. Ètò ọgbà ní níyà lọ́rọ̀ akéde. Ìgbérẹ̀ ìsìn àtúlẹ̀ mi bẹ̀rẹ̀ pọ̀ mẹ́rù kankan látọ̀dọ̀ ìjọba. Ìyáyáwó ìpínwé ká. Ọlọ́mọ ti kẹ́ iṣọ́ yọ̀yọ̀.
Ẹ̀yin èèyàn mi ká tó tẹ̀síwájú nínú ìpàdé ti oṣù yìí a ní àwọn àlejò kan láàrin wa láti Èkìtì State Internal Revenue Service wọ́n ti ń pè mí tipẹ́tipẹ́ tí mi ò fẹ́ dá wọn torí inú bí mi I don't know the reason. Ẹ wo civil servant ní Wálé Èkìtì wọ́n tún bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní pìwé káàkiri ilé. Èyí ní sùúrù jẹ́ mi sọ̀rọ̀ mi. Mi ò fa. Àtẹ̀yẹ òjò àwọ́jú rẹ̀ kàn wẹ̀ mọ́ àdúgbò. Ok, ẹ ní sùúrù. Ẹ̀yin náà ni mò ń jà fún. So ẹ jẹ́ ká tẹ̀ gbọ́ nǹkan tó fẹ́ sọ. Ẹ jẹ́ kò sẹ́ni bọ̀ tó ready láti san owó kankan. As far as this community is concerned, mo ti rìnrìn, mo ti kọ lẹ́tà sí Ọmọ́tọ́ṣọ́ láì mọye gbà pọ̀ àdúgbò yóò dáa síbẹ̀ kò sí kankan. Ó yá ẹ wá sọ kẹ́tẹ́ fẹ́ sọ tẹ́ bá dẹ̀ múnú bí wa a máa jà
ẹ kú pàdé o, ẹ kú lé o, my chairman, ẹ kú lé o, àdúgbò yóò ní dàrú mọ́ yín lórí o. Bàbá ìjọ ẹ ní sùúrù, torí kí a lè ṣàlàyé fún yín lẹ́kùnrẹ́rẹ́ náà lè fi rí àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ Èkìtì State Revenue. Chairman, orúkọ mi ni Ojúmọ́ Olúwaṣẹ̀san láti ẹ̀ka tó ń pa owó lábẹ́nú fún ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Èkìtì, ẹ̀ka ti land use charge tí ó gbé òfin nílò kalẹ̀. Nílọ́lọ́ àwọn tó bá mi rìn wá ni head of land use charge Mr. Ọpẹ́yẹmí Ọládélé, àwọn ló dúró síbẹ̀ yẹn. Àwọn tó dúró náà ni àwọn tàjọ ń ṣiṣẹ́ ní ọ́fíìsì náà ní orúkọ ọ̀gá pátápátá wa Mr. Ọláníran Látọ́nà. Wọ́n ní ká kí yín, wọ́n ní ká kí àdúgbò Òkè Àná, wọ́n ní àdúgbò yìí máa tẹ̀síwájú o. Ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ̀ rí bá ṣe wọlé ojú gbogbo yín ló gún régé, ó tú ọ̀ pé àdúgbò ọmọlúàbí ní àdúgbò yìí. Bàbá ní sùúrù, iṣẹ́ yín náà là ń ṣe, iṣẹ́ yín là ń ṣe, bàbá ní sùúrù. Bàbá ní sùúrù, màmá Òjó ẹ má bínú, ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣàlàyé fún yín lẹ́kùnrẹ́rẹ́. Mo fẹ́ fi dá yín lójú, ìgbà tẹ́ bá ti gbọ́ látẹnu wa, ẹ̀yin náà rí i pé ìwé ta wá fún yín ìwé oríire ni. Mo kọ́ fẹ́ sọ kankan fún yín, my chairman, ẹ̀yin tẹ́ jókòó mi báyìí, ṣèbí landlord ni yín.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, àlùfáà
olóríire ni yín. Èèyàn tí ò kọ́lé wọn ò lè fún ní land use charge. Èèyàn tó bá ti ní dúkìá lórí ilẹ̀ lẹ́kìtì òun là ń fún ní land use charge o. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ jẹ́ pàtẹ́wọ́ fúnra wa.
Sọ́ni olóríire là ní àtọkọ mi.
Màmá ẹ pàtẹ́wọ́ fúnra yín, olóríire ni yín. Ẹ ṣe o, ẹ kú àlejò wa. Ní ṣókí màá ṣàlàyé nǹkan tí land use jẹ́ fún yín. Land use charge is a consolidation of 3 revenue items, which is tenement rate, neighborhood improvement levy, and ground rent. Cherry òfin ìyẹn wọ́n pàṣẹ ní ọdún 2013, à ń pè ní abala òfin kẹta by Èkìtì State House of Assembly. Ṣẹ̀dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé nǹkan tó bá ti dòfin ó ti dọ̀rọ̀ yàn, nírúfin ìjọba o. Mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta yìí ni wọ́n consolidate sójú kan, torí kò yẹ ká máa mú ìwé mẹ́ta wá sílé yín. Cherry tenement rate ìjọba ìbílẹ̀ ló ń gbà, grand rent àti neighborhood improvement levy owó ètò àgbègbè ṣe, torí bá ṣe ń bá rọ́nà yín bó ṣe rí, ṣùgbọ́n kí gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì wa lè ṣe sí ẹ̀fẹ̀ ń gba àwọn ìwé tẹ̀ ń gbà yìí. So mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta yìí láti mú wá òun là ń pè ní land use charge. Nínú land use charge yẹn ó ní various categorization. Number 1, categorization by location. For example, téèyàn bá nílé ní GRA, category A zone A ni. Tẹ́ bá nílé tó kọjú sí ilé alábala méjì, ojú ọ̀nà alábala méjì, dualized road, that is category A. Èèyàn tó kọ́lé sí Ọlọ́run ṣògo, Ìjàdù tàbí ọ̀nà àfàọ̀, àwọn yẹn ni category B. Téèyàn bá wá nílé nírú Ùsọ́, tẹ́ bá mọ̀ tá bá ń lọ ọ̀nà àfàọ̀ nílùú health governor wa, ẹ mọ̀ Ùsọ́ abúlé yẹn, àwọn yẹn ni category C. So àṣẹ nírọ̀rùn, and owó tàdé múlé wá sílé yìí, mo fẹ́ fi dá yín lójú, amnesty rate ni o. Gómìnà wa lòun fẹ́ káyé ní ará ìlú rárá.
Wọ́n ṣeré báwo àjọ ṣíṣe, wọ́n ṣeré báwo àjọ ṣíṣe.
Bàbá dẹ̀ ń kọrin o. Bàbá Èkìtì State Revenue a máa ra níṣẹ́ fún yín. So ìwé tá a mú wá sílé yín amnesty rate ni, torí tá a bá ní ká lo òfin tó gbé land use kalẹ̀, tá a bá fẹ́ fi calculate owó yẹn, ẹnì kọ̀ọ̀kan san 200,000. So gómìnà ti sọ yìí pé fún yín lówó péréte tẹ́ lè san. Kí n máa pọ̀lọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìjò tẹ́ bá ní ìbéèrè àbí ohunkóhun, ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ béèrè àdá yín lóhùn torí ti yín láti wá. Ẹ ṣé o, chairman mi.
Ṣé gan, inú ń bí mi tẹ́lẹ̀, ṣùgbọ́n bí ẹ ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ báyìí, ọkàn mi balẹ̀ díẹ̀. Mr. Ṣẹ̀san àbí? Thank you very much. Ìbéèrè àkọ́kọ́ ni pé ìgbà tẹ́ ń bọ̀ nínú àdúgbò yìí, mo rí pé mọ́tò yín ó kàn lọ straight, kò já sí gallop, ẹ kàn ń bọ̀, ẹ kàn ṣáà ń gba ọ̀nà tó dán, àbí ìgbà tẹ́ ń bọ̀ tẹ́ wọ àdúgbò ẹ rí àwọn òpó tó wó torí òjò tá a ti ní ọmọ ládùúgbò is more than 3 years. Ó ti yé yín, kò sómi kò sọ́nà, kí ló fún yín ní guts to now think that community tí a ò enjoy any presence of the government ní ká máa sanwó, kí ló fún yín guts yẹn? Ó tún ní ìbéèrè.
Mo kí ìyẹn òṣìṣẹ́ ìjọba iléeṣẹ́ kì í pa wọlé o. Òṣìṣẹ́ fẹ̀yìntì rèé o. Òṣìṣẹ́ fẹ̀yìntì mo ní survey mi, mo dẹ̀ ní sí ọ̀fọ̀, mo dẹ̀ tún gbé òṣìṣẹ́ fẹ̀yìntì ìjọba, ṣó yẹ kí tún àìgbé ilẹ̀ pọ̀ mi. Ṣé yẹ kí ìjọba kẹfì òṣìṣẹ́ fẹ̀yìntì kẹfì á sílẹ̀?
Mo kí yín o, ẹ̀yin aṣojú ìjọba. Ní gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹnìkan olóṣèlú lèmi náà. SSA ti tọ́ ọ̀gbìn. Ṣé kí n àtúnṣe sọ land use àgbẹ̀? Ẹ̀jọ̀ tó bá ṣe ẹ̀rọ.
Lóhùn níta bẹ̀rẹ̀ àbá kan jẹ́ mi ṣúta ẹ̀rọ mi. Mẹ́mi ṣe kọ̀rọ̀ ń rìn ti ṣe. Lùbì kì í mú wé Ásúlẹ̀ mi nì. Ẹgbẹ̀rún mẹ́wàá ni mo rí níbẹ̀. Mẹ́mọ̀ mọ̀ gbà lọ́rin. Ẹgbẹ̀rún mẹ́wàá níbẹ̀ àbá òdòṣù mẹ́wí ọ̀ ni. Òun náà yà síbẹ̀. Wọ́n rí ìrúlẹ̀ àwọ̀ èmi èyí àyànná. Ìmọ̀jákùnrin ààrẹ ẹgbẹ̀rún méje nílé. Nígbà tí ṣẹ́ńtẹ̀lẹ̀ sí máa dìjọba ní ọ̀kan ti tẹ́lẹ̀ àbí kàn rí mo ṣe. Àbójú títì ni mo kọ́lé mi sí. Èrìyé mi àbá òṣèkọ̀ ẹ̀ tí a lò níbalẹ̀ ti dá akọ́rẹ̀ láyé òun ayé mi.
Ó jáde ọ̀gá mi, ojú bá ṣe nǹkan mi nínú ṣé àgbẹ̀ ọ̀rẹ́ náà mi. Bọ́tẹ́ bá ṣe nǹkan ni. Torí ẹ̀ ti yé mi o.
Èmi ò nídìí láti kí yín. Èmi ò nídìí láti kí yín sẹ́yìn. Irú èmi tí mo jẹ́ Chief Mrs. ní Abuja, mo kọ́lé síbẹ̀, mo kọ́lé sí Èkó. Ilé tí mo kọ́ Sádó, ó ń ṣeré ń bẹ̀ ní ilé ayé hàn. Ẹ wá ní kí n máa sanwó for what? For what reason? Okay, tí n bá sanwó yẹn kí ló máa ṣẹlẹ̀? Ṣé máa gbélé yẹn sórí ni? Àbẹ́ máa tà á lú àdúgbò. Ẹ̀túnmọ̀ nípa ẹ̀jẹ̀ wà lọ́sùn. Some months ago, some people came. They said they be government people. This same internal revenue again, and they said that we pay withholding tax. Me and them do. They convince me I pay. Now they come again and say na land use charge. On top this same house. Now won't kill me.
Ìbò mẹ́gbàá ọ̀sán mi mẹ́gbàá àbáríbò ìwé o. Nípa sọ̀rọ̀ rẹ ní Yorùbá o, àti tọ́dún méjìlá kò ti dẹ́kìtì.
Bàbá àbò tí ní sùúrù bá ń lè. N kò ọkùnrin ní wíìlì ẹ̀dá ìmọ̀ gbọ́ wìtó pé ní. Ògùnmọ́ lọ sí ṣọ́ọ̀bù ọmọ mi ní òkè bẹ́ẹ̀ni. Mo rí gbọ́kẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ wìtó dì. Kẹ́ẹ̀dì ìjẹ́bà ló gbẹ. Ìgbìn láti yùsù lè kan náà ní o. Kì í fẹ́ gbèyẹ ó náà lórí rẹ̀. Ìkúkú pò gírí ilé òun kìrì gbé lọ àtúlẹ̀ rí kìrì àgbé àtúnláká.
Ẹ ṣe màmá, ẹ ṣe. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ṣé kò tí ì béèrè mọ́? Kò tí ì béèrè mọ́, ẹ ṣe. Chairman, àdúgbò yìí ò ní túmọ̀ yín lórí o. Àdúgbò yẹn á máa tẹ̀síwájú. Chairman, ọ̀dọ̀ yín ni màá ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ o. Ẹ ní ìgbà tá à ń bọ̀ pé ọ̀nà tá a gbà wọlé sàdúgbò yìí pé ṣé ó mú yes. Àwa náà rí i pé kò mú yes rárá. A dẹ̀ sympathize pẹ̀lú yín. Ṣùgbọ́n mo fẹ́ sọ kankan fún yín o. Gbogbo wa là ń lọ sígboro. À ń rí iṣẹ́ ribiribi tí ọlọ́lá gómìnà wa ń gbé ṣe. Ẹ jẹ́ ká wo vibe tó ń ṣe náà. Ẹ jẹ́ ká wo ọ̀nà Jimoh Aliu. Ṣé mo omiṣọ̀jà náà wọ́n ṣe ọ̀nà yẹn ó fẹ́ jáde sí kẹrẹ́. Ṣé rí gbogbo nǹkan báwọn yìí owó náà fi ń ṣe? Ẹ já wo àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ ìfẹ̀yìntì, ẹ já wo owó tó jẹ wọ́n. Governor is clearing it up. He has cleared up to 5 months, 5 years. So owó ńláńlá gómìnà lọ́ fi ṣe gbogbo àwọn iṣẹ́ yìí. Mo dẹ̀ fẹ́ dá yín lójú o. Màmá ẹ jọ̀ọ́, màmá ẹ ní sùúrù sí wa.
Ọkọ mi máa kọ̀dé á sọ̀rọ̀.
Màmá ẹ ní sùúrù, ìyá òjò ẹ ní sùúrù.
Àfẹ́gbọ́n yà mí náà mi. Bọ́yà mi sọ̀rọ̀.
Rárá bàbá mi ò tó bẹ́ẹ̀ mi ò lè gbà ìyàwó Ṣàngó. Ẹ ṣe. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́, tá a bá wo gbogbo àwọn iṣẹ́ tí wọ́n ń ṣe yìí, owó náà fi ń ṣe o. Mo dẹ̀ fẹ́ fi dá yín lójú. Tẹ́ bá ti ṣe dáadáa síjọba, ìjọba náà á ṣe dáadáa sí yín o. Ní ìkíní, ṣe rí ìwé land use chart tán lẹ̀ mọ́lé yín yẹn, ìwé oríire ni o. Àwọn tó kọ́lé ló ń gbà. 1. Ṣe rí ìwé yẹn, ó lé advantage. Ẹ wo arákùnrin kan lẹ́ẹ̀kan mo yẹn bọ̀ ní mo rí tán fún ìwé yẹn tó yá. Ìwé yẹn lè ló ń báǹkì o. In fact, I want to tell you, is the most relevant document you can use to validate your account in bank now because only accurate descriptive address. So tó bá fún yín ẹ má yà rárá o. Ẹ mú sílé ẹ̀dẹ̀ sanwó. Daddy politician, honourable wa, thank God you are a very critical stakeholder in the state project. Ọlọ́run á gbé yín sókè o. Bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ti jó lóṣèlú dáadáa, ẹ̀yin náà lè bá fún. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n sọ fún yín honourable, Mr. Governor ti sanwó ilé wọn o. So kò dẹ̀ sọléṣòro tó di gómìnà lẹ́kìtì. So honourable ẹ lọ sanwó yín o, Ọlọ́run á pèsè fún yín. Màmá, èlò lẹ̀ náà mú wá sílé yín.
Bẹ̀rẹ̀ mi ló bẹ̀rẹ̀ kú bẹ̀rẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n àlẹ́ ẹ̀kan mẹ́ta ti jẹun lónìí.
Ẹgbẹ̀rún mẹ́wàá, màmá ó nítumọ̀. Kẹ́rí, ìgbà tí mò ń sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan mo ti ṣàlàyé fún yín lẹ́kùnrẹ́rẹ́. Categorization la fi ṣe lójúlé bójúlé. Kẹ́rí lẹ́yìn yẹn nínú kó jẹ́ pé ẹni ṣọ́ọ̀bù méjì níwájú tàbí ẹ kọ́lé sẹ́yìn. That is a compound building.
Tó máa yọ kọ́lé sẹ́yìn sí kọ́ sún yàrá kan fún ọmọ mi ní ìṣú ni máa dá sún máa dá wọ́n sọ́nù.
Màmá nǹkan tó sọ da compound nìyẹn. Bàbá rárá ṣe rí ojúbọ yẹn jẹ́ kí n ṣàlàyé fún yín. Ṣe rí ilé ìjọsìn, ààfin àti orphanage homes. Òfin tó gbé land use kalẹ̀ kò gbọ́wọ́ lọ́wọ́ wọn o. Àgbo lọ́wọ́ ojúbọ bàbá. So kẹ́ fọkàn balẹ̀. Ṣàngó àgbè yín o bàbá. Mama from Lagos, thank God you're a very exposed person. I want to speak to you today. You said you have a house in Lagos. Mi ò mọ bí tí lẹ́yìn wà ní Lagos State. I want to tell Mama ẹ má bínú, àmọ́ bí tí lẹ́yìn wà ní Èkó. Ṣùgbọ́n mo fẹ́ sọ fún yín, ẹ jẹ́ ká wo nǹkan tí Èkìtì State ń pa ní Canada Revenue. Nǹkan tá a pa local government ẹyọ kan á pa lọ́sẹ̀ kan lẹ́kọ̀ọ́. Ara ọ̀nà láti contribute sí ìdàgbàsókè ìlú tán bí yín ní owó land use charge. So ìdí nìyẹn tẹ̀sí máa san Ọlọ́run adé pèsè fún yín. Bàbá tó ti fẹ̀yìntì, bàbá ẹ̀jọ̀yàn tó fẹ̀yìntì o, lójú yín sì ń dán ẹ̀. Alágbọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run ẹ̀ ní fẹ̀yìntì kú. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí pensioner, òfin exempt yín pé kẹ́ máa sanwó. Kẹ́rí CFO àti survey tẹ̀. Ìjọba mọ̀ sílẹ̀ tẹ̀ ní that you have not acquired your land illegally. But ìyẹn kò dúró fún land use charge. So ẹ máa sanwó land use charge. Mama Igbo, I go greet you for Igbo now. So I know something say lọ́ọ̀lọ́ na olórí na queen. You be our lọ́ọ̀lọ́ for this Okeala community. Mama Igbo, you see land use charge is different from withholding tax. Both of them are property related though. So that withholding tax is 10% of the annual rent value that you have to remit to the government as a tenant of the premises. So it's different from land use charge. You see, this this land use charge, tenement rate dey there, neighbor improvement dey there. This road will lead to your shop where you dey complain. This is your house. See the road now. Now from there, government they do some this project too. For Anambra, they pay for him too. So Mama Igbo, you go pay for Ekiti. And before you do that, you go give us one of your daughter. May we marry for Ekiti. Thank you.
Thank you
so much, Mr.
Wọ́n mọ̀ pọ̀ lè súlé kí mi ṣe àbọ̀lù pàdé ẹ̀kọ́ àti mọ̀ wúrà jẹ́ mi ṣúdàrú mi màá lọ asúlẹ̀ mi wà ìdánù kan aṣọ pàdé rẹ̀ o. Mi kọ́ bá pàrọ̀ ìfẹ́ ká bá pọ̀ ìrònú kò wà dàbá torí lóòótọ́ ìgómìnà ni ó ṣòwò ayẹyẹ. Ká bá pàrọ̀ àrífẹ́ san òun kẹrùn kárìfẹ́ ṣe sí. Ṣé ẹnu ọ̀nà rárá ta sán àbí àìdètò gẹ́rẹ́mùgẹ́rẹ́ amúlẹ̀ rẹ̀ lókè ibẹ̀ nìkan yà á sán.
Dúró nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ sọ kó tó di pé o sọ yẹn Mr. Asesan àlàyé yín yé wa ọkàn wa dẹ̀ ti balẹ̀ ládùúgbò yìí a máa san owó yẹn ṣùgbọ́n gẹ́gẹ́ bí nǹkan táwọn ará àdúgbò sọ fún mi kẹ́ tó dé ẹ bá wa sọ fún Mr. Ọlátúnà olóríire èèyàn mi kó bá wa sọ fún gómìnà dáadáa wípé ó bí owó yẹn wálẹ̀ tówó ìbàjẹ́ bíi 5,000 ó máa rọ̀ wá lọ́rùn láti san 10,000 7,000 10 fún ẹkùn síbi tá a ti fẹ́ rí ẹ bá wa fi sí 5,000 èmi fúnra mi gẹ́gẹ́ bíi chairman màá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní gba owó ìlọ́wọ́ àwọn landlord tó wà ládùúgbò màá wá kó fún yín àbí kí lẹ́ni mo sọ ọjà sí 5,000.
Ṣé Mr. Chairman nígbà tí mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ mi lẹ́ẹ̀kan mo ṣàlàyé fún yín pé amnesty rate là ń operate Lagos State kí là ń pè ní amnesty rate pé bíìlì ojú àánú tábánikà wò ó gẹ́gẹ́ bí òfin ṣe gbé kalẹ̀ owó tó yẹ kẹ́ san gómìnà gan ti bá yín reduce by almost 70%. So the doctor 10-6 fún yẹn kò lè ṣiṣẹ́ ní ìwà ẹ̀ tábàmú bíìlì wá sílé yín ẹ ní ẹ̀tọ́ lábẹ́ òfin láti object ẹ̀ láti sọ pé ẹ̀pẹ́jọ kò tẹ́ mi lọ́rùn ní ẹ̀rin ọjọ́ mẹ́wàá. Bí àpẹẹrẹ bóyá assessment àbá fún lé yín tí ò bá tẹ́ yín lọ́rùn látọ̀ ọdún mẹ́wàá kò rí bẹ́ẹ̀. Ẹ̀jẹ̀ sọ fún yín tẹ́ bá ti sanwó yìí láti kò ó ní penalty o. Màmá Èkó tẹ́ sọ pé bóyá máa gbélé yín kúrò. Amnesty time operate ni ò jẹ́ ká máa increase owó yẹn by penalty. Ṣé ẹni tẹ́ bá ti sanwó yẹn lẹ́ẹ̀rin 1 day to 45 days 50% ló máa kún. From 45 days 107 is 25%. Apart from 107, that is after 3 months. It is 40% ló yẹ kó gùn. Ṣùgbọ́n wọn ò tí ì lo gbogbo òfin yẹn. Òun la fi sọ pé amnesty rate pẹ̀lú bí ìgboro ṣe rí. Àwa náà sympathize pẹ̀lú ní àmọ́ bí ìgboro ṣe rí. Ara yín ni wà náà. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe wo mi báyìí. Ọmọ Òkè Mẹ́sì ni mí o. Ọmọ Èkìtì ni mí. Èkó ni mo ti ń ṣiṣẹ́ tí mo resign tí mo wá join internal revenue service. Torí ìdàgbàsókè ìlú yìí ò gbẹ̀mí lógún. Ẹ ṣe chairman.
Gan a máa béèrè pé èmi fẹ́ san owó mi o ṣùgbọ́n ṣòro arákùnrin àbí arábìnrin ara iléeṣẹ́ internal revenue mi ò mọ reason tí o ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ kò sanwó ẹ o Okay, kí lẹ fẹ́ sọ fún àwọn tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ ní internal revenue tó ń jẹ́ staff yín tẹ́ ẹ ti fún o tí ì san ẹ bá mi bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn tó ti staff wọn láti last year ní internal revenue tó ń sanwó wọn ṣé kò sí ìjìyà tó yẹ kí Mr. Ọlátọ́nà fi jẹ wọ́n ni ó yẹ kó yọ ní sálárì wọn àbí kí lẹ sọ ẹ.
ṣíàmánù iyọ èyí pé o ẹ sọ ni àyẹ̀kẹ́ láríra òun níyà amọ́rúkọ ra sílẹ̀ ní ọ̀dọ̀ ìjọba kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ yá kalẹ́ra.
Màmá kò rí bẹ́ẹ̀. Màmá.
Àwẹ̀ mi kò rí bẹ́ẹ̀ kò rí bẹ́ẹ̀ mo ti sanwó mi àdúgbò mi ní kọ́kọ́ pọ́wọ́ fún mo dẹ̀ ti sanwó mi.
Wọ́n ní wọ́n ti sanwó.
Wàá sanwó.
Ọ̀rẹ́ ẹ ṣe chairman ẹ jọ o ẹ̀yin náà ń gbọ́ o ẹ̀yin staff internal revenue kẹrí lábẹ́ òfin ayálégbé lè sanwó land use charge o lábẹ́ òfin tó gbé kalẹ̀ schedule 5 as a leasee or somebody that occupies a property you can pay land use charge on behalf of the property owner and seek for reimbursement later. Go and pay your land use charge now. Mama. Ẹ fẹ́ sanwó. Bàbá kí fọwọ́ gbowó. Ẹ dúró bàbá ó ti rọrùn ìrọ̀rùn ló bá dé. Ẹ lè sanwó bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe wáyé. Bàbá ẹ̀ṣiṣẹ́ ìfẹ̀yìntì ní ṣebí ẹni kẹ́tì. Kì í fọwọ́ gbowó mọ́ ó ti yàtọ̀. Ẹ̀rọ ayélujára la fi ń gbowó ń sè é. Account number ní PIN number tó wà lórí bẹ̀ ẹ máa wò ó ló bẹ̀rẹ̀ pẹ̀lú 603052 tẹ́ bá ti tẹ̀ ẹ́ lọ sí cbs.ekistaterevenue.com lórí ẹ̀rọ ayélujára ẹ lọ bẹ̀bẹ̀ yẹn honourable ẹ lè sanwó yín bí ẹni kẹ́tì. Ṣé ti débẹ̀ ẹ tẹ PIN number yín ẹ ti sanwó yín yes chairman ti sanwó wọn lórí ẹ̀rọ ayélujára. Thank you my chairman. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Ẹ ṣé o. Ẹ ṣé o. Ẹ ṣé o. Ẹ ṣé o.
A round of applause for everybody. If you know you really enjoyed yourself today, a round of applause. We want to appreciate everybody for coming around, especially those that really acted. Now, the purpose of this acting is for us to educate ourselves on taxpayer relationship. Now, we have some observer in the house, our directors. They are going to critique all the things we played out here. And for those that work in the office, I'm sure you've seen firsthand what we experience on the field from taxpayer. It is not easy. Those in MBAs, it is not easy. Those in the offices too, it is not easy. So we are going to give our guys the microphone for them to advise us on how we would have handled some situations that played out here today. So,
while our guys are getting ready with their comments, I need to quickly make some suggestions. If I call your name, that means you didn't sign, and you may need to quickly see me and sign. Olutayo Ademola Ilesami, if he's in the house, he should come and sign. I don't think there's anybody like that online. Felix Temitayo Obiwale. Okay. Olonfemi is in the house. Rebecca Timitope Kolawole is in Lagos. I don't know whether she's still online. And she's been online much of the day, so that's clear. Oluyemisi Margaret Aroge. Kiana? No, she's also not been online. Okay. David Okunalao. He has disappeared now. He has disappeared. I know he pretended in the morning. Okay. No, I mean business. People may think I'm joking. I mean business. Adeleke Adekola. Is he in the around? Okay. Mr. Sodo, you around? You didn't write your name. Adeiza Moses Adebayo. Huh? You took permission. Okay.
O ò jẹ́ kó oògùn mi ṣiṣẹ́. Mo ṣe present sir. Go and sit down. All right. Ayọ̀dèjì Alexander Adébáyọ̀. Ìtẹ̀ ọ̀run. Okay, so absent. Then Adedoyin Christiana, but she was making noise online. Iletidola Janet Adedeji. Writing exam. Okay. I'm really sorry because it seems some don't know we are serious. What of Adebutola Veronica? That's permission. Okay. Bukumi Joseph, I saw you now. Is that not the photo man? You better come and write and sign here. You should come and write later. Felix Oyeniyi Adewumi. Felix Oyeniyi Adewumi. Officially. Who is answering? It's an official. Isaac Oluwole Ajayi. Isaac Oluwole Ajayi. Who is Isaac Oluwole Ajayi? Absent. Alabala Mendi, okay, that one is on leave also. Omobola Iyanoluwa Awani. That one is gone now. Moluwa Tife Christiana Bamigoye. Kismet Sarah Chuku. Oga Ope, where is she? Nothing. Yeah. HR, please note all these ones I'm writing out. I need to see their files on my table on Monday. Taye Elizabeth Dada. Mark leave, okay. Temitayo Oluwashola Daramola. Mark Ojami Olubala. Fiisha Yofafure. Absent. Oluwakemi Emmanuel. Is that not Eka? Oh, okay, we don't need. I will need to see those permission later today. Oluwaseun Juliet Oguniyi. Why are you giving me a list of people that have come? Femi Emmanuel Olamiliki. He acted now. You need, I know it's me. See me after, come and write, come and sign. Mary Abidemi Olokun. Abigail Ayodele Owolabi. Èmi náà ní gbàgbọ́ tábí kú lè báyìí. Olúwa ni Hope Olúmọdéjì. Ọmọwùmí Juliana Olúṣọlá. Grandma, gbogbo orin yìí o.
Olaniwaju Ganiyu Oni. Huh? Where is the person? Absent. Where is the person now? Is it the NBA guy? Let him come and sign. Oluwatoyin Rachel Ochesusi. She didn't write her name, she didn't sign. Tolulope Adeyemi Owolabi. Tolulope Adeyemi Owolabi road taxes. Absent. Rasak Babatunde Yaya. Huh? I hope you have evidences of this permission. Huh? Tolulope Comforts Akin. I don't want maternity leave. She's been online much of the session. She's been following up. So the fact that somebody is on maternity leave, if you take this thing serious, you doesn't mean that you will not know what is happening in the office. Tajuddin Olayemi Adedeji. Eh? It took permission. Okay. Adeyemi Adekoya. Leave. Oluseyi, understand me also took leave. Ọmọbọ́láńlé Olúwatóyìn Akínyẹmí. Maternity leave. Ah, mat leave mélòó la ti ń kà báyìí? Mosúnmọ́lá Janet Ojomu. Mosúnmọ́lá Ojo. Huh? Gani, you will sign later. Ebenezer Ayorinde Falaju. I think he's one of our. He's on. Okay. Kẹ́hìndé Ọládùnní Òjó. That not in there. Absent. Morenike Ẹni Afọlábí. Because even the director that director tax audit that would not be had got written permission. So all these permitted. I want to see the document. Anoluwa Aderonke Abifade. I'm a very paternity leave. Okay, this director. Watch out. Kemi Sola Mercy Ajiborode. Absent. Oluwaleke Emmanuel Ibikunle. Eh? Is there any document on this? Is there any paper? I need to see the paper. Comfort Folashade Adeyinka. Comfort Folashade Adeyinka. Oh yeah. Okay. Adeola Gabriel Adebiyi. Remember, it's not a man there. Not to permission. Next time you don't give people anyway. We'll talk about it. He was there, but it's no longer there. I know David was there. I didn't see David again. I called his name and he came out. Look, there's no point somebody just rolling in, sign, and take off. I'm not joking here. Even the drama, so that we pay, you wouldn't know how much lessons are dropped on people. Because sometimes the serious discussion, people may not think so well. The way you have acted, I mean, I will only be lying to you if I tell you that I'm not touched. Because part of the things that occur to me while watching those videos, so I you want to go through this or this. No, so it's not as if I don't know. I face a lot on my own. But the way the drama is coming out, sometimes even if you are facing a challenge, when you now realize that, oh, my colleagues in other areas are also facing the challenge, it's a kind of, how do I mean, for about 1 hour today, I've had to be on phone counseling somebody on a career path. And they got to level with say, Uncle, you don't understand the kind of boss I'm working with. And when she began to talk, I allowed her to talk. And I said, let me tell a few of my own stories. And by the time she said, Uncle, me the problem is that. You know, so when you listen to the stories, the challenges of others, the time I spent talking about that we all talk, speaking about Abubakar alone, that program alone took about 40 or 45 minutes. Somebody will think it's a waste. Somebody will learn from that lesson and say, no, I'm going to, and that's the whole lesson. It's not just that because anybody be told those are close to, they are wondering, where am I to stand? Because by doctor, something I'm supposed to rest throughout this week, not to even be doing anything. So, for the day has been fixed. It will be dishonor for me not to come here. All of you come where it's Chairman. Chairman is resting. He's resting and he's not allowing us to rest. You wouldn't, I mean, I know. I know my people now. Okay, the Jola Media Yeni. Okay. Joseph Olariwaju Adesola. I no problem, I've noted that. Joseph Olariwaju Adesola road taxi. Hospital. He's sick. Okay. Sorry about that. So if your name Janiyo and Co, please come and sign. And then all these ones that you said excuses, please, I want to see the document. So directors, your comment on the play. And meanwhile, if you have some specific bodies, while the directors are coming forward, if you have some specific bodies that you think or suggestions that you think management is not responding to as you want, or your boss is not allowing you to talk about, just write it in a piece of paper. Give it to the HR people. They won't read out your name. You don't need to put your name. You don't need to put your staff number. Bring it out. We'll look at how we can solve as much of such as possible. Are we okay? Questions also, if you have some questions, be writing them so that by the time they are done with the feedback, we'll collate all that. And I want us to leave here in time, if possible, in the next 30 minutes. So you can help by summarizing it, your questions. Lunch in culture. Lunch. Okay, so when the questions are on, they'll be serving you lunch. Oh, yeah.
Hello. Let me appreciate on behalf of the chairman, all those who have participated in that playlet. We've learned a lot of lessons from it. I will not take the group one by one. I want to generally pass my comments
on the group. You know, Ado 2 had the first presentation. They started with serving assessment. And the kind of assessment they were serving, you know, all the playlet talks about processes of collection of taxes. You understand? Enumeration, assessment, collection, and also raising objection. These are all the processes that was were displayed in that playlet. Ado 2 started by billing people. This is how much you are going to pay. This is how much you are going to pay. But by the time Ado 3 was presenting, they corrected that by first giving them Form A or assessment notice. They were given assessment notice. It will help them to know those who needed to pay tax, how much they are to pay. Which means they have collected information about them before giving them. Just walking into somebody's shop and say, no. We need to know how to approach our taxpayer. First, create a sort of civility. Ẹ káàárọ̀, ẹ kú iṣẹ́ o, báwo lọjà lájé, báwo lọjà, all those things. No matter how aggressive they might be, just be civil. Just be civil. Some of the playlet was showing a lot of aggression against the taxpayers. On no occasion should we be aggressive to our taxpayer. Then there should be no altercation between taxpayers. You see, there must be a team lead when you are going out. You must be able to understand your talent. Those who is able to speak, and people will really grab that person. They will really listen to that person. Any masoro. No, you have to organize yourself. Must be somebody that is leading the team. It might not be the most senior. You understand? It might not be the most senior. When I was in Ado 2, I think a temporary staff was leading the team that want to go out. It will even lead level 12, level 10. That is the man EKIRS now. What's his name? Yes, we call him the chairman of temporary. I was very, very happy when I learned that he has been employed. I was so happy. So when he was a temporary staff, he was leading people because he will get results. Which means the person leading may not be the most senior, but because of his level of approach, because he will always get results. Then in the office, please, in the office, you should organize your office in a way that you don't run into the leader. What do you call it? The DTO. Don't rush into the DTO office. You must organize your office to the point that there should be a place where a taxpayer can sit. And it don't be no more. Don't ṣe àwọn ọ̀gá yín mo fẹ́ rí ẹ̀mí sùúrù ẹ jókòó. Ó dà pé èèyàn kan wà lọ́dọ̀ wọn ẹ jókòó ẹ ní sùúrù ẹ jókòó. Insist that that person should sit down. By the time tó bá ti jókòó 2-3 minutes yẹn ìgbóná ara yẹn á ti ṣe kíni á ti lọlẹ̀ kó tó lè lọ sí ọ̀dọ̀ ọ̀gá yín. Ẹ má dẹ̀ jẹ́ kí taxpayer méjì mẹ́ta the same time kan wọ ọ̀dọ̀ DTO. one at a time. That is, then there is one thing that adult 3 did that is very, very germane. Somebody was given an assessment. The assessment was objected to. One note you. He said, okay, let me visit your premises. You understand? He said, I should be able to visit your premises. Sometimes when you that kind of assessment, where you are able to visit the office as the leader or as the DTO, you'll be able to assess correctly how much that person should pay. If it's the person is selling wares or selling goods, that does not really mean that you'll be able to assess, because you understand? But at least there will be information. Then record keeping. There is a case whereby somebody said he's been giving assessment and he has turned the assessment. You understand? You have to keep that record. Immediately they said, have you been given assessment yet? Where is it? I didn't bring it. They look at the book. Therefore, record keeping in your office is very, very germane. Very, very germane. You keep records of all the enumeration you have done, all the assessment you have done. You have to keep record of it. Then there is one thing we call task interview. I didn't see that in all the area, especially this high net worth person. You understand? You know, he came to the office. He came to the office to be assessed. There are ways by which you can get information from taxpayers, like from questions that you ask, by unitizing them. Ìyẹn fún mi láyé, ó fún mi ní problem. Eléyìí tí ìyàwó mi gan náà, mo ṣe change ẹ ní. You are getting information. Though we don't give allowance for children, for dependents again, but you still need those information for you to do assessment. Abi? Ọmọ yín, ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́, ọmọ yín gba investment. Ṣé private university ló wà? Private ló wà. Private ló wà. Ẹ wá dé iye tán sọ ní Abuad, àbí Jabu. Ìkan wà ní Abuad, ìkan wà ní Jabu. You see, you are getting information on how to assess those persons. Because all the money that they are being paid in those schools, where is it from? Is it not from EasyCom? Is it not from EasyCom? You'll be getting information on how to assess that person. The vehicle he used, the work he does, the form he has filled before, you know, for my assessment form, Taman fill, a big close for me, Taman fill, yeah, Iroluman Kumbe, Iroluman Wambe, see, Iroman Wambe Dada, but it is you that will bring them. Then there should not be Ado 4. Your office was rowdy, everybody was talking. You see, don't operate a rowdy office. Then there is one thing also, influence. Influence. Because you know somebody does not mean that you have to reduce tasks for that person. The influence you can do is to you to educate that person more about why he should pay. You understand? You should pay only call any help only. Help, but it's not for you to say, okay, any because I saw somebody during the playlet. He said, I leave mini. Oh, you can't reduce task. No. What you can do to help us is for you to do what? To educate that person. To educate that person. And let that person pay. And why he will not pay, tell him the processes. Boya Emma call letter of objection. so that ẹ máa submit ẹ lọ́fíìsì wọn so that wọ́n á wò lọ́fíìsì wa wọ́n á wò wọ́n á fi mọ̀ wọ́n ti mọ nǹkan tẹ́ ń tà ní ó dà wọ́n ti mọ nǹkan tẹ́ ń tà ṣé báwọn èèyàn wa máa ń get information nípa iṣẹ́ tẹ́ ń ṣe nípa ọjà tẹ́ ń tà tẹ́ rí i pé ẹ lọ́jà ń sìn ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n mọ̀ gbà tán já ọjà sí ọ̀dọ̀ yín tó dẹ̀ jẹ́ pé gbogbo èèyàn ló wá ń rà ń gbà yẹn you give those information to that person rather than say okay reduce the tax because of somebody. Then you see, as subordinates, that somebody is coming to the tax office, don't make the work too difficult for your DTO. Don't make the work too difficult for your DTO. Please, don't be rude to tax officers, to taxpayers. Don't be rude to them. Because when you are rude to tax, you are not giving the good image of service. Because what you want to get is to collect tax. And your what do you call it? What you'll be driving to is how to collect it, not to fight. You have to educate. Don't be rude to taxpayers. There should also be orderliness. Yes, I've talked about that. Then, in the area of additional assessment, just as what I've said the other time, during tax education and tax interview, you can tell somebody this is why you are given additional assessment. We discovered that you are not operating 2 shops, you are operating 6 shops. You have to give reasons why additional assessment is necessary. If somebody has taken a tax class certificate and he thought that after tax class certificate, you cannot, the tax is cleared, you give information about why that person should pay additional assessment. If you don't convince that person, there is no way you can collect because you have already given him a certificate. You need to tell him why you are giving that additional assessment. Then, receipt. Those of us that we need to pay before we collect receipt, there should be a very timeline, time that you should promise receipts, giving receipt to your taxpayer. If it is not immediately, if it is not done immediately, it should be very, very, very short time. Maybe the second or the third, the second day.
Thank you, Mr. Ali. I think he has done justice to the whole thing. I just want to say a few things. Number one, I need to say this, that the presentation by each of the tax stations were given by the HR, the topic. So they only acted the topic. So they play along. And about the presentation, all the presenters did marvelously well. It's only that there are some areas that are not too natural. It looks like theater or drama. And there are some areas where we have overflogging of issue. And there are some presenters or task stations that were not properly coordinated. So those are the negative things that I can just point out. Now, on the representation, the planner intended to show to us the attitude of taxpayer and what used to be attitude of a revenue officer, and putting the two together we can try as much as possible to adjust ourselves. One, we must expect that taxpayer may be angry. We may expect that taxpayer may be rude. We need to expect the fact that taxpayer may be violent. Some may be totally uncooperating. So all these are expected. But as revenue officer, how do we manage this? So from those presentations, there's negative way of managing those categories of taxpayers, which we must be careful of not making that mistake while we are on field. Somebody that is angry, you must know that you should find a way of calming that person down. Like I used to say, our ability to collect adequate tax from taxpayer and for that taxpayer to still smile out of our office makes us professional, because it's not all that easy to part with money. So we should be able to, every revenue officer must have the trait of a little pastoral aspects of life. You should be able to sermonize, you talk to people, you convince them, and you give them some kinds of words that will calm them down. Even while they are still paying, they will be happy. So we should have that ability, though we have some of the those traits play out from the presentation. So let us have it at the back of our mind that the taxpayer that you want to go and collect tax from, or that is visiting your office, may all the time be friendly. It's not possible. So if they are making it hot, you find every possible way to cool it down. You cool it down and make sure you let them understand your own point of view. Then, apart from that, tax education is very, very important. From the presentation we have, most especially the land use, I give that to them. The education, the tax education from that presentation was superb. At least they were able, thank you, celebrate them. So they were able to enlighten the taxpayer about their mission, purpose of paying that tax, and what may likely be the benefits they are going to derive from doing that. That's supposed to be our work on daily basis. Let them understand what they are doing, the benefits, and possible penalty that will follow those people that disobey the law of tax. So generally, I give kudos to all the presenters, and I pray that you keep it up. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I will not talk much on the presentation per se, but I want to pass a message on land use time. Basically, we know that this is a civil service state, and what for these people that pay this land use tax, they are civil servants, and there is this norm among them that they want to What is your tax are from source? Kí ló tún gba owó wa sí? Please, I want us to educate them. I was before with one of my friend that is a permanent secretary. He sent a message to me. And Shade, the bank is your work from south. He let him go around this. That now make me to have a routine that if a permanent secretary can be asking that question. There's so many of us too we don't know. Land use charge, like you have said, is not either you pay or whatever. Olórí ìwé tó bá kọ́lé, ìmọ̀ tó nílé, tó nílẹ̀, ló lẹ́tọ̀ọ́ láti san. And among us too, let us have that this is what we do. Then there is this misgiving, there is this mix up again about land use charge and withholding tax on rent. You know, so because so many objections, and when you pick that objection and you check who is objecting, you now know that they will give you evidences of their houses, the still of phone and all the rest. They tell you that house belongs to them. Why would they pay land use charge? There's a sharp, clear difference. In fact, they are not the same thing. I want us to know that one. Above for all staff, whether you rent out or please pay your money. Thank you very much.
Question and answer.
Okay. As we enjoy our lunch, we may begin to gather our questions.
I can hear something, they have no question. If you have any question, any comment, please write it down and pass it forward. If you don't have questions, I have for you. When some people were presenting, they said for some people, withholding tax is the final tax. Who are those people? And why is it that those people who are said that once they pay something, it should be regarded as final tax? That's question one. If you don't have questions, I'll be asking. Anybody to answer that one while we wait for others? No, not any about that. You want the OTP about it? No, give it to the
Favor accounting. So for non-resident, withholding tax is the final tax.
Okay, who are the non-residents?
Who don't reside in the country.
All right. Thank you. Who can further explain what he said? You are not you don't have accounting background, you are not a tax person, but you want to explain it further. You are not good. Okay, you the person who want to. You can give the microphone to him, maybe they make it clear. Raise up your very best.
The non-resident, as you have said, those who are not reside in the country, then they don't have physical sites, or they don't have physical where they are doing their business in Nigeria. There's no way you can trace them. They don't have store, they don't have site, they don't have business in Nigeria. Then they have their office is 50%, and it's final because there's no way you can trace them. You cannot trace them to anywhere to collect the direct assessment from them. So you have to.
What rate? How is their own rate? Why is their own rate different from the rate of?
Yeah, it is final because it's final. It is higher because they are not pay anything. This considers first the direct and everything they pay together. So that's why it's more higher than the resident person.
Okay, Mr. Tayo Omodara, you raised up your hand a while ago. If you want to still speak, let us know. Raise your hand again so that we'll know, and then we'll unmute you, and then you'll be able to speak. Otherwise, you can drop your chat in the chat room. So please, Ayo, I hope you are here with us.
What did I just say? So if he raises up his hand again, that means he wants to speak, and then you will need to unmute him. Do we still have any question from anywhere? Okay. Okay.
Thank you, sir. It's not actually a question, it's just an observation.
All
And
right.
I'll be waiting for a day like this so that I can voice it out.
Hey. Let me
I have
delete it.
two things to say. The first one is, please, sir, would love you to, me particularly, to help us use your prestigious office to kind of help us enlighten the political office holder. Because it's funny that sometimes when we go to the field and we see them in some public places, maybe like a restaurant, like a bar, all of that, they will just share it. They won't even allow us to flow with the business owner. Like they will be the one antagonizing us, saying all sorts. And if you want to try to like have a chat with them, like it's not like this, it's not like this man. They will just play up and be saying a whole lot of things. And before we know it, people in that community or maybe the business owner or people around, they will start riding on the wind of his or her argument. So I think they too, because I feel like they should be the one to even come down and like, we need this thing to develop our state and all of that. So I think that is necessary.
All right. Let me respond to that one before I forget. That's unfortunate, but anytime it happens again, once you notice a particular political office holder and is antagonizing you there, just tell him that, no problem, sir. My chairman will call you. That's all. Just get me his name and his portfolio. I will definitely give the person a call. If I don't call the person, Mr. Governor will call the person. I can assure you of that. If I call the person and the person responds to me, then Mr. Governor will call the person. So I hope you all you want to do your job, a political, because Mr. Governor had to tell some of them. He said, look, you are all coming to me to complain about Mr. Latono. Mr. Latono is team, EKIRS. What has the man done for you? The money that we are using to pay you, where are we getting it? You understand? So if any political office holder is blocking your way, don't respond. Don't do sir, don't worry, my chairman will call you to enlighten you the more. Chicken, huh? And then even Bible says it, if you go somewhere to preach and they reject your something, shake off your dust now. It will be better for Sodom and Gomorrah in the last day. Is Mrs. Akinyemi still in the house? Ado 3. She is a living testimony of, I don't know whether you are still with her. When one politician came like that to bully her and the rest of them, and the man had to be begging her. Even when the man said, okay, Mrs. Akinyemi rejected it. And the man said, that means this matter is still boiling. Said, no, what you gave me is too small for the embarrassment. I mean, she's there now, she can testify. So, and they became, at least is that time, I'm not sure whether that man was even the one that would take people to go and fight them. It's part of ignorance that we have to deal with. So if anybody, just please, let me know. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. And okay, to my second point is actually about our office and for us to be more efficient. I think I just want to solicit that if the service can actually mortgage something like a laptop for all staff, sir. The laptop in each offices, it may be my office.
Okay, laptop.
Because now, more of our work is done online.
Okay, thank you.
It can be mortgaged.
Oh, that is okay.
It can be mortgaged for staffs. Now, number one, if it is mortgage for staff, if something is my own, now if I have something, the way I will take care of it, the way I will pamper it, is different from when it is our thing. So everybody will monitor it well, and it will help us to flow and work very well without having to wait for somebody to be through before you. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Your point is well noted. And one thing I will just let you know that is that if I understand you, mortgage means you buy or you'll be paying instrumentally. Okay. HR management, I understand you that if you want to buy a laptop and then that will eventually become yours and then that will be deductible from source. I understand you. But you know, that is one way out. But it's still not the way I want to work. And I will explain it clearly to you. I've been using official laptop. I think this should be the 25th year. Even when laptop was very, very difficult to come about. My accounting firm is one of the first to be computerized and to be using laptop before the likes of KPMG began to carry laptop around. So I know what you're talking about. What would have been gladly more to me is for us to say almost everybody that is involved in assessment in a tax return has a laptop to himself, a computer to himself, such that you are the one that is saddled with the responsibility of that computer. And when you are going, you drop it. If you want to remain, you use it. This idea of having only one laptop, and all that one, and the way we even shift. MBA, this one we share laptop with that one. I understand it. But sometimes also, we need to remind of ourselves where we are coming from. When I think about where we are coming from, sometimes I always want to conflict. Why can't? But when I look at where we are coming from, I still give praise to God. Because where is David? Between November 2022 and now, like how many laptops have we bought? We've bought close to 85, and we have also lobbied some of our business partners to give us like how many? So, and we are still lobbying for more. So it may look, the journey may look a bit slow, but we will fast forward it. But if you still want to have your own, and what you are now asking for is facility to do it, I think maybe at directorate level or whatever level, you may make an arrangement and have some meetings with HR, and we look at how we can speak that up. Thank you. Somebody is also saying that more if motorcycle also can be mortgaged and be deducted from salary. HR, hello. And I can see finance also saying motor vehicle should be mortgaged. Even me now, all this one I want to travel, they will say they cancel my flight. I also want to feel that airplane should be mortgaged. HR, you now understand when I talk about being careful of precedents. So one of the challenges I have with us as EKIRS and maybe as African is the fact that once somebody begins to sell pure water, and after selling pure water, he buys maybe a wheelbarrow. Everybody says, pure water, could it take you 2 months to that wheelbarrow? Everybody takes after wheelbarrow, so it's one of those challenges. But even as cooperative, maybe we have a EKIRS cooperative. If you need to be rejig, you can rejig it. It's part of what that also can be done. Then another question is, what's going to happen to the already generated indicating of taxpayers? I think that is for David to answer. What is going to happen to the already generated educating of taxpayers? And then number two here, for those taxpayers with multiple EKIRS and EKIRS with multiple maize, how do we go about it? That one I can give a quick question. I know the data intelligence people are working day and night with ICT on data cleansing, on how to make that one neat and clean. So, David, what's going to happen to those, to the already generated EKIRS of taxpayers?
We already have about 20,000 or so that is having NIN, yes, from the old data. Yes. So we are looking for a way to merge them. We won't delete the old record. We will only build and at least make them usable. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Another comment here is that on behalf of staff outside ADO, that management should consider giving them rural allowance. Why are you laughing? You know one truth. Hello. There is no foolish question this time around. There's no foolish request. There's no stupid request. If you don't have any, keep quiet. If anybody has, it's just normal. If I like, I can tell Shade that I want to marry you. And then she'll tell me, okay, kila fa. So it is the same thing. Somebody can even demand for an aeroplane. If we are able to buy it, we'll say yes. If you are not able to, we'll say we are bad. So rural allowance, it has been raised before, and the way it is such that we have to be very careful. Because, listen attentively, if I give you rural allowance, and I get to the rural community, and you are not there as you are supposed to be, you refund all the rural allowances. Are we together? And again, when you are in a rural community, the trouble with some of us is that we don't understand economics. Some of us don't even know how to run our personal finances. And I will explain it to you. If you live in a rural community, it has its own advantage that many of us we don't know. And when I don't want to talk as if, I don't want to sound as if I want to patronize you in any way. Everybody wants to stay in the city, which is part of the problem, it's part of the suffering of Nigeria. Many people that are living in the city of Lagos, for example, I can beat my chest that over 50% have no business in Lagos. Ìyà tí ẹlòmíì ń jẹ lójúmọ́, all in the name of I live in Lagos. I recruited one guy, from Port Harcourt, and then he was to do some work for us to do training in Lagos before we will send him back to Port Harcourt years ago. And then he came, a new staff came late. One day I said, you are new, you came late. Yesterday you came early, today you came late. He was saying, sorry, sir. And then later on, somebody now came to me and said, see you. I said, they now described, they said the guy was coming from after Winners. If you know the road to Idiroko, that the guy had to leave home 4 a.m. to resume 8 a.m. 4 a.m. I mean, so why do you want to kill yourself? Cherry, emergency, I have worked much of my career in the city. City life man do, but city life man short. It's the bitter truth. City life, man do. but short. Because city life on its own, what you eat, what you inhale, the hassle you go through, can make somebody, if you watch video, ẹni ẹ̀wò tó bá máa ń ṣe program, àwọn bàbá tó ń wá, àwọn bàbá 80, bàbá 90, that have come from Ekiti to some functions in Lagos. Now compare them to those that are 60-year-old in Lagos. Nífẹ̀ẹ́ mọ bàbá yàtọ̀ sọmọ mọ́. Oye grey orí ọmọ àti fẹ́ẹ̀ ju ti bàbá lọ. And the same way, it applies even here. If you are staying, I don't want to mention any community so that they won't be as if maybe I want to ridicule them. But there are some communities in this Ekiti that if you are in those communities, you are not going to spend so much on bike. You are not going to spend so much on some other things that those that are working in Ado will spend. If you walk, I want to walk in Ado, I want to walk in Ado, fine. You are staying in, let's say, I have to be careful now so that somebody will not think, say, the story they use. But let's assume, yes, let's assume you are staying maybe after Iworoko, and your office is close to Ikere, on Ikere Road, Ado 1. What you are going to be spending on calculation every day. The Okemesi guy, I saw him. Let me use Okemesi. Will you spend that? Where would you want to go in Okemesi that you now have to spend 1,000 naira on bike? No, I can use that because that's my place so that nobody will feel I'm reading. Hello? It's a university community, so I don't. And when you are defining city, you use some two major ways of defining a city. A city must have a cathedral or have a university. So when a place has a cathedral or a university, is regarded as a city. But what I'm saying is that it won't spend as much. What you buy yam in Ado, is it the same thing you buy yam in those where we call rural communities? Answer me now. Is it the same rate aside from Ikole now? Aside from Ikole and a few other places, is it the same money you pay for rent in Ado that you pay in those places? So you realize that the rural allowance is already. They didn't hear that one. If you want to stay in the city, no problem. The harassment in the city is there for you to pay. Why not centralize our data collection to just one place? For example, in my tax star station, we have someone inputting DID, that is data intelligence data. Another person in charge of Mr. Wasiu data, Mr. Wasiu has data collection. Another person to enter the online data. I think this is actually limiting those that need to go for field work. The person that asked this question should see me later for a gift, just as the lady that answered the question there. The person that asked these questions to see me for a gift. And I will tell you why that question is very, very intelligent. You see, there's what we call data management system. There is what we call relational. I'm teaching you computer now. When we talk about data, it comes in several ways. You can have some tabular data, which is like your Excel. You use Excel to get it. You can use relational database, which is what Microsoft Access, SQL, and some of these other big names, what they are about. Now, when you use the traditional one, which is tabular, you fill the form. Oh yeah, you want to collect your admission letter. Oh yeah, fill your name here. I fill that name. Now I want to get accommodation. I have to fill my name, fill my department, fill my everything again. Now I want to go buy books. I have to fill my name, fill my department, fill everything again. Now, so you go just fill everywhere. In the proper database management, you fill your name, your details only once. And it is now adapted to all other uses. You have put, my name is Oladino Olatono. My matric number is 1001. That's all. All you then need to ask is that, oh, what is your matric name? 101. They already plot it out, have your name, everything, your department, the year level, everything is already there. What are you paying for? I'm paying for book. They just pick book. What else? And if you now want to know everything about Mr. Latono, you don't need to begin to go to Mr. Wasu data, online data. No. He's just one taxpayer. Like David was trying to explain the other time. All you need to do is just to call for the EKT number of that taxpayer. Once I log in now, so I log into LRS portal and I log into my profile there as a taxpayer, it will show you all the personal income taxes I have paid for the last how many years. There was a time when the vehicle registered in my name. My wife's driver drove it, and then there was they were apprehended by one last month, and then I had to pay a fine of 6,000. That record, that's some 8-9 years old. Not to people. That record is there. So every transaction I have with Lagos State government, all I need is just to present that my ID, my Lagos thing, something, and everything is there. That is exactly how it's supposed to be. And some of you, at least, allow me to will bear me witness with what you, why I said that, look, you are wasting time saying you are still setting up one thing. It's just that I don't have all the time to do everything I want to do at the go. But very soon it's going to be a thing of the past. Nobody is going to make it a work to now be keen as if you are a typist. Many years ago, we used to have typists in every organization. EKIRS, by a typing tool. Engineering department. How many typewriters do you see now? Who types my letters for me? Who does my memo? I do everything on my own. And that is where the world is going to. So I'm going to take this one, let the person see me for a price later. Okay. Then this person is saying, what are you doing about our leave bonus? Hello. What was your leave bonus before I came? Were you getting leave bonus before I came and I stopped it? Or do I pocket it? So I don't really understand that question. I have not done anything about your leave bonus. A permanent phone number for each tax station rather than using the DTO's phone number to ease communication effectiveness with tax payer. I think this is something that is worth looking into. So David, please let's look at what we can do. At least now, is there any tax station that doesn't have a modem? Internet, something, anyone? So everyone now at least had. Meanwhile, at the time, even in I don't know, none of us had. I mean, if you wanted to do anything internet, you have to come to the head office. So if people are also asking for permanent phone number, maybe a landline that will just always be there for during working hours that people can relate it. I think it's sensible, it's small cost, but I think it's worth it. Sir, please help talk with the ICT about the backup for laptops in case of virus or crash. Also, sir, their response times to our data subscription should be faster. ICT, multi-judicial. Now, About backup for laptop, I think, David, just as I said, we should have a session, next session for those of us that will say we are kindergarten level when it comes to tax. As we are having that training, we would also need to have training on ICT. Or maybe in the next general something like this, we may need to have to train our people on cloud computing, because somebody was struggling with his system earlier today. And I was saying that aside, he was saying that they had this, everything was freezing and another one. And I said, okay, this work, do you have it in the cloud? He said, no, it's on my system. And I just shook my head. Let me tell you one thing. The world has gone so far than what some of you know. God forbid, the laptop that you are carrying about in your hand, if somebody comes and snatches it, a laptop that has been used, it's far more expensive than a brand new one. Why? Because of the content inside. And so part of what I do is that all my works, as in everything I do every day, is done in the cloud. What do you mean? Does it mean I enter inside cloud? No, I just go on Jerusalem high. Okay. Okay, Jerusalem now. Now, we will need to possibly take us through that one. It simply means that as long as we have the internet, it may be Google Drive you want to use, it may be OneDrive, it may be Dropbox. There are quite a lot of them. And I tell you sincerely, many of them are even free. Google will give you about 15 gigabytes free. Once you have a Gmail account, okay, the Gmail account, last one, or Google Drive near. And so, or if you have your own personal laptop, download Google Drive on that your laptop. And then any work that you do, is it Word, is it Excel, is it PowerPoint, be putting it there. Any work I do on any computer, I don't need to go anywhere with any computer, because as I have done it, I have saved it, and there is internet when I'm saving it. Automatically, if I get home now, whatever I've done on my Narobo laptop, Timothy save, Timbati laptop, either in Lagos or anywhere. Once I open it, what's my password? I put my password, I put it, enter. I don't need to really open it. If it is a Word document, once I click Word, Microsoft Word, the last file I worked on, the last page, Timothy Shishe, Oluma Gbesimi, Marco to continue sharing. So it's not as if I want USB, láti copy, láti take down. If I open my phone now, any work that I have done this morning, Timothy said, I can access it on my phone anywhere in the world, as long as there is internet. Are we together? And that is why people are no longer too concerned about backup, flash drive, diskette, B drive, or the CD drive. That's why people are no longer that so concerned. So if you don't know about Google computing, please go and know more about that. Response time to data subscription, please, whoever Mr. Ayo that is in charge, do something about it. Please help us in aspect of bike rider. We don't have, and it's slowing us down our work, especially at the feed. The person put the task station. This one is simple. My response to a task station that gave me this kind of request was that they should please, I don't want to mention your name, that they should give me the bike. I'll give it to a task station that can teach one of their staff how to write. Ọwọ́ ẹni tí ó ní láti máa gbà fún ẹni tí ó ní, The guy that does dispatch for us in the office, at the time also, he couldn't ride bike. They told me he couldn't ride bike. So if he needed to deliver letter in Abuad, one driver will carry him and will now sit down there. We'll go and dispatch it and come back to the office. So when I told him that, well, okay, congratulations. I give you 2 more weeks. Once you cannot write, please leave the job. We'll get another writer. But photo the 2 weeks, I can recall Loveni Babani. Kindly consider a need for hazard allowance for the field officer. Oh, yes, sir. What of the office officers? Hello. I was asking, where is Toba? Stand up now. Stand up. I asked you publicly, I asked you the other time. He was working with us in the head office. We transfer into Otun Rabi. And I was saying, yeah, I'm going to transfer head office. What did you say? Oh, no, no. Look, sometimes there is nothing we do. Now, if I give hazard allowance, is it that those that are working in the office don't have hazard? You don't know now. Maybe I was in office when somebody wanted to come and beat me up. Were we not in the office? Where is Jade? Were we not in the office when somebody came and wanted to beat Mr. Partners and wanted to cut him away? Is it not hazard? Anybody that is doing task work is an hazardous work. That's the truth now. Nobody wants to pay tax. So you can't, hello. I understand what you are saying. But the truth is that the incentive we give, it is not every MBA that gives incentive. It is because of this hazard. I know what I'm saying may not sell, but let's just face the reality. Those that are in the office, sometimes we won't know what another person does until you ask to come and do what he does. Office work looks easy. Ask those that, it's good to work with the chairman. Ask those that work directly with me how easy it is. Because even when there's something to be delivered, ask my PA. When I tell PA, they quite close, lady. Only to be at 8 o'clock. So you that you're already sleeping by the side of your spouse. We actually far because there are some things to do. So what of hazard allowance also? When the rain began to throw things all over the place last Saturday, come and ask now. To those of us that were involved, they are not deserve hazard allowance. I literally ran out of my office when that storm became something else. I literally ran to the reception. It was a Saturday now. Oh, yeah, came in hazard allowance. After then, we ran to Kyoriomi to be inspecting how many offices. Printer Cheko were vetted. We are now calling people. There was a guy working with Mr. Akineye that was, if you saw the quantity of water, it was hazard allowance. So, by the virtue of the fact that I move around and I sit at the top, I see what each person is doing. Those of you that you are on feet, you are doing some great work. But let me tell you sincerely, don't think those that are in the office are not also working. Then you will know. I'm just being very sincere with you. And sometimes it's because we don't do comparison. I was discussing with the technical advisor to the chairman of Lagos, and we're doing some comparisons. Some of us that do office, that those of us that are asking for this thousand allowance, I'm not trying to downplay your effort. But you see, you go out, oh yeah, we lock this door, we do this one, we do that one, we do that one, that one. At the end of the day, after all the struggle, after all the money, you bring in 1 million naira for that day. Congratulations. The guy that you think is being pity, that is looking at it. For example, now I have started doing more than you before. That's why the rate at which you'll be returning some TCC now. You better wise up, because the level that we are going in with our data intelligence is getting deeper and deeper. You have gone to hard to knock hard, and you brought in 1 million. And then somebody sits down by his computer and begins to look at it. Yeah, this person says, I paid my pay, and that's all. Meanwhile, I have evidence that he has a very big shop in back in the battle. He has so Taiwo Oke in the Ilorin. He has shops at Okearin in Lagos. In Akure, Obadeshida Road. He has 3 shops there. He now collates all those things and is able to put a look. This guy is able to collect 5 million from him. He doesn't look as if he has done anything as adults. But the day that taxpayer comes to the office, you don't know also that it has its own master. So, let's thank God for what we have. Let's ask for more. We can ask for more. There's no sin in saying, sir, we want more incentive. But let's not build the house and scatter it on our head. Story. Once upon a time, I work in a particular company. Okay, I won't tell you the story until another time. Or you want to know it? You want to know it? Some said no. The no has it, Abi. The yes have it. I think confused around. You know, a particular department did extremely well. They were selling certain products. And when they sold so well, the category manager baked a very big cake, came with some things, and said she wanted to give it to the factory staff, the staff that produced that particular product. Because the target for the year, they produced enough, they met the target that was supposed to be for January to December. They met it by October. So the woman was happy, took it to the factory, and told the factory manager. The factory manager now said, "Thank you, madam. No, you know, say, please carry your cake, carry your drinks, take it back to the head office." And the woman was embarrassed. No, it's just to encourage them. It's just a token. It's for my personal resources. And the factory manager said, "No, don't destroy this factory for me." Yes, they produce that one. Somebody pumped water with which they produce. Somebody switched on generator. Somebody monitor gas. Somebody monitor this. Somebody sweat this. Somebody, by the time he analyzed it, he said, remove any of those people, they will not have been able to produce. And that is why anytime we are doing incentive, even the office assistants, we make sure they also get something. Because they contribute to it. And that's my belief. So I prefer, let us work that together. You understand me? Rather than say you are this, you are that. So that's my approach for that one. Please, sir, what will be the outcome of those submitting their bank statement when we requested from them, when they think they are to pay less or not entitled to pay at all? I didn't get. Please, what will be the outcome of those submitting? If they are submitting it to us, when we request for it, I think what we use it for is to do tax audit. If we realize that they have not made as much money as they have assumed, we adjust their payable downward. It's simple. But if we now realize that they have paid less, we ask them to pay more. The URL to generate new EK is yet to be given. I think David will work on that one and circulate it. It's not live yet. It's still in the test environment. Then, sir, what is management doing to solve the non-availability of motorcycle in Ekiti? I think he meant motorcycle plate number. Despite the under process by being you, okay, I think I understand. Shade is able to explain our effort. It's not only in Ekiti State, it's at national level. It's a very, we have plate number now. For
phase 6, October last year to January or to March, we have given them plate number. Their plate number, the one that person, they're ready for pickup. Anyone paying now, they are accumulating them. So it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. That's the truth. It's not a big deal. If you pay now, you get for you, no discount time.
okay, so it's a concern, and it's not just our own concern alone. It's a national concern. By the grace of God, the 157th meeting of Joint Task Force will be coming up later this month. I know it's still going to be one of the things on the burner. Now, okay, the only one that I think is still, is there any other one again, aside from the none? The only one I think the person may not be satisfied is, what are you doing about our leave bonus? Now, that one, I don't want it to be as if I sweep it under the carpet. What is leave bonus? In different organizations, they always have different policies. In some organizations, once they say your salary is 5 million per annum, your salary is 5 million per annum, they will now tell you that, okay, that 5 million, we are not going to pay everything to you. We will remove this as your tax. We will remove this as your pension. We will remove 5% of it as your leave bonus. So when you are now going on leave, you can then apply for it, and then they give you. That's one option. Another option is that you are going on leave, you are collecting all your money the way you want it. And so when you are going on leave bonus, when you are going on leave, you are going on leave. There is no bonus. So those places, for example, I think Ondo, IRF, where is Aladejami? Okay, I saw a while ago. I think they do leave bonus. But when you look at what they collect on a monthly basis, it's lower than what you collect. So if you also want us to go to that one, we will help you save that leave bonus. And then when you are going on leave, we will give it to you. So it's that simple. So whichever one you want, you can let HR know and we implement it. Okay. Because in some places also, in some places before now, people will even collect upfront. They will tell you at the beginning of the year, we'll pay you 30% of your annual salary as your upfront. Zenith Bank and quite a number of banks were doing it. By the time came, Nigerian will collect the upfront in January, Japa, run away. So banks also became wise, and then they now also began to adjust it. So it just depends on whatever policy we want to embark upon. Any other comment before we call it a day? Hello. let us allow, because well, some of these things may affect us, but I know we will be leaving here before 5 by God's grace. The network has been fluctuating over time with low network band. This keeps impeding our workflow for hours. During working hours at Ori Odo. Okay, we have had you. It's a national, or yeah, I think it's sometimes I think it's a national issue. For example, there was a time during the last month that in my house in Lagos, I have 3 internet, and I went with another 2 from me. So I had like 5 different internet at the time. So I was just switching from one to another. Switching. It's as if once this one is down, everybody runs to Glow. Glow is down, everybody runs to Airtel. Airtel is down, everybody runs to MTN. So it's part of our infrastructural problem. And because of that, I did some exceptional approval that I shouldn't have approved. I mean, without seeing the online presence of complicity, I still approve because I knew the technology was slowing us down. But it's something that NCC and others are looking into. Issues about soft tax related, okay, duplication of ETCC. I think that one, David, I think that one has been resolved, Abby. It's been resolved already. Loss of ETCC details during approval process. All these ones, ICT is looking into it. We have at least twice a month meeting with Soft Alliance that are in top level with their managing director, with their operational directors and the rest of them. At least we have that twice every month to make sure we plug the code. There's also an epidemic of power outage recently, leaving us stranded during office hours, especially while attending to taxpayer. Okay, we also understand that one. The storm last Saturday disrupted a lot of things. If you were here last week, Saturday, thank God we didn't have this program last week, Saturday. We would all have maybe run on that somewhere because quite a lot, about 6 or 7 elected people from the governor's office here to behind us towards VIP Lodge. They were all down, with the storm. So, and quite a number of places are still affected, even as we speak. Now you proposed a workable solar power something. Solar power is good, but it's also expensive. I think what we should all pray for is more speed so that we'll be able to move to our revenue house by the grace of God, by the 3rd anniversary of our wonderful governor. Now, in the play, just this wrapping up now. In the play, the issue of water dispenser, Opangolo or something was mentioned. That is not the intention of the water dispenser. And I know I approve for all the stations in Ado and Ikere in particular. And all other stations, I think we approve money to be given to them to buy, Abi? So my reason for doing all that one that time was that it would be mere cheating if those of us in the head office can drink water at the expense of the company, and those that are outside the office will not be able to drink water. That's the essence of buying the water dispenser. So if it's not working, please tell admin to do something about it. If it needs to be repaired, fine. But even at the point of approving those water dispensers, my mindset was that each one will cost about maybe 40,000, 50,000 naira. But when I saw the recent bill, because I think one department also requested for land use charge also, and I was to approve. Each of those things now costs close to 150,000 naira. Abi? Is the price. You can check it on Jumia or anywhere. So it's not is not so cheap as it is also. And because of that policy of saying, okay, let every staff be able to drink water free of charge. HR and admin know the extra cost every month. It looks, is it not water? But when they give you the millions, it runs to in a year, you will know that it is not fair for you to fetch more than what you can drink and then pour the remaining one away. You know that it's not, no, we do some things carelessly as if it doesn't concern us, but it's part of it. Again, I asked the director of personal income tax to tell those of us in the tax offices in particular. I think Ado 6. No, is it Ado 6? William. Yes. They mentioned that one, that if you know any genuine taxpayer that is up to date with the tax record and was affected by the stop, let us know so that we can do some form of CSR to help such. What again? Now you start, we talked about that. Taxpayer nuances, let's just bear, and then we'll keep on explaining, we'll keep on educating. And where you have anything that is grieving your mind, please bring it out. Because if you don't tell us it now, and you are saying it outside, we will still know. We will still know. For example, I called to know. As some people said, Chairman, we don't know what is wrong with him. We did 2 billion. Is he not supposed to have given us double salary? As if we have to give double salary, as if me, I no go collect. As if saying I only work and I me too, I don't know how to do more money. You know, so when people talk sometimes, they don't know that anything that is welfare, as it benefits you, it also benefits me. So why will that opportunity be there? And we told it for myself. We must just be reasonable enough to know that there are things that we would not do. Kò sẹ́ni tó fẹ́ wá gba èrè ìtìjú. Ṣẹ̀rí téèyàn bá manage Bíbélì ó ní òkèlè gbígbẹ pẹ̀lú ó sàn ju. And God has even blessed us such that àfi tá a bá fẹ́ borí Olúwa mọ́ra la máa sọ pé òkèlè gbígbẹ là ń jẹ ní ìgbà rẹ̀. Because it is when you now discuss with others, ẹ rí i pé a kàn ń yọ̀ ni. But ẹ jẹ́ aṣọ́ra bá a ṣe ń yọ ayọ̀, because the people we are telling, we expect him to give us something. Àwọn náà máa bá mi pé chairman, ẹ̀ ń fún àwọn èèyàn ní doubles, náà lè ṣe é ṣe, bulletin owó òun, bí bulletin ṣe nǹkan kan. And then they make it difficult for me to even do some. And that's why some of these incentives, mo máa ń fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ pé bí iṣu ẹni bá ta ẹ̀ wọ́n máa ń dọwọ́ bò jẹ ní pé can't do chop clean mouth and cake. But you would have announced yourself, you would have, and then I become unpopular. Because things that I can quickly do before without taking permission. Permission to say that we are considering this, we are considering that. I'm also a man under authority. Yes, I'm the chairman, but I can't dip my hand. We have auditors now that will come and check what we do. I can't dip my hand and say, okay, yeah, me 1,000 back in the weekend. I don't do it. And so your salary, baby, no, all I can tell you is that if you keep on doing well, we are not going to stop incentive. Recently, Mr. Awe, thank God you are here. Mr. Apata, thank God you are here. This is something that I gave 2 months. It was not me. Civil Service Commission wrote me. Ministry wrote me. They said, choose one. Tell your staff. Let them choose one. Do they want to stay with you or do they want to go with civil service? I tell you before all of them, they were in the meeting. I asked series submitting with them. I canceled them. I gave assurance. If you want to go, please go. I will pay you 1 month in lieu. If you want to stay, please stay. And they tell me that what is the assurance? And if you stay, the assurance I can give you is that you will not be worse off. Whatever you are collecting in the ministry, with the token we were paying you before, I will make sure you don't collect less than that. Onikaluku choose. Onikaluku collect at it. I didn't force anybody to do anything. Why should I be blamed for that again? Now the people that stay, it is normal for me to think that those people that stay, they are taking more risk. Iṣẹ́ EKIRS tó yàtọ̀ sí iṣẹ́ civil service. Somebody that stole, tí tó ń tì mọ́lé tó lọ tó yẹ consent lọ sí kìíní, they are still asking me, did we set up the disciplinary panel ní EKIRS before it was fair parking? Is it? EKIRS doesn't have that kind of thing. You mess up, you are gone. You are not performing, you are gone. It's a risk. In finance, anybody that takes extra risk must be extra rewarded. So the people that stay, by the time we calculated, okay, so that they won't feel disadvantaged. Place them there, place them here, place them here. Some of their colleagues are gone. So, mo lé àwọn dànù mi, mo ti mọ àwọn kan tí mo fẹ́ yàn, mo ti mọ àwọn kan tí mo like, mo sọ fún àwọn kan. Which of them ni mo sọ fún pé ó yá máa lọ or lọ? So, please, let's mind what we say, because it will come back in one way or the other. The last time we had training here, I said it's okay, by the grace of God, looking at the state of things, so the various vehicles at the zonal level, they are those vehicles so old. And I told Shedrack, only radiator, my driver had to take the radiator to Ladipo in Lagos. We search and search and search. By the time we saw the radiator, we are calling the radiator 150,000. Mọ́tò gan ti fẹ́ kú tán, kí là ń ná? Èwo ni ká máa tọ́pọ̀ lórí nǹkan tí ò tó máa lò lọ́jọ́ kan á dẹnu kọlẹ̀. Why don't you get something? And that one, I promised them that, okay, even if it is, I consulted. They said Sienna will be okay. Okay, let us get 4 Sienna to Kumbo for each of the zone. Let's do this for cars. The next thing mo tún gbọ́ ni pé ẹni pé àwọn àmọ́ nǹkan tó ń sọ látọ̀nà owó tó fi ń ra òkú Sienna kèbí ìbá tẹ pápọ̀ kó ìbá tẹ jẹ́ ẹyọkan tuntun kan ló máa rà. Shade was there when I was being told, hello, a brand new Sienna is over 60 million. Ṣé kí n lọ jí owó ni? Do you understand what I'm saying? Now, we started buying the Sienna, fixing whatever is missing, making sure everything is okay. And today, only Akoto is what is preferred. And so, at the time, I now got confused. Okay, it will go on laughing. Because you ask us to switch here, we switch here. You ask us to, so sometimes leading in equity is a bit tough. Abi? People can't remember again, we had limited number of bikes at the time. Kò sí any station now, aside from Igbimo. Until what they take the money, yeah, Shedrack, I think one station so. Until what they motorbike you want. You look at you the bike. So even when I could not justify the money made in this station, I still make sure that every station has at least a motorbike. So kile tu fẹ́ kí n ṣe ẹ ṣàánú mi o. So rather than in rounding up now, what I'm trying to say is this. Sherry, instead of all that one, you can send it. You can approach any of your directors. You can let us know what is the thing that is. You can bring your suggestion. It's not fair, and I mean to discourage you, but only discourage some of your directors, because when they struggle to make, there are lots of inconveniences that your directors have now. You think, I don't know, that they deserve official car. Why I think you feel official car for? But they also understand. One more to one more change that day. Whether a teacher man kó gbogbo ẹ̀ sápò ní tó ń kó káàkiri ní nǹkan kan, ó yẹ kán ti go to yẹ kí petition ti lọ sọ́dọ̀ gómìnà rẹpẹtẹ pé kò tọ́jú wa nǹkan kan. Wọ́n mọ bó ṣe ń lọ. But the good thing is that where we were 3 years ago, that's not where we are now. And it's getting better and better. People náà ló jẹ́ pé gbogbo taxation wa, àní kí lorúkọ ẹ̀ printer. A lè print receipt àrántí mọ́ pé a máa tó mọ̀ wá gba receipt ládọ́nu. Ẹ jẹ́ á máa rántí ibi tá a ti ń bọ̀, ká máa dúpẹ́ nítorí ibi tá a ṣe ń lọ, ó bẹ́tà ibi tá a wà yìí. But sùúrù díẹ̀ ni, like Mary requested, David knows from time to time. Nígbà tí mo rí pé owó tá à ń ra Tòkunbọ̀ laptop kò make sense. I mean, tá a bá tuntun kò make sense. We have to begin to buy Tòkunbọ̀. The laptop that head of data intelligence is using is Tòkunbọ̀. The laptop that Shade is using is Tòkunbọ̀. Director ni wọ́n. Why? Because any laptop tuntun kan, a good laptop tuntun tó technique kan, David èlò ni 750 configuration, àwọn configuration tó jẹ́ pé tẹ́ báyìí pé yá create EKT. For another 5 minutes, ó yìí máa roll ni. Òun ni oní 750 yẹn o. Meanwhile, àwọn ọ̀gá David náà wọ́n mọ bí tán ti ń ra Tòkunbọ̀. Tó jẹ́ pé no, now, this is a reality. I'm like a businessman. If David now comes to me and say, oh, that my chairman, Sherry, Eja ṣe òtútọ́, Sherry, pẹ̀lú 750 yẹn, a máa ra bí mẹ́ta, configuration máa faster. Other needs, other ṣe, ó dẹ̀ okay. And I tried the first time. Ó dẹ̀ okay, wá, brand new tí mo rà fún ìyàwó mi gan òfà àpélé yìí. Ọmọ ìjọba mi gẹ̀ẹ́tì kan bẹ́ẹ̀. Mo dẹ̀ gbé Tòkunbọ̀, ìyá, máa wò pé bóyá kò ṣáìnà. Eléyìí ó ṣàprápra ju gbogbo ilé ìtara ní brand new. Mo tà á, mo gbé second hand fún ìyá. Ìyá ní Peter, Ọlọ́run fi ilé ayé á fi ìrọ̀rùn sílé ayé ẹ pé this is pretty faster. That's life. So the way we now want to do, because we prefer new. New that lóòótọ́, but the new that will do the work of that Tòkunbọ̀. He will be buying it about 1.4, 1.5 million. Laptop, it is the reality. You can price it yourself. So please, me only can complain, but let's complain to the appropriate people, and we'll keep on doing our best to. It's almost 5. So on that note, we thank you. We appreciate you, all the directors. God bless you. Father in heaven, we thank you for how far you have helped us. Be with your people as they go. Dismiss us with your blessings. When we gather again, let us gather with greater testimonies. In Jesus' most adorable name we are prayed. May the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us all and forevermore. Amen. It's not yet 5 o'clock.